Welcome back, everybody. We finally landed on Championship Sunday. Playoffs incoming for the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally, and of course, a lovely production being put on by Radiant. Again, I'm your host, Ash, and I've got some lovely casters. You might remember them from day one, Danger Taco and Chixa joining me for the remainder of the EU region. Chixa, I'm so excited to see what these teams have to bring here. It's going to be scary heading into a single elimination bracket.
Yeah, I can't believe we've gotten down to the final four teams, and arguably, of course, the best four teams in EU. They've done really well thus far. We've seen some close matches. Our first match of the day is going to be two teams we haven't seen yet at all on the main broadcast, so I know that's exciting for us, and I'm sure the nerves are higher than ever for everybody.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty scary for a lot of these teams, a lot of changes on these rosters as well, Taco. I mean, looking back, looking forward, into that schedule here as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how these semifinals are going to play. I already mentioned it's going to be that single elimination format here, and it's going to be a lot of action-packed Rocket League, considering every single game has been best of sevens.
Yeah, and being able to actually have those longer series, even within the group stage, is really nice because I think you see a lot of skill expression. You see a lot of the ability to actually strategize. I think we focus so much on the mechanics and maybe the moment-to-moment tactical decisions, like making the pass, going for a demo. But it's really nice to be able to see teams actually try to flex like the mental side of the esport, really sit down with each other, have multiple segments between games where they can actually strategize and figure out what they want to do and how they want to progress. And I think it's led to really interesting series where I'm not entirely sure where it goes in terms of who's actually going to come out on top, and hopefully we can see the exact same pattern today.
Yeah, it'll be super cool to see how this does end up panning out. The fact that we will be looking at these teams to see what they really have to bring to the table. And they are chasing stars, right? They're chasing that money, the big prize here, the $3 grand for first place. Again, it was 19.8 grand for the combined total prizing for both the NA and the EU region. And even yesterday, we saw the difference that it makes to have that incentive, Chixa, for some of those teams that didn't actually make it to day two, but were vying for some of the prizing that is only allotted to that top six.
Yeah, the games that we saw at the end of the day, in particular for that kind of sixth place side pool prizing, were the best games that we had seen all day. We got a lot of sweeps earlier on, and finally we kind of ended with those longer series where you could tell a lot was on the line and the players could really show themselves. So hopefully we get a lot more of that today. I'm gonna say we probably will. I don't expect any sweeps on the table, and what's nice is all the teams here are already in that prize pool. They just want to increase their prize pool even more.
Yeah, they definitely do. That's definitely the goal for sure, and also, of course, being crowned the winners here of the Star Chasers Showdown. And when we look over towards the bracket as well, I want to talk about the expectations here, Taco, because you're looking at ACD versus Guild Academy up first, and then later on will be Shorties versus Cat Jam. Is this what you expected to see coming into day two?
Based on the groups, yes, it is a little bit tough because ACD and Cat Jam are some of the teams that a lot of players were keeping an eye on, especially within some of the weekly tournaments, and they just happen to get drawn into Group A together. So that was a little bit of a bloodbath. Understandably, if Cat Jam's going to lose a game, it's going to be to ACD, the team that eventually comes out on top. But, I mean, Shorties, they have the experience. 12-1 in their group, the same as ACD. Clearly, there was a team that felt like they were the best on that day one, and they showed it out. Guild Academy, naturally, is also a name we've heard. So turns out orgs know how to scout talent, and they're able to continuously find those teams that kind of creep toward the top. So I don't think we're seeing any surprises there, but I'm going to echo Jix's sentiment. I definitely expect these games today to be a lot more competitive neck and neck, because these are the teams that are grinding constantly to get to these points, to play for these stakes on days like this.
Yeah, and speaking of those stakes as well, looking at the fact that we're seeing the first semifinal being ACD versus Guild Academy, I want to talk about that Guild roster in particular to start things off first here, Chixa, because Guild, initially coming into the Star Chasers Showdown within the qualifier, they were named actually 67% of Guild because they're missing out on Joda, who was with them last year, but then they also got announced as being signed to Guild midway through the competition. Do you feel that that adds that additional pressure onto their shoulders?
I think it's pressure, but at the same time, it's excitement. Not only are you fighting to kind of get that spot for a roster and on team and on an org, but now you actually have that spot and you want to do good to the name. Pads previously on RNL, Linus is now, has that org experience as well. I think this is still a great roster, and Guild is ready to play under their full name, not their 67% name. I think Joda will be missed, but from what we've seen in them tournament-wise, they've done very well in the previous days, and I will arguably say probably have the hardest match, though, starting off in these semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, Pads is an insane pickup to snag there, I think. But looking at their opponents on the side of ADC, looking at Alems, Cloudy, Dux. Cloudy and Dux, the two names I think that stand out to us the most here. Taco, Cloudy previously being with Gen G over in the NA side, and then Dux obviously coming from that resolved squad that everyone remembers here in EU.
It's one of those moments where it kind of reminds me of just traditional sports where it's like, all right, you have good players, and this is just how these teams are going to look. And then you make a super team, kind of like ACD, where you have Lems coming in, who's just one of the best women's players out there in general. You ask anyone in EU, that was kind of like the most hyped player to be able to come into the women's scene and play at a high-level esport. So being able to team with Dux and then team it up with Cloudy, which is probably the best and most impressive substitute player, because they did play for Gen G and NA, but that was really just kind of filling in and being able to win a couple championships on the NA side within the women's carball season. So clearly they really found the best possible talent. They talked it through, felt like they could succeed with this lineup, and they've certainly lived up to that. They've won a lot of weeklies, and now they're about to prove that they can do it all right here, starting off the semifinal.
Yeah, and a quick touch up on Alems a little bit more. She was previously one series away from making day 4 RLCS regional last split, and she's gotten top 32 with Dux as well as a duo. So that's a very powerful duo between them and a very powerful individual outside of women's league play.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what she has to bring to the table. Let's get straight into our first semifinal matchup here, ACD versus Guild Academy.
It is day 2 of main event, but it is also Championship Sunday. We have two giants in Guild Academy and ACD that have yet to be seen on the main stream. It's going to be interesting. It's a best of 7. We're playing for a bigger prize pool. What could be better than today, Taco?
Very few things, ultimately, because these tournaments keep getting bigger and better, and they also get more frequent. As we mentioned, we have plenty of Radiant to be able to go around on the Star Chasers circuit. We have something now in the spring, kind of in the summer, a little bit in the fall. So I think looking forward into the year, it's great. But of course, we start off with number 1. We're on Championship Sunday. The best of the best are here, and I think this is where these games really start to kind of show who is really going to be able to stay consistent. Because that's the thing I feel like we don't touch on enough about these teams. It's one thing to play super well in one singular tournament, but being able to play well on day 1 and then wake up, stay fueled, stay hungry, and then play well again on the Championship Sunday, we've seen some teams slip, and I think both these teams don't think it's going to be them right now.
I mean, we haven't done predictions yet so far in the tournament, but I think today we should start. I'm going to put us on the spot. How many games is this going to?
I don't think Guild Academy is going to go down easy, but I have to say ECD is probably the worst case scenario for most teams to match up with when it comes to these brackets. This is arguably the best women's team in the entire world. They're playing on ping in some of these weeklies and still beating squads, and within 12 seconds they're showing exactly why.
Wow, Cloudy, Alems, Dux all really crashing that board for ACD. Of course, the finish comes on through later, but fantastic job early for ACD. They are going to be a very formidable opponent. For prediction-wise, I'm going 4-1 ACD.
I think we can definitely see Guild take a game. The problem is what we're witnessing right now from ACD. They are playing at 1,000,000 miles an hour for the whole time, and the biggest thing is that their comms are on point. They look solid, they have the recoveries, they have the mechanics. You're certainly going to see a lot of mix of solo play into kind of those handoffs, those mid-air bumps, and so it's something that they always throw something a little bit awkward at you, and you're not really sure how to handle it, especially with accuracy like that. We don't talk enough about Cloudy, and right now she is on fire.
Yeah, I think Cloudy underutilized in her time previously at Gen G. Maybe didn't flow as much as that team would like, and now very much has a team that backs her up in the fact that it's an aggressive, again, we're seeing a lot of these teams that are quite heavy on the pressure, on the constant shooting. Alems and Ducks have phenomenal mechanics, probably the best in this scene, let alone NA or EU. So when it comes to adding that combined power with the three of them, it's unstoppable at times. And you've seen this offense be unstoppable to start this game.
And you say unstoppable, it does feel like almost hyperbole. It's like almost like, yeah, okay, casters, you physically can't do it. But there are some games where probably the other team buys into that one. Right now, as you can see, Guild, they're getting touches in the midfield, but that's really all they are. It's not possession, it's not shooting. And right now, I think the biggest thing for Guild is just be able to steady everything and make sure that you kind of minimize the rocking of the ship, because it's not going to be an easy path forward if you're still trying to play chasing. It's very reactive. April trying to slow it down, so that's at least a little bit of progress, but that 1-2 is not going to be working out.
Pads almost winning that 50. Sniper able to come through and finish it up. Guild have a opportunity to take off Alem's slowdown. The 50 was made. It's exactly what Guild needs to get things going. Do not count them out.
Oh, and right as I pass that off, I'm saying, that's just not going to be enough. But ACD, I mean, they're too confident maybe in that 50-50. That just goes right into the mixer, and they're not able to rescue the play. So I will say that they do typically stay pretty close to each other. But on defense, that's also something I've seen from the occasional squad, is they're so trusting of each other and their skill that sometimes it's almost like, yeah, I can leave you on an island. You don't need support. And then it all backfires if 150 goes the wrong way.
I think the pace of play for ACD is maybe slightly predictable for Guild, even Pads. Going in for demos just like that, it's going to open up a little bit of play on the rotations that are quite fast. I think the fastest that we have seen in the tournament thus far. More demos coming through from Pads in particular. April doing her best to work out the 50s in the corner, but Alems with control, with some space, with the Ducks in the middle, but Sniper able to put it out in the corner. Cloudy's touch back in midfield, Ducks the beat, but everything has yet to be on target. Guild looking a mighty fast and handling ACD to start.
I really like that cutout there, just looking for the passes. And this is where Guild is starting to slowly get more comfortable. And I mentioned earlier, playing reactive is a problem because you're not really dictating the flow of the play. You're kind of just looking at it and saying, all right, well, we'll figure something out. When in reality, you should be looking at the player lurking in the middle and then trying to cut your distance. Right here, you're starting to see Guild see these infield passes, see some of these aerials, and contest them. Even if they're not going to actually win it, it's bumping a player back. It's forcing ACD to try something else. And right now, you can see they're backpedaling. In fact, that one was very much so going into the backfield. If that 50 could have even been on target.
Lem's throwing that ball away, and now Pads gets gifted that pass. Unfortunately, no shot to come out of it. The possession is going to be a vital player in this game. Seeing a lot of these long clears, and in fact, we're playing ping pong. This one up off the ceilings, Ducks, but Lem's not able to get the touch, at least not yet. Follow up. Off the corner, backboard as well. The shot's still too high. Guild Academy locking down their box and doing it well.
Nice up by Cloudy, and again, closed down by the defense. Right now, Duck's kind of forced to take it to the corner, as that's going to wrap all the way around for Alems to try to dive to the top corner. That's going to miss by a couple pixels. Give her probably another 2 or 3 chances at that one. It's probably going to go on in. Still not done, though, because Ducks handed off to Alems yet again. The single touches past 2 defenders. Cloudy on the near post, also going to be rejected. And that's why it's 3v3, as third time's the charm.
The main problem, the double commit that comes on through from April and Pads. Unfortunately, Sniper jumps at the last moment, but that shot instead ends up being a pass, where Ducks is very patient to finish it off. ACD, well played. The follow-ups and the positioning exactly where it's needed to be. They extend their lead slightly further. April Pads another double commit to leave the net open. Ducks takes advantage, and that needs to be cleaned up.
That's a poor April, in kind of a no-win situation right there. Alems is getting across the goal on that one, and honestly, as a defender, if you don't have the early jump, you kind of do have to just sit there and wait for the touch, and then when Alems does not get the contact, you're pretty much just sitting there throwing your hands up saying, well, I guess we'll just get it next time, because it's always going to be a wide open shot on the follow through. Guild Academy had the moments at the earlier parts of this game, but specifically in the mid game, where it felt like they're slowly coming on through, but clearly ACD is not necessarily a team you shut down in one way. You have to continuously play flawless, what seems like across 5 minutes, and for a lot of teams, that's going to be tough, particularly in a game one where you're still getting warmed up.
It doesn't feel like a warm-up game for how fast it's been. And in fact, game one is pretty much over. Ducks trying to put on a little bit more pizzazz at the end of this one. This ball cleared out in time, surely to run out. Guild Academy looks strong at times, just needs to clean up that defense, be a little bit more patient, trust the teammates, challenge early, 0 double commits. Easier said than done, right, Taco?
Yeah, I always feel bad about being a caster analyst, you know, and just being in the booth where we're just watching it from above saying, guys, you just gotta play faster. But ultimately, that's really what it does come down to. It's being able to say, trust your instincts, let's get a bit more aggressive, because the last thing you want to do is allow a team like ACD a lot of space to build in. Ducks and Cloudy have been showing that they're out on the forefront. They're getting their 2 goals. Alem's kind of playing support, getting some saves, getting a lot of shots, just peppering the goal. And I think all of that obviously leads to a lot of offensive possession. But you notice once Guild Academy started getting a bit more confident, getting in the face of those aerials, they were getting at least a bump on a player if they missed. If not, it's a deflection into the corner for their defense to recover forward. And then when they did go forward, they were showing that they were able to get a goal. You see Sniper getting the goal, just being able to be opportunistic in front of goal. The problem is that it's hard to maintain those comms and that concentration across an entire game.
Yeah, I think Guild, when they were on the offensive end of the ball, they did well. They did exactly what they had to do to execute on plays. It was just getting there that was the harder part. And again, defending on the goal line. We've seen teams have a good foundation of defense in this tournament, and that's helped them when it comes down to not going down by a lot of points or not feeling overwhelmed at times. But Guild Academy struggling a little bit on that rotation. Hopefully with a little bit more time they'll be able to manage, and as well getting used to this series, getting used to this team, we'll be able to figure out a way through ACD.
Well, everything is wiped clean on the slate, at least not necessarily on the series scoreline, but you will have somewhat a refresher, but some things never change. Cloudy getting the first goal right off the bat.
Cloudy just gets an open read, and for some reason the defense caught off on the corner. 1 on boost, 1 on third man rotation, just a little bit too late back. It's a great early jump. Guild caught sleeping early on in game 2.
It's a tough one. Certainly not something you always want to experience, but that's just kind of just how the cookie crumbles at times. You're going to play right up into the thick of things, and then one ball bounces out, and suddenly it is in your net. How about a second? Ducks coming in, and I think maybe once that one back, April able to position just well enough to be able to knock that one calmly to the side.
Midfield challenge comes through. Pad's winning it well, taking her time. I like the patience play. It almost caught ACD off guard. April, quick, beats Cloudy. Can she get the bump on Ducks? No bump, no 50 found, and Ducks even beats 1. But look at that recovery by Pads, being chased as the Lems. But again, able to come through. Really millisecond plays and decisions being made. That's all the difference. Cloudy, 50 there, exactly where it needs to be in the clear out in midfield for now.
Lems into the ceiling, looking for one more touch. How about a second one off ceiling, off of the backboard? Unstoppable from ACD.
It's a fluid single effort play by a Lems, beating 2. One of the initial touch, the second one on the shot. You can't ask for any more mechanics. She makes it look easy. The fact is, it is not. I wish I could even attempt the control that a Lems has.
We're not blowing hot air when we mention a Lems up there with potentially one of the best women's players in the entire world, mainly just because of plays like that. However, Guild as a squad, they're not too shabby. Sniper, again, living up to the name. Flawless pass across by April, my word.
That's the plays that Guild has done well so far. Again, when they get to the offensive zone, they execute time and time again. They're making plays into the back of that net. But they've had issues getting there for more than a millisecond, but it's one and done. Their opportunities have always seemed to gone in. Maybe They can find another one here on the clear. A miss by Cloudy may open it up. A miss by Lems. Pads going high. April with her sniper still. Pop up over to April. Guild trying to get the scraps. Put them back together. And able to find a shot here. May leave them in good standing. April indeed getting completely the perfect pass.
Pads again getting the triple tap on the bounce down up and over the defender, and ACD's thinking, okay, that is completely covered. There's not really much that can be done there. Then suddenly it's a flawless pass up and over. I'm gonna say maybe a little fortunate from Guild, but they'll count the same. And the ideal was there. Now it's just about execution down the stretch. Great way to get back into the game.
It's a tied game. Oh, I know, same thought. Only Guild, though, now needing to maintain themselves out of defense, which they have done decently well at this point. Duck speeding out, and it's a reset for both of these teams. Halfway through, 2-2 game. This shot here, perfectly put to Lems and ACD back on top.
That's a tough one. Pat's just not getting the pinch that she was looking for, but even worse, Cloudy is completely static in the midfield, and that's where the comms really come in. You just see a Lems upfield, and the value of a play like that is that you can just throw it anywhere close to her, and she'll be able to do the best with it, particularly slotting that one into the open net. Defense, I don't really blame them for standing still. They kind of knew it was coming the moment Cloudy hit that.
Changes that need to be made. I don't know if I can really point out anything in particular that needs to be changed. Both teams have been really throwing punch for punch, blow for blow, shot for shot. When it comes down to it, ACT with maybe a little bit more ball possession. Great patience by Ducks there. The shot will come through out of it. What a play to make something out of nothing.
I like the fake here from Ducks, and that's a great understanding of spacing as well, because she knows that the moment that first player gets faked, the second will fill in, which then opens up the midfield. Notice how everything has that step-by-step progression from ACD. They're so good at reading the field, and really rarely do they have a ball that just has no purpose. If they're putting it on the backboard, it's because they need the defense to start wasting down their boost. If they have an infield pass, they're going to make sure it's wide open by baiting in the first challenge, and that's where that individual mechanic combined with the chemistry really makes this team maybe the best in EU right now. They're certainly playing like it. 5th goal to the good.
Wow, Lems consistently finding ways to pass, clean it up. She's so fluid on the entire execution of that play. Recovers and is still able to get a final touchdown. If a defender was there, then that would be a 50. It's fantastic how quick she is on this ball. 5 goals off of 4 shots at this point. You can't get any better shooting-wise than that.
You really can, and this is really just taking all your shots efficiently. A lot of the times I think players will get in these situations and try to overthink things, and they're trying to make the most complex play. But the thing is, if you have an open shot and there's some distance between you and the defender has to close that gap. So the moment they start encroaching from that kind of no man's position, that's when you get the flick. That's when you start to kind of bob and weave, make it a little bit more difficult. And I think ACD understands that. It's just looking so clean from them. And also, more importantly, very simple. Yeah, some of the goals are flashy, but most of them are just playing off of the options that they're given, and they're doing so with kind of unforgiving efficiency as this one. I had to pause just to see if Lems could pull that one off.
It seems like they really are quite unstoppable when it comes down to the continuous effort that they put on the goal line. Opportunity after opportunity on the horizon. Jump here. Ducks threading the needle, finding the 7th for ACD. We may have seen a closer series or closer game previously, but that gap well shown now.
We talk about momentum a lot in esports at every level for Rocket League, but this is what we're talking about in the purest form, I think so, where it seems like ACD, they get a goal, and then you kind of take a deep breath, and you're like, all right, well, it's fine, let's get a kickoff. And then just immediately right back at you, they get another one, they get another one. Just doesn't seem like they miss at a certain point. It's terrifying to see a team play this confidently, and really everybody next to the ball hitting off resets. Cloudy trying to get in on it, but not able to actually catch up with it in the end. Final couple seconds, Guild gonna have to go back to the drawing board. Felt like they figured something out that works, but again, it's hard to sustain.
Clear finally made for Guild. They'll get it all the way to midfield. Pads over to April, who's waiting in the corner. There's a pass in midfield to be made. The save at the last second, twice on the goal line. ACD, brick wall of denial. Guild, after they draw up such a well-versed plan, just can't get it all the way 100% through.
I really do like that approach on the ACD side. They're not necessarily just letting players get goals. They're not just trying to outscore the opponent. They're really just trying to impose their will. Like, this is our series to lose. You just happen to be playing in it. So, again, a fantastic showing by ACD, and I think you'll see on the stats, Alems, a player we highlighted for good reason, 5 goals on their own, and even getting an assist. Not too many saves to speak of, but to be honest, I feel like this was not necessarily the most defensive game from either side.
No, Guild, I think, do need to amp up that defense across the 11 shots that ACD is bringing. Of course, we keep saying it's easier said than done, but there has to be a way they need to challenge Alems and the likes of ACD early. It's not even just Alems, it's really the entire roster of Ducks and Cloudy. They have such fluid and fast setups. You need to predict their next move before they even make it, and that's one of the biggest challenges of Rocket League when everything's happening at, it seems like, miles per hour per second.
Yeah, really, it comes down to making sure that you stay calm, and I would say, when I talked about earlier, just making sure that you say that you believe in your abilities and you try to play up to your potential. Having those comms and making sure that you are keeping calm under pressure is one of the hardest things, I think, in esports, because of games like this, where it feels like you're just playing a team that cannot miss the ball. They can triple tap anytime you don't pressure them, and if you pressure them too fast, you might get beat out by a team play. It feels like there's no solution, but at the very least, I don't think it's a problem getting a lot of saves. I don't think it's a problem even sitting back and kind of parking the bus. What's more important is that you start to dictate the pace of play and maybe capitalize off opportunities like this one. A little bit too eager on the follow through. April just couldn't get it under the bar.
You like to see a Guild opportunity early. It seems like they still have a little bit of pep in their step. That confidence still there. They're searching for the momentum in the early goal, and they find it is the bigger question. I think a couple people a little bit too much committing extra early for Guild. April, the beat, that's an open net, that's on target, and that is Guild's first goal in Game 3 to start ahead.
What we like to see on the side of Guild, really solidly done by April, just being able to pop right on that touch. And that's exactly what I mean when you're trying to play zonally and especially predictively. That pass coming in is a pretty decent idea from ACD. I think it was a little less decisive than maybe it started out in their minds, but at the end of the day, it still takes Guild to be opportunistic and hop on top of that one. So now we'll have to see with the lead in a rare moment where they're able to actually dictate really how this game might be able to go. See how they maintain it. Apparently, taking some 50s. I do like the differential of pace.
Hop over here for ACD as they're trying to get out of their half. The Guild have been quite overwhelming early on, especially with these challenges. Granted, this 50 doesn't go their way, and Pads with 0 boost will have to just send it back up. Ducks taking time, has been so critical and patient on plays, sets up Alems, the shot on target, the save made on the goal line by April, and Guild holding on.
Ducks have to try again, instead just heading that into open space away from Guild. Only so far. Upfield pass, that's a deflection. Ducks in the back post. April has to stay calm as that one was still under pressure, and she does so as Sniper will take that one up off the ceiling. Difficult read, therefore I think tries to leave it down. Pads though is there for the cover, but Ducks even faster on that back wall. The approaches from Guild, I like to see the speed, mainly just because they are not backing down, and this is really where I was getting a little anxious, is that they're going to get leads and then start to sit back. But if a playstyle is working for you, it's just about making sure that you are not getting too inconsistent, making sure you stay aggressive and hungry. I'm sure you're like a little bit better angles though, again, just so agonizingly close.
And with Switch, Sniper left that ball for Pads there the entire time. Gave her the opportunity to get the double tap angle read and cleaned up following instead of trying to rush that shot. They had the time, they just needed to call it out. Maybe a missed opportunity that they'll want back later, but for now they've been holding off AC. Sniper has a look, just doesn't have the boost to follow up with it. ACD, this is the largest or longest drought they've had for a score all series long.
It's got to be a little bit unusual. It's almost like, is the monitor on? Are we actually in the game yet? It feels a little unusual to not have anything, but of course, as I say that, that's an open shot, and that's not going to be something you see often, and even worse, it's going to be a breakaway that's going to be squandered. So I don't think Sniper realized just how open it could have been.
Missed opportunities. It's just heartbreaking. You want both of these teams to succeed. You want them to finalize shots, and you don't want to leave that opportunity open. Ducks, after the onslaught of shots and opportunities, takes one underneath, takes the over, hits the double tap read, gives ACT now the tying goal that's needed, but Guild could have been up now 2 or 3 times over just because of opportunities they missed, and Pats will take it right back off kickoff.
I'm saying, well, I mean, we squandered one. We're not going to let it happen again. And I really do like that little bit of a stutter step. Alems cuts across on the fake challenge. But the thing is, it's not too hard to fake a challenge and then turn around to shadow defense. The issue is that when that delay comes in for pads, that's when the defense really can't react to it. Really well done on the timing.
Now we have to wonder what ACD is thinking. After having such a dominant Game 2 win, they are down with 1.5 minutes remaining. Are they cool, calm, and collected, or are they arguing in comms? There's so much more complexity to how this game really could be played. The Guild Academy still staying confident, still taking shots upfield on opportunity, still challenging in that midfield. ACD only has so many more times that they can set up a play. And with Pads and the rest of Guild jumping the line each and every time, ACD are running out of time.
And you can see the coordination from Guild. This is exactly what Guild had seen in multiple rosters here involving most of these ladies, is that when they do get into these situations, they are playing, I would argue, the tournament favor here on the EU side, and yet they are still hanging with them in some of these games, and it's more about getting into ACD's head at this point, as they're kind of just air dribbling in place, waiting for 50, and then when it doesn't happen, they just don't know what to do with it. Alems, maybe she knows what to do with it. That's a nice air dribble initially, but Sniper puts an end to that one. A follow-up is not going to meet your target. Infield pass, lob over one, not past the post, and a clear back to mid.
I don't want to say they're ego chows, but their challenges are fantastic. Each and every time, Alems, nobody has had time. All the way from the midfield is when the challenge starts to happen, and they are getting contact on each and every one of these challenges. So with 10 seconds remaining, Guild just needs to hold on a little bit longer. Granted, that lob is going to make things dangerous. An easy save on the goal line. One last opportunity. Challenge to hopefully come on through. It's still straight down in front of net. Sniper to leave it away. Ducks can't find it. It'll touch the ground, and Guild take game 3.
Well. Looks like, Jigsaw, you do indeed know ball. Call it out. The fact that we don't think we're seeing sweeps here. We definitely think there's at least one game Guild's going to be able to get, and that's a solid way to obtain it, because this is the first time I feel like where we see them execute on a plan, get some goals, and they're not just giveaway goals. These are something that really had to be carved out from really seemingly nothing, and then play the effective defense on the back half. ACD, I wouldn't necessarily say are frustrated, but this is not a feeling they're too familiar with in this game, where they're getting off their set and shots, and not too many of them are that high percentage.
Now, what astounded me, though, was the touch count between the two teams. Guild Academy under 100 as a team, while ACD is easily over 130 touches. So when it came to ball possession and time, ACD had the majority of it. It just came down to the likes of Guild Academy, again, challenging in that midfield before any play could even start to culminate. And then all of a sudden, it dribbles out, and it seems like whenever things don't go ACD's way, they just don't know how to recover or what to do completely following.
And this is something that we touched on in the pre-show, is that best of sevens, especially on Championship Sunday, where the psychological aspect, you stress the grit of the players is really the most relevant. This is where it comes into play, because you have played well in Game 1. In fact, you played even better in Game 2. Game 3 is not going your way. How do you respond? ACD maybe about to put on a clinic, at least for their hopes. Hope that Alems can maybe kick them off with another goal, and indeed, she will answer that call.
You predicted it from the start to the finish, but no challenge comes early. April just kind of has to throw her way up, and Alems, you see the extra touch, it technically is a 50. partly through that aerial, the control and the angle of the car in favor of Alems to get that early shot. And now she's gifted right off the boot, but Pads a great challenge to deny early.
Going to be shut down on that near post side. Sniper with the high lob, I do like that as it resets the demo, allows the next rotational player to be able to move on up, and here she is, as we're going to see the tuck up forward. It's actually unfortunately going to go a little bit backwards from Pads. Almost still works out, but it'll be hard to beat out ACD on an infield pass when the delay is in.
Shot early, comes quick from Alems, but good last second save by April. Ducks back down in front of net, another shot denied by Sniper this time. Sniper able to get it out. Iglesias toward the back end of the field. Getting Alems a ton of boost. Will start to transition. Does the air dribble. Gets the flip reset. Looking for the bump, but the save is there instead and no bump will be found.
Yeah, the cars do not flex in Rocket League. They can't bend over backwards. And sometimes it almost feels like they're playing limbo in plays like that, where you see Alems get a touch and then just dive bomb you. You have to go underneath that demo, but you also have to get forward to get the touch. That can be a situation many a team would give up a goal. So glad to see Guild Academy surviving that last foray. Now it's about doing it yet again. Awkward read. Sniper will get it the first time off the sidewall. Ducks quickly up over the top. That should be open for Alems. And it's almost like at any time that ball is inside that deep on the goal line, it's always going to be in.
Yeah, the finishes for ACD are quite phenomenal, and Ducks can't set Alems up any better, beating off that corner into the back wall in front of the net in the box where it needs to go. Great placement, now kickoff potential, Sniper the pop, and Guild got a kickoff goal last game, will not find one here.
That's able to get the first touch, and it looks like April might be able to get to this one, if not for the worst bounce I've seen. It really caught everybody by surprise right there on the Guild side, and on the other side of the field, we'll see a counter, but not finished off. Cloudy looking for a different read on that one, and now Guild will just be able to take a sigh of relief and then maybe build from the back. And I say that lightly, it takes some boost to be able to get that one out. Up until that one touch away, April was the only one with boost on Guild.
Now ACD still shooting from the corner. Sniper able to pop up in midfield. Ducks waiting though. Beats, gets the flip reset, uses it to put it towards the other side, but the save easily made. ACD peppering this backboard. It's Cloudy with the chance of shots. Cloudy to finish this one here, the third for ACD.
Alems, that's just brutal. The first fake and then the delay to make sure that a player challenges, and then right as it happens, it goes around. That's not the first time we've seen it from ACD. I'm sure today it is not going to be the last. They're so good at knowing when they have space and how to take it.
Now, Guild Academy searching for that answer back at ACD, but this game has been all ACD continuously. They've had a lot of space and time again for mechanics. They've understood the challenges are coming at them, and they'll often have to commit someone else to follow up in quick suit. Sniper reads this one well as it goes off the backboard, but fortunately Alems there first. Can take it only into another person's car. Pads straight down, can't get it underneath Cloudy. Still, ACD in such control. It's almost so fluid and beautiful the way you see them control the ball in the air. That area control is not easy to master, and ACD certainly has it under control at all times.
It's also how they use the aero control. It's not just air dribbles to set up a flip reset. It's making sure that they are looking and surveying the field. If the defense doesn't go, then hold the ball, take a 50. And if they do go, then let's try to offset it by using the reset or just a simple tap across to be able to keep it into open space. It's really just a demonstration that possession comes in many different forms. It's not always just getting passes and taking 50s. It's about giving what the defense provides and then just being able to put it right where the defense isn't. Guild, they're not too shabby at that as well. Pat's tried to sneak one throw in the near post, but ACD had the entire goal line stacked for it.
Lots of demos coming out. Could be frustration. Could be Guild trying to open up a play at the back end of this game. April will find this save here, but it's been a shutout for Guild the first 4 minutes of this game number 4. And it likely looks like it won't change with the possession game. Alems off the sidewall gets this one almost on through. Another save counted for Guild, but saves won't win them anything at this point. They need 3 goals, and that's about 15 seconds for each goal at this point. Clears aren't coming through. Midfield totally occupied by ACD, and time running out quicker than they would like.
And you can see these wider rotations from ACD. With the panic that Guild has to show, it's super hard to be able to not only hold on to your boost, but get the clears, pass it upfield, break down the defense. And ACD knows that. And this is the kind of mid-game adjustments that come in when your comms are so solid, as that's going to be a solid save off the goal line to spare them from a 4th goal on the side of Guild. But either way, ACD, they knew they had to control this game. And at this point, obviously, just ending this one mercifully, looking like it will most likely be 3-0. But the series at 3-1, match point for ACD to try to go on to Grands.
Yeah, I think this is what most people were anticipating and expecting. ACD, great adaptations, a little bit of adjustments in game number 3 in order to again make their position dominant in this series. But overall, you can't ask for anything better. They executed on plays upfield. They kept aerial control, and I didn't realize the score was that skewed. Oh my.
Yeah, Alebs, please let someone else touch the ball. That's 70 touches, more than both of her teammates combined, and then 10 shots on the squad. I don't think I've ever seen a stat line that unusual.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it when it popped up. I'll be honest. It shocked me a little bit more than anticipated. Maybe we get to see all the Lem shots here, but it was really quite fantastic to see her getting so many different looks from her teammates, as well as just setting up her teammates. It's really an all-around effort for ACD.
Yeah, I will say that one is a bit more of the top-heavy play. But again, this is something that I'm not really that upset about, because sometimes I have worried about teams in terms of their overall composition of saying, well, if one player is doing most of the scoring, then what happens when that game has an off day, or when they're not hitting their shots? Then you have to rely on everyone else. I don't think that's a problem with ACD. And the best part is that when you do have a player that is playing so well in a unit like Alems is, if they are having an extraordinarily good day, then even better. Just keep feeding them the ball and watch it continue to go into the goal. So we're kicking off into the next game here, a dire game for Guild over here on DFH Day, trying to see if they can dig deep and try to shake off all these one-sided games, because when they win, it's close, but sometimes on these losses, it really gets out of control. They need to make sure they get started and make sure it's a solid effort, particularly starting the backfield.
Able to get the beat April, who had, I believe, 5 saves last game. Can't do much in this one. Alem's already adding another to her score line. Just overwhelming offensive pressure from ACD to start.
That's crazy, because Pads even gets on that rotation on that near post, specifically because she knows that shot's going to come in. And if you had to paint the sections of the goal and in which it's the only place Alems could have put that, it's exactly where she shot it. That's just incredible accuracy.
We'll see if the accuracy continues for ACD. I already like that they're heating up to start in this one. Ducks the beat after the first challenge, a couple of other beats. Cloudy a little bit too far forward. Alem's able to send it to Ducks, who does find the beat, still has a flip, puts it off the backboard, but unfortunately it bounces towards the side wall and no shot will come out of it. A little bit of space for Guild, a 50 that may or may not go their way, but Ducks finding that read is able to at least send it off towards this corner.
Maybe on the far side, April trying to gather this one, and that does. That's going to be 2 defenders, and maybe even a third on the dunk. April, the roller of a Cloudy, is able to sense the danger on the goal line. Double tap straight down across the middle. That's going to be a whiff, and Lems will somewhat predict that. I'm not entirely sure how, but either way, it will somewhat release the pressure that is starting to build on the ACD half, as Ducks is just going to wait for everyone else to get the boost and then unleash a musty. That's insane. I don't know how April read that.
Creativity on shots. You're seeing a lot of more tricks pulled out of the bag at this point. And what else do you have to lose for Guild than to throw everything at them? ACD trying to keep things unpredictable as they've continued to dominate on the offensive end of the field. This one already cleared up, a bump even to Suit, but Cloudy can't get the pass over to Ducks, who's waiting on that sidewall. Sniper being patient, sees the 2, finds the 50 in the open space, but Alems to get there first. Pads the read, quick to it. Pads can't find the touch, but it's an open opportunity for April, who can only send it to the back wall where Alems is waiting and demoing, and everybody in Quick Suit finding these touches.
the deflection. That's going to go straight to pads. Last player on defense. You got to be careful, Guild, because they're moving up, and that means there could be an open net to shoot at. Bit of double commit. That's going to be off the sidewall, right back into the middle. And April, reliable goalie for Guild, is going to rack up yet another save on the total. Now Sniper trying to make do with that save, but just going to be beaten now. ACD doing just enough to deflect most of these Guild's attempts.
Clear out here, quickly taken away by April. Pads has a blocker, and April able to finish because of Pads upfield. Great opportunity for Guild. There's first a demo, and then a 2-on-1 that April is able to shoot over.
That's why you have to have a wide field of vision. I don't just mean the POV on your camera. Pads is rotating out of that play. Most likely ACD is probably thinking, okay, that's not going to be a relevant aspect of the play. But no, then she just tears right around a quick 180, and the defense has to freeze, because if not, they're going to get demoed. The problem is, even if you don't get demoed, there's nobody on the shot. Difficult angle, but Guild makes it count. Really clutch playmaking.
Passes back and forth. Simple play, simple game. ACD just draw this one up real nice.
I do like that back and forth, but also the vision there. A lot of people are saying, well, why do you need the extra pass? We can see why. The defender had no idea what was about to happen. They had to hit the brakes just to hope that they were in the position to be able to get most of the options covered, and clearly it is not. Alems has been a sharpshooter. That's honestly the most impressive part of the game. Everyone, a lot of people have seen, there's some nice air dribbles. You see a decent amount of flip resets, but it is incredibly difficult to be presented with a shot that needs to go in a specific position to get past the defender, and it almost always goes exactly there.
ACD controlling again in the upper front field. Ducks sending it down. ACD taking their time. It doesn't feel as rushed as we've seen earlier. Ducks picking up boost here, looking for that double tap read. It will pop out into midfield, but a little miscommunication between Malems and Cloudy. They double commit on that play. Ducks still in control. Cloudy up on this one. Not able to get the touch, but Alems on the rotation back has an opportunity. A slow touch. April, an open net to work with, but the respawn will have two defenders back for ACD to save that opportunity. Guild searching still for ways to go, but Alems, a couple of tricky touches and a rolling ball into the corner puts the lead even further ahead for ACD.
I think when we mention mechanics, this is the stuff that I don't feel like gets mentioned enough. Everyone focuses on the crazy stuff, but sometimes it's just about the simple recoveries. Deflects off the sidewall, 90% of the time, that's just an easy collect for the offense. But nope, it's a double tap. And then you can see not only the first player, but then the backup player had no idea that that was about to occur. It turns what looked like a weak clear into a cross-court carry. ACD just so good, and now they know that they are in the driver's position. They just have to make sure the rest of this clock ticks on down, and ideally, shots like that do not go in.
Ducks, the control, the flip reset, the beat over one. Guild's Academy stunned. Too much to move at this point. Demo put their time on the clock. In fact, I almost thought Ducks was about to own goal on herself, but it doesn't end up going on through. Look at the doink, Pads. Great save at the last final second, but time, I think, has run out for Guild's Academy. Game number 5 to go to ACD as they punch their ticket to the grand finals. Top 2 prize pooling deserved.
And not going to be surprising anybody within the Rocket League esports space, particularly if you have followed this team. But it was a valiant effort from Guild. And like most of these games that we have seen, it is going to the favorite. But for the most part, throughout that series, it was ACD really just trying to punch away at Guild. But you saw those moments where Guild was really kind of throwing ACD for a loop that they didn't know how to handle it. So it's just about teams showing, hey, it is possible to make sure you take down these teams, but it's going to have to take a bit more of an effort. I'm excited to see how Guild is going to progress the rest of the season, because clearly ACD is in mid-season form already.
Yeah, I mean, again, ACD and Ducks, I mean, I'm thinking Alems and Ducks have had that duo synergy before. Cloudy looks very comfortable with that roster. I'd like to see that they're still human. They're at that series. They struggled. They did lose that single game, but they had the adjustments. They changed, they formed, they made a new strategy, and they executed that strategy to give them that success later. That not only shows the talent on the surface level of that team is great, but they still have the mental capacity throughout that series to talk as a team, make the adjustments, and execute them so well. It was really quite impressive to see. Even if the little bump in the road was there, they came through over it.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times when you are a team as good as ACD, half the time it's not even like, what are we doing? It's really just saying, wow, good game by them. Anyway, moving on. Because it's just confidence speaking at that point. There's definitely a confident team. You can tell just by the way that they do play. They're never afraid to take on a solo play, but even then, you can see them getting experimental just in the middle of a play. We mentioned that they had a doink counterattack that was just kind of this jankily thrown together bit of passing, but it worked really well because they're all on the same page. They're just trying to be creative out of the box, and it's really hard to counter. I do not blame Guild for struggling with it because everybody has been struggling with this roster. So a valiant effort from them again, from Guild, still one of the best teams in all of Europe in Women's Rocket League in general. So as the rest of the women's circuit continues to develop, I think that is not going to be a name you're going to be seeing for the last time. I definitely see them reaching further and further up those standings as they continue to implement themselves as a technically new kind of pickup for the Guild Academy.
Well, we're going to go head to a short break. We're going to be back. We're going to potentially have an interview. We're going to get our thoughts from Ash as well. So stay tuned for more Star Chasers Showdown, presented by Ally, brought to you by Radiant.
Sometimes, honey, me, you want a little bit of gasoline. I burned out, so to speak. Come a little closer. Here's some disclosure. Do you mind to quit your pretending? Truth or false, the shit never ending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see, I'm begging, you hear me begging. If you're sick for love, don't try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you denied it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you deserve respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words. No, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right. Let's take our time and choose. Whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jello. I got room and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not about love, again. And I know you deserve respect.
What a match there between ACD and Guild Academy to secure that first spot within the grand finals of the EU region for the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. ACD, they had an insane performance, and of course, Chixie, you were talking about her earlier on before we went straight into the game. Alems is this player where I'm not as familiar with her because I work mainly within the women's Rocket League scene, right? But she's been out there in the open scene, and seeing her now coming in here for Star Chasers Showdown, she put on quite a show.
Yeah, she's totally gave us everything and more that we've talked about her. Almost making day 4 EU qualifiers was kind of what I mentioned earlier. Has played with Ducks in those qualifiers previously, just consistently is very much in the top of the EU professional or semi-professional bubble, whatever you want to phrase it, scene. She tends to be there, and for a while people are saying no matter if this ACD roster was playing on the EU or the NA side of things, just the combination of them proves to be deadly between both NA and EU.
Yeah, and the thing about Alems that is so impressive is that a lot of times in Rocket League there's skill expression. You can tell why someone's good because of all the ridiculous things they're doing. But even just the fundamentals, this highlight package, half of it is just a flawlessly paced shot from the midfield, or really just a perfectly timed flick, or maybe just being able to adjust on a hard angle and being able to put it between the sticks. A lot of players miss some wide open nets, or at the very least throwaway chances. Alems is not one of those players. If it's on her hood, it is going on target, and it's usually going in the back of the net.
And for that reason, there's no surprise that she is going to be the Ally Match MVP of the semifinal, right? It was insane how much just value Alems was able to find within this matchup. I think she probably held the majority of touches throughout the entire series there, Chixa. It's pretty crazy, but tell me a little bit about what Cloudy and Ducks were able to do as well to help support Alems in these ventures.
Well, I think earlier, especially in the first 1 or 2 games, Alems had a lot of shots, but not necessarily a lot of goals. And that's because it was more peppering of shots and cleanup by both Ducks or Cloudy, as well as, I mean, them technically being assists in the sense that they were a shot on occasion. And I liked how Cloudy, as well as, of course, Ducks, had the opportunities to pass with one another. They were often combining more than I think them with Alems, who tends to do well in just these solo situations. She always consistently finishes up. So as a team, they're very cohesive together, and it's nice to see that either one of them, I know Ducks or Cloudy, in a different situation could also be that MVP player standout.
Yeah, it's pretty insane how any one of these players are able to pick it up, but we actually get a chance to talk to one of them now. We're going to head over towards an interview with Cloudy this time around on the side of ACD. And Cloudy, congratulations on your win, making it over to Grand Finals for the first match of the day. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm doing great. I'm having a very good day. The match went well. We kind of wish that we didn't drop that one game, but it's still going very well.
Always striving for perfection. I mean, I think it's no surprise, too, looking at this ACD roster. I feel like seeing this team's recent results heading into the 2024 season, how does it feel knowing that there's kind of now this expectation within the EU region for Women's Rocket League? I think a lot of eyes are on ACD for being almost the new raid boss of the Women's Rocket League scene within EU.
Honestly, it could be worse in my opinion, because being like the team that people like have high expectations of and that people want to watch it as well, it's kind of a good feeling, but at the same time there's obviously some pressure on you because you don't want to mess up, you don't want to lose games that you shouldn't lose, you don't want to just mess up overall, but it's just still a good thing.
Yeah,
because pressure is not always bad.
No, that makes sense. It's a bit of a double-edged sword in that kind of way. There's good parts, and then there's the parts that are a bit more difficult to deal with. And speaking of things that may be not necessarily difficult to deal with, but changes for you as a player, Cloudy. You were previously playing in the NA region last year, subbing in there for Gen G for a bit of a time, and I was wondering what that transition was like for you. Are you happy being back home in EU Women's Rocket League, and what was that experience like in general?
Well, it was kind of a last second thing, like subbing in for Gen G and also playing with them for like the rest of the season. But switching back, or like going back to EU is overall just better in my opinion, just because there's no ping disadvantage and there's no struggles like that, like limit you with your fundamental skills, I would say. So yeah, that is very nice. But also, one like kind of bad and sad thing is that the EU region overall isn't as well. It doesn't have as many teams as NA, so there's sometimes always like a difference when it comes to seeding or just qualifying overall. But I can't complain. Like I'm enjoying being back. I'm enjoying it being back in the EU.
That's good. Well, welcome back also to the EU side of things. And with how roster mania has been going around within Women's Rocket League, right? You know, yourself being a part of that as well, with coming in with this new team with ACD. I want to hear a little bit more about the origin story for ACD. How did you guys come together, and what are your goals for the future as a team?
Well, Alems and I tried to team for Supergirl Gamer like back in the day, but there were some inconveniences and we ended up getting banned from the tournament. But ever since then, we've kind of been looking forward to playing together in a team. And since Dux and Alems are very close, they always like teamed, always played ranked together and all. So being like their third and also like playing different tournaments with them, for example like the Stride tournaments, it's just a nice experience because it's a very chill but also competitive environment with a lot of encouragement towards each other. So that is very nice, and we would want to stick for future female tournaments, and maybe get in like a weekly tournament like overall. And
Okay, cool.
I think that's
It's
it.
Yeah, it's nice to hear like how natural it was for you guys to kind of get together in that kind of sense, and it's so important to have such a comfortable like team environment to be working in as well. I know that you obviously are waiting for grand finals later. I don't want to keep you too much longer. We have to get to our second semifinal, but I do want to give you a chance to give any shout outs or thank yous while we're on stream right now, before I let you have like a little break or continue to keep warm in the server.
Well, first of all, I would shout out my teammates, obviously, because they've just been great. It's been a lot of fun and hopefully continues to be. And I also want to shout out our coach, Pascal. And well, overall, just want to shout out, like, encourage everyone, to be honest, in the women's scene, but overall, just in the Rocket League scene as well. If you want to get on big stages, if you want to make it somewhere, just keep putting in the time, keep being yourself, don't change for anyone, and keep your eyes on your goals because you're going to achieve them at some point.
Well, that's really lovely advice. Thank you so much, Cloudy, and good luck in grand finals. It was lovely speaking to you, and thank you for taking the time to do this interview. What a sweet interview. Cloudy's so nice. I'm looking forward to seeing how her and ACD look to do in grand finals, but we do have that second semis final match coming, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. Don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that fair. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, but showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even wanna play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to wanna stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, but showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later. 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my towels right from my heart. You laid them down before my eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time.
We've already found our first grand finalists in the likes of ACD here within the EU region for the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. We've got a second semifinal on the way now, and we got to see how everything's kind of panned out, because ACD, they took that 4-1 in this initial semi, and this was kind of the expectation here, Trixa.
Yeah, I would say, in fact, I think I perfectly predicted 4-1 ACD for our first semifinal. ACD is, again, the quote-unquote best team in the entirety of Women's Rocket League right now. Granted, we'd love to see who our NA finalists would be against them. Maybe that's a show match for another time, but it's impressive to see how well they did, how, again, the adjustments were made, and how excited they are to be together as a team. As you mentioned, the interviews have been wonderful with the players, and Cloudy was a perfect example of that. But Shorty's Cat Jam, this is an interesting one because Shorty's did so well in their bracket, and Cat Jam had the ACD hurdle that kind of we struggled with, or they struggled with per se.
Yeah, and looking over at this Shorty's roster as well, right, Taco? I know we talked about it so much yesterday. The fact that you're looking over at Slumpy and Alanis being that core from Endpoint previously, and then you also have the fact that we're looking over at Serac to be this third filling in and rounding out this team.
It's something that is difficult to do because when we think about the women's scene in Slumpy and Alanis, we think of Takara and being able to say, oh, that's the trio, and then it's broken up. And you have huge shoes to fill, not necessarily due to maybe the lack of skill or rather like anything due to that, because Sarah has shown that she's playing phenomenally. It's more so just like if you take a gear out of the machine, does the machine still function as the same? And I think we are seeing, yeah, it's pretty dang good. It's 12-1 on the game. That's a plus 11 goal differential through group play. They swept their way through qual, so clearly it's still working. The issue is now we're mixing up the matchups. You have to play Cat Jam, who is quite the formidable squad, so this is going to be truly the biggest test yet.
Yeah, this is another scary roster to look at here when you've got your eyes on Steven, Crimson, and Ravina. It's a similar story of having that core Chixa previously in Resolve there for Steven and Crimson, then Ravina from Misfits to round out being that third player. And they've been doing well, and Taco put it perfectly, I think. The big difference in what the scorelines we're seeing there from that group stage did have to do with the fact that they were in that same group with ACD.
Yeah, ACD though, they only took one game off of them, which makes me feel like a lot of people are looking at them. Maybe, Shorties won't be too big of a hurdle, but Shorties, I think, have just as much of a chance to win this series as Kanchem does. If there's a more evenly matched pair at this point, it's these two that are playing up against each other. I think this goes to 7. This goes the full way because both of these teams are going to battle it out the entire time.
Well, Chicks is 1-for-1 from the day. Let's see if she can get 2-for-2. Let's head into our second semi-final matchup here, Shorties versus Cat Jam.
So you mentioned we are in our second semi-final matchup of the day. We already have one team, ACD, that has ticketed themselves into the grand finals, but both teams now, two very formidable, well-known teams playing it out in our second semi-final of the day. The first one was not a sweep, and like I said, this one I believe is going the full length of the series because the talent on the field is phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing maybe people are saying, well, this might be a little bit more even, and it's really just going to come down to execution at the end of the day. Obviously, that's kind of what most games come down to, but I generally do mean that both these teams have high peaks, and it's, I think the mixture of Cat Jam being the relatively more mechanical team, I feel like they're a very flashy squad, versus Shorties, they're just so good at finding each other in space. I think the game that we saw yesterday on the main broadcast from Shorties, they were solid at constantly finding that connection to each other. They're always in the right position. So I think if they can maintain that, it's going to be difficult for really any team to come out of, especially Shorties being #1 in their group yesterday.
Yeah, Shorties also only lost their one game to Guild Academy, like we just saw ACD only losing one game to Guild. So if you put the same comparison back to back, it's not like ACD did any better against Guild than Shorties did. But of course, we can't use the distributed property like that for talent. It never works that way as much as we'd like to draw it up in our head. But I think Cat Jam, again, phenomenal mechanical team. I think you couldn't have phrased it any better. It's kind of mechanics over just technical baseline Rocket League skills.
Yeah, it's a lot of factors that go in, and I think a lot of people kind of underestimate some squads just because they're saying, well, you know, this is a squad that we're not necessarily seeing all the way at the top, but Shorties is 2/3 that endpoint roster. That was a team that went into the Rocket Clash, first ever women's LAN for Rocket League, and was able to make that top 4 in the entirety of the global women's game. So clearly it's a squad that can play in these high stakes situations, and they can step up to the challenge. They take games off those top teams, and now it's a chance to be able to march into the grand finals, really prove that this isn't just a fluke. This isn't just one more tournament where they get close enough. No, this is a tournament that they're trying to get into at least top 2. Game 1 underway. We'll see really what tale this is going to be told.
Well, already we have a bump in this ball just sitting here. Steven and Sarah combining, and Slippy taking the first shot of the game, easily saved away by Crimson. Crimson out to midfield, gets a second touchdown. And this is the feel we're out. Game number 1 that we're seeing both teams testing the waters. The shot again denied before even being made a shot. Huge clear for Sarek, and there comes the transition towards the other end.
Another tap over from Crimson. Is that 50 Zach going to be real dangerous all the way on the back post? That's going to be contacted off of the crossbar. Is apparently Ravina again coming in as lazy capybara, not able to actually net that one, but it's fine. I mean, the first try, just kind of showing the defense, got to be a bit more aware than that one.
Backboard. This is a dangerous situation for shorties to be on. But luckily, they're able to send it out. Steven trying to work that backboard. If we're looking at mechanics in particular, it's going to be Ravina doing the one-on-one plays. Steven and Crimson both well-versed in playing as a duo, at least from previous chemistry of teams. Crimson working that, and it's been Cat Jam in the offensive end pretty much the past minute. They've been peppering and peppering and peppering, but shorties, as we said, fundamentally sound in all the aspects of Rocket League, have yet to really let anything dangerous on target.
And indeed, they actually might be able to march on forward. If Ravina's not careful on this one, it's a little bit of a late challenge. There was even a demo potential coming down the stretch, but are able to circumvent that, and now throw it on forward for Crimson. That's going to be deflected back to Ravina. The bounce shot going to be directly into our goalie in Sarek, and being able to get another clear out for shorties. But we've yet to see them really sustain an offense. This is kind of what we're seeing most of the time. It's one ball forward and then just immediately volley back.
The pinch doesn't go in Cat Jam's favor. Clear shot just over target. Is the follow-up there. Slumpy slots it top left corner, and shorties on the board first in game one.
Slumpy, inaccurate username as always. She's always there when you need her, and that's a top shelf finish, both in terms of quality and also just in terms of the actual placement away from the goalie. And that's difficult to do because not only are you staring down the player on the goal line, but you're looking at the lady that's charging you right down to be able to get that 50. Cat Jam against the run of play, falling behind.
This one here, Crimson finding a way to potentially pick it up, but another 50. Ravina on here. The flick comes on through, but easily saved on the goal line. Alanis is there a little bit late. Follow-up by Sarah, denied by Steven. The rotations have been fast. A lot of challenges for both of these teams. Continuous 50s. Sarek safely saving it towards the corner. And another clear to come through for shorties in the space. Steven respawning where it needs to be, and Crimson almost getting the touch, but the 50 again towards the other end. Very low scoring game. Not many shots, not many opportunities.
The roller across. Sarek able to get a solid 50, and shorties rotates back, and Steven with the long clear. That's all well and good, especially if she can do something else with it. What a redirect, nearly finding its way on the near post. That's why you always have to be ready in Rocket League, because you never know when something's just going to come out on left field.
It's wild to see that Cat Jam is struggling to really find themselves in the offensive zone. They haven't set up any passing plays either. That's a little bit of a double commit, but again, Steven going for a solo play. It almost works out, except Slumpy very well puts that into the corner. Gets a safe spot. Gets a demo as well. Gives the space for shorties to clear this one out. It's all the way on the other end. Shot potential here. Backboard is the follow-up there for Slumpy. It is! More demos rain the goal line, but Slumpy able to find the finish.
And I have to say, Steven, that's one of those moments where you want it back, not only because it eventually goes in, but because the clear, a little bit overthought, didn't opt for the jump because she thought that the bounce was going to be close enough that that could get ricocheted out. But when it doesn't, it's immediately right down the gullet. Shorties showing that even if they are playing defensive, they're just biding their time, waiting for their chances. Something for Ravina, maybe a chance. The flip reset, I think maybe was the first thought, but instead playing for possession. Ain't too shabby either, near post, not going to be able to be reached.
Off the ceiling, Sarek having an opportunity here. Instead, it's brought back towards the shorties half. Slumpy off the corner. Has some time, sends it upfield. Shorties can't seem to culminate anything either. Cat Jam, again, struggling to find each other. I'm waiting for the passes. I'm waiting for the mechanics to beat out one and give this ball up to another. Can Steven lay it up for somebody here? It's saved on the goal line, and still Cat Jam denied from their first opportunity.
And we'll be able to see the continuation of Shorty's defensive wall start to set up, as now they're starting to march a little bit farther forward. I said in the beginning that it felt like Shorties were just kind of sitting back, clear, and then sitting back again, and it was just kind of just clear simulator for the most part. But now you can see the midfield line starting to get pushed back here, and even better, they are run down all this time. At this point, it's just about possession. Zarek not able to really maintain it on this one, but it doesn't really matter because that's triple zeros. Shorties taking a game comfortably down the stretch in game one.
It was a pretty quiet game, all things considered. executing as needed is what Shorties did. They only had 3 shots from Slumpy, of which 2 were throw-ups from Sarek, who were able to get the pass on through. It was really solid fundamental gameplay on the Shorties half. What I'm surprised again with is Kacham just not having that offensive pressure that we're used to seeing. Where was the aggressiveness? Where were the mechanics to come out? They had one good opportunity at the end, and that was denied with a brilliant save.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing that you have to kind of go back to, and I do like you highlighting that insane save, is that it's not like Cat Jam is just helpless, and they're not just flailing around with no thumbs. Like, these are good shots. There's some solid offense being formed, but the thing is that when you do have the team like Shorties, the defense is like an onion. There's layers to it. And also, at times, it brings a tear to my eye. It's so beautiful to watch a team rotate around each other so cleanly and always have a plan. It's like there's never really a moment where Catjam was able to just pierce straight through and get a solid shot off. It's really going to have to be a lot more unconventional as we head into game 2.
Well, that gave me a tear to my eye, but for the wrong reasons, I'm laughing. Oh my goodness. I'm going to use that for my next coaching session with my college students, because I don't think they'll take me seriously after that, but that's all good. Interesting thoughts by Coach Taco. Duly noted, and we'll see if any of the teams take our thoughts to heart. I don't think they're listening in on stream, but we have had the occasional comment come from a player who was actually in the lobby, so you never know sometimes what they decide to do, but we'll see. Game 2 upon us. Catjam still yet to score their first goal. I'm waiting for them to have the first opportunity for themselves, because again, them not scoring for me with the level of talent they have on the field just completely surprises me.
Trying to get all the way around, but again, just bit by solid 50. That's just positional masterclass right there from the Shorties. Is sometimes when you are facing a team that likes to air dribble, like take down the field, you want to take your time and kind of slowly build up, and I was not ready for this one. I was waiting for the back post to slide on through, but instead it's only Slumpy getting on that one.
Slumpy has been phenomenal for the quote-unquote cleanup crew job, constantly in that box to finish up plays. She has been the only one to score for Shorties thus far, just because of how adept her positioning is.
Being able to get those goals off is why I really do like squads like this. And you mentioned the term cleanup crew. That really is what it has to be. These aren't necessarily the most breathtaking goals, but it doesn't really matter because it's still beating out the defense. There's just cutting them down bit by bit, getting those demos as well, and as well as maybe something a bit fancy. Okay, I get it. Let's put it into a redirect. Alanis from cross court.
Alanis, hello? Solo play, she never touches the ground. And that entire play, she stays high, reads the bounce, has the aerial control to position her car to make her touch on target. Brilliant play for Shorties. They're again up by 2. May I say almost 3 right off the rip, off kickoff. Manages to find one here. But is the transition good for Catjam? No, still denied. Still a drought of scoring for Catjam.
Steven trying to remedy that by throwing it over to Rabina, but with something getting in the way, not the best clear, and even still, the shot still had a difficult angle to have to get past every single person stacked on through. And that's something I've also noticed about Shorties, is that they're not afraid to really just stack the goal line, because they know when they get on offense, they are razor sharp, slicing through the back line. Alanis getting another.
Now we're seeing Slumpy and Alanis play together, the duo, understanding where and how each other can play, the capabilities and how to work off one another. It's nice to see Alanis was ready for Slumpy's touch, has the follow-up off that 50, off the deflection from the Catjam opponent, and finishes it up. Shorties, they're playing like clockwork. Everything is where it's supposed to be. Every decision well made. Nothing has been flagrantly bad. They're just consistent.
And when we do have games like this is where we talked a lot about how teams deal with things when you come to a loss zone. We did see Guild Academy take a dub over the side of ACD. We were wondering, I mean, how is it going to look on the comms? How do you deal with losses? I think for the most part, you kind of just shake it off and laugh and say, hey, really good game by them, let's move on. This is where I feel like we're starting to approach the territory for CatGem, where it's probably more frustrating than anything else. Yes, obviously Shorty's playing well, but it's not just that they're playing well, it's that CatGem can feel like they're not doing anything. It's like they're kind of just punching a wall and hoping it eventually breaks. So, as I mentioned, they need to think a little bit more outside the box. Passes like that help, but even still, from midfield, you're going to have to maybe add something on. Even a demo is just not enough.
Don't tell me they get it. Ugh, I thought that transition would turn into another goal. This one just a little bit high as well. And a lot of on the rotation, able to find the save on the way back. Slumpy over, back to Sarek, who's trying to set herself up. Crimson backboard, well done. Able to get the 50 here again. But still Shorties have denied CatGem even longer. Is there a touch that finally goes through? Is there a shot that finally gets past that orange goal line? For now, it's a no. Steven even going up there. This is 2/3 of the Williams Resolve roster that previously was undefeated in Women's Rocket League, and they cannot be really any success. There's not any success for them on the goal line. They're about to have 10 full minutes without a single goal.
And that's a timer you do not often see reach past really one game, because eventually you kind of figure things out, you start to adjust, but even still, I'm seeing the adjustments. I'm seeing more infield passes, I'm seeing kind of these baited in plays, and even still, look at Shorties knowing their angles. They know that even that play off the corner does not need to be reached because it's going to be shut on down, but you can't cover everything. Ravina eventually will get her due, getting the defensive dribble, be able to just slowly take it past one, and a beautiful flick past the second.
Did say the one-on-one plays would be Ravina in particular. 9-minute and 8-second drought for CatGem until their first goal. Hopefully this gives them the momentum and confidence that they need. Ravina certainly looking for something more. The flip reset into the shot, but Slumpy saving it well. Steven, even the follow-up there, won't get any more than into Alanis' car, who even tries to bump Crimson on the down. Slumpy still there, 30 seconds. CatGem looks like they have a little bit more energy in them, but is it enough in the final 25 seconds to find two?
After given all that space in the midfield, Lannis has really all the time in the world, probably just set down the control and read a book a little bit, because if you're going to allow her to come down the field like that, she will take it. It doesn't even need to be on target, because once you're in positions like this, or if you're Shorties, you're just about not losing the game, which is a lot easier for some teams than others. The Shorties have had a good defensive structure. It has proven effective yet again. They will just let this one slowly roll on the turf, ticking on down. Yet another game win from them.
Impressive, to say the least, from Shorties. I expected a little bit more of a fight, a little bit more even of a series, but it's been Shorties that have been consistent time and time again, that have utilized the entire roster at time for different plays, different moves, assists, pass, goals, whatever it is. Everyone's doing their job, and it's not flashy, but it's exactly what's needed to do the job.
And being able to also crash through as you look at the replays. Slumpy getting something, Alana's getting something a lot more flashy. Poor Ravina, you can see her just on the outside edge of that video trying to get on back, and this is just chipping away. They're not even necessarily general mistakes from CatGem. They're just being forced into situations that they just do not have an answer for.
Ravina finding the only goal there with that flick, with the one-on-one play, playing patient for someone to beat out one. At this point, what can we really tell CatGem to do other than to maybe increase the urgency, demo a little bit more, use Ravina's and the rest of the mechanics to beat out one player and hope for another? I personally don't have any other comments. Taco, you have any other thoughts for CatGem here in the remainder of the series?
Take a deep breath. I think the worst thing you can do when you are in a series where now other squad, they're halfway to the sweep, they're playing well, the goal differential's getting crazy on the far side. The worst thing you can do is say, oh my god, hope that doesn't happen again. No, it's a brand new game. You just reset, trust your game plan, and ideally try to just switch things up. And if something's working or feeding a player, then just go with that, because right now Shorties is controlling everything in this game, particularly with getting downfield and beating out these reads. Nice little chase from Slumpy, although the second follow through was not there.
Then over to the other end, Crimson will thread the needle, gets past the defense, and Catjam on the board first in the first 36 seconds.
It's strange because Crimson is not necessarily a name that we take until game 3 to really highlight much in a lot of these games. That's a solid finish, but you have to notice the lead demo coming across makes the defender jump. It doesn't look like it does a lot, but as you can tell, even just a little hesitation on the defensive side means sometimes your angles get completely messed up.
Over back towards the other end. This one high. Slumpy looking for the follow-up. Steven sending it down, but Sarek there instead to deny. Crimson demoed for her efforts, and Slumpy unfortunately going the wrong way. We'll just give it up to Alanis, who sees Sarek there in midfield but can't get the pass going. Sarek in a difficult situation, understands she's being bumped, but the recovery there into the save will keep Catjam from scoring another. Granted, that doesn't mean they're going to try again. They find one shot here, but again, the defense works on out.
Crimson, far side, will have a double. In fact, even better than that, extension as well. I would like to see it back up there, but actually saw Steven kind of back up, try to take out that middle play. Potentially Crimson had a separate idea from what Steven did on how that was going to develop, but either way, that's another attack by the wayside, which now Shorty to slowly build. A pre-jump not going to go through. Alanis with another 50, almost opening things up, but rare moment where Slumpy wasn't immediately there to clean up the pieces.
Crimson over or underneath one or two, but not unfortunately on target, as Steven and the rest try to get themselves out of it. It's again a reset for Catjam. Backboard here, just a little bit too high to execute. Alanis still trying to find more touches. Shorties have not had a goal yet, and this is, I think, their longest drought in a series so far. Granted, it hasn't been that long with just over 2 minutes on the clock, but a very quiet game scoring wise. I expected in general this series to include more goals and more shot opportunities, but the majority of the game is being played in that mid 50% of the field.
And this is typically what kind of happens when we reach the midpoint of the series, and necessarily 2 games in out of 7 is not necessarily the middle, but in terms of where we get into really the thick of things, where both teams kind of understand where they stand, what's working, what's not, and you're having multiple games then to be able to talk things through. And right now from Catjam, they're looking a bit more steady. They're not trying to race down the field. They're actually building an attack instead, so that when there's an initial shot, there's someone there for the follow. And after the next rejection, you have your third probably filling in the gaps. So I think right now you're starting to see the pre-jumps come through. You're starting to see them beat out into the corner. And right now, not necessarily it's completely shaking off Shorties, but as you've noticed, a lot less offense from our orange side.
Granted, I wouldn't say the orange half had a lot of shots earlier on in the day. I mean, game 1 was 3 shots by Slumpy and 2 goals, and that was it. That was kind of the only thing they needed to be successful. So it only takes 1 or 2 opportunities for Shorties to generally get a lead and get things going. Granted, they've still struggled. Like I said, the majority of this game is in that middle part of the field, which means we aren't seeing any shots form unless they're pot shots from that midfield mark. Maybe a nice clear here will be on target. Ravina able to get the save at the last second, but time. Catjam just trying to hold on as best as they can with that remaining time on the clock. Still putting, again, those pot shots on, but it's continuous clear after continuous clear.
It's keeping Shorty certainly penned into their half, as that first escape is going to go through. That flick is going to go well high, as it looks like Ravina just have enough on that to get the deflection, and even better, Crimson going to dance past 1. No more boost. That's fine because they're able to take it up and over. The demo play again is going to come on through, maybe trying to choose violence as Crimson, and maybe that is the strategy that they're looking for. It's certainly throwing the rotation off as we're entering the final 40 seconds. Shorty's still looking for that decisive chance to be able to get back in this.
Sarek, the pop in midfield, flying through. The demo as well comes on through. The bump missed, but now the follow-up by Alanis on the finish. Shorties bring the house, and the house ends up falling down.
Not only the demo, but then the follow-through bump from Sarek. Love to see it, being able to provide the greatest value on every rotation. Sometimes people just think, rotate forward, maybe threaten a bump, maybe steal a boost. Nah, bump one player, then just immediately keep on going. It's like dominoes falling. Eventually, you're going to get your reward.
Now we're in an interesting predicament. 20 seconds left, both teams tied at 1. Goals have been very difficult to come by. But is Catjam going to falter at this point? Are they going to not be able to get another goal? Or is it going to be an opportunity that we see from them that comes out of kind of the ashes in a sense? Maybe one last opportunity here off the corner. A huge pinch. Don't tell me that's on. But it's put down onto the field, and we see overtime in game 3.
Yeah, we didn't even get a statistic off that one. I think it was just barely off target on the far side. So either way, game doesn't register it, but this will be registered as an overtime, something we have not seen yet, being able to make its appearance here on the beautiful Utopia Dusk. So whether or not Shorties are going to be able to mount the 2-goal straight to get the comeback, I guess we'll just have to find out. Again, this is where I want to see CatJam, how they respond. Are they going to get panicky? They really shouldn't be. They played really well this entire game. It's the best that we have seen them. The problem is, doesn't matter if you don't make those reads. Ravina, not often one to miss.
Off the corner, though, Shorties still had the majority of overtime pressure. Back wall shot here. Is this one on? It's just over on the backboard. Shorties almost with the ending goal they need. Would have been an incredible comeback in game 3. But now we find ourselves back in that midfield mark. Steven with boost. Gets the flip reset, utilizes it to put in midfield. A miss was made, but instead nobody from CatJam to follow up on that mistake. So Shorties, they can just barely get by, and now to need to reset on defense and hope they can transition to offense soon.
Almost a pinch across. That one's going to go right down into the waterfall. Lannis is there. Long clear, and it should be sent right back by Steven. Indeed, it will be. Nobody in the backboard initially, as that one's going to bounce down. The catch, no, the immediate shot from Steven. Thought maybe going to be a bit more passive, but I think trying to catch the defense off guard and maybe giving another couple chances at that could have been in.
A couple of bumps coming on through. This one in front of net again. CatJam, another one of those teams that have been getting 90% of the way, just can't find the 10% finish. There's the extra 10% coming from Ravina. Finds the shot needed in overtime, and CatJam takes one game here.
Again, you're seeing a demo pave the way, and sometimes the defense just not able to get back in time. I've applauded Shorties for kind of packing the goal. Normally, it's not really something I like to see out of a squad, but for them, it's working up until it doesn't, when the other squad is forcing you to stretch out into the corners, have to approach them on their own terms, and then even have to contend with returning from the graveyard in time, which they were not able to do. Fantastic job by CatJam, as well as Crimson apparently wanted to take a leading role. 73 touches alone to lead the lobby.
Yeah, that's crazy stat line. What surprises me as well, CatJam with over double the shots of Shorties. 12-5. And the demo's incredible amount for Shorties, but that wasn't enough either for them. I think just a couple more mistakes on the Shorties side for them finding that one that Crimson was able to go through, and then letting that later shot with no challenge that Ravina was able to put on through. So very quiet game again for both teams. We're not seeing as much space and open opportunities, but you never know. I think at this point we're going to see some changes. We have to see some changes after game 3.
It seems like sometimes when you're watching teams, particularly when I'm looking at game 1 and 2, it's almost like CatJam is waiting for their goals or waiting for their shots to be able to come forward rather than actually making their own shots. And it sounds like that's kind of just semantics, and to a certain extent it is, but when we're looking at game 3, the contrast that I'm seeing between games 1 and 2 and their eventual win for CatJam is that they're forcing Shorties into weird positions. They're making mistakes out of seemingly nothing, and it seems like just like a small adjustment, but it works well for them because Shorties, they have the chemistry. That's what we were talking about really all of the day. They have the existing ability to be able to be in comms, always be on each other's back. So if you can disrupt that in any way possible, then that's at least your ticket into at least getting your first couple goals.
CatJam providing the pressure early on in this 4th game. They've been on the Shorties half for a majority of it. Unsure which way that demo went, but instead CatJam able to come out alive with it still on the half of Shorties. Granted, the 50s keep coming on through in that quarter field mark. Alanis searching for the clear. Slumpy not able to find it either with help. And Shorties, they do get this ball out and in the way, but temporarily again, they're struggling to get a good transition onto the other end so they can get some offense going.
It's not going to be a read on through, but that's fine because Steven is the only person that actually did end up reading that one all the way through. So Slumpy will have to rebuild. Flick past one, not past Ravina. Zerak, someone in an uncomfortable position. Ravina takes advantage of that. I like that little soft touch into the flick just to make sure the defense has to kind of wait for that touch rather than be able to clear it out themselves. But either way. Kind of anticipation on both sides, but also just not necessarily getting in the positions. There's some close calls, close shaves across a lot of these reads. Taking my cue, Alanis just barely getting that shot underneath, and therefore going to just kind of glide on by.
Big clear again for Shorty. Sarek almost able to get the read even after that clear was made. Ravina looking to get on through. Another low-scoring game that I'm sure is about to happen. Sarek the beat in midfield. The follow-up touch into the corner. Slumpy's waiting for the pass. Alanis instead maybe could find it, but unfortunately the miss. The defense wasn't there in rotation, but luckily at the last second, Steven to throw herself into that block. Shorty's an opportunity definitely missed if only the touch was made in front of net.
Psychologically, the most difficult goals are the ones that are open net sometimes, because you know that it all comes down to you to get the solid contact, and just don't think the calibration on the boost was quite right on that effort, but that's fine. No harm done. We're reaching halftime of game number 4, and it's still even up until Steven comes on through, almost going to be able to get that one through, but instead it's going to be Ravina taking over, looking for a pancake. How about a pass into Steven on the back post?
Katcham kept knocking on the door time and time again. We're getting all around the net, but on target passes almost not made, but Steven just rolls it on through. Good job for Katcham to finally break the defensive barrier of Shorties. Again, these goals have been hard to come by for these teams. Both of them equally struggling, but at this point, Katcham has given themselves a little bit more momentum and hopefully confidence with that as well, that they can surge forward and create more of a lead for themselves. With 2 minutes left, they still have time to score a couple more goals, but Shorties also have time for an answer, which they've been able to do.
One thing that we've noticed about Ravina in the past when she was playing over in NA for the Misfits roster is that she's not afraid of doing exactly what we just witnessed, taking a soft touch, slowly taking it down the field, and she's so trusting of her teammates to be able to play off her eventual 50s or those taps up and over the defenders, and now I feel like that's something Shorties have not been experiencing, and honestly, they do not really have the answer to it yet, particularly because nobody is on this one. It's just watching it float down to Steven for 2.
Yeah, Ravina's initial first touch, setting it up. Crimson gets a demo and a bump onto Sarek to leave that net wide open. Again, Katcham has to bring the entire house to play. They bring all 3 players. They decide to go for it, but they know Ravina's shot at the end of the day, or anyone's shot for that matter, will be on target to make the finish.
See Crimson coming through again. Not going to be able to get that angle, but still trying to pepper that backboard. Now the demo coming through, getting a little revenge. Is that another one off the bar? Apparently, the frame saying otherwise, but in the final 80 seconds, it's crazy how much this series has really swung on a kind of that central axis that we were looking at Shorty saying, man, doesn't really seem like there's much that can be done about them. And now suddenly it's Katcham really asking all the questions. And right now, other side just does not have the answers.
No, Shorties have gone silent. This would be their first game that they've been unable to score at all, and I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up that way. Another bump, an open net. Katcham to jam this one into the back. Steven, the third for them, and now definitely enough of a lead to secure game 4.
Cats' heads are bobbing both in the chat and I'm sure in the comms right now. They're gelling. Every single touch seemingly going to be dangerous. And even now, it's seeing that Shorties aren't even able to get much further than that midfield, that 50 into the bump, then getting that shot to be wide open. I mean, at this point, it's kind of extending what I think we already knew as the inevitable. It was a pretty controlled game from Katcham, and a third goal pretty much just kind of signs and delivers this one, be pushing us into game 5 on even territory. So I think right now, Shorties need to be taking the rest of this game, not even a focus to get back into it, but honestly just use it as a timeout. Take this 30 seconds and then the minute in between to really try to calm each other down, take a deep breath, and then try to get back to the fundamentals, because the last thing you want to do is just kind of brush it off and say, well, you know, we can get back into it. No, there's some problems that you're not adjusting for. This rotation is just not keeping up.
Yeah, a lot that I think these teams have to consider at this point in the game. Katcham finally getting into their flow state on offense, getting a couple opportunities here and there, and Shorties needing to adjust defensively to Katcham's newfound offensive pressure, as well as adjusting their defense back a tone. They were successful earlier at denying and being that brick wall, but they have yet to adjust again in order to prevent the scoring success from Katcham. A lot to consider at this point of the series, but it's tied up up 2-2, essentially all we have is a best of 3 in front of us.
And as we're seeing just from Shorties, the points alone, I mean, seeing Slumpy below 100 points is crazy to think about considering how involved she was throughout a lot of these early games. But Stephen Hattrick is going to be a masterclass there, and lovely to see the striking really start to come out in full relief. So with this game coming up, I mean, we don't have timeouts in this format, but I feel like this is about the time where you normally would want to take it and really just try to reset all the momentum, because CatGem is not only getting back into this game, I'm pretty impressed by just how much they're ramping up. It's not just getting game wins, it's slowly starting to really up that differential, even that touch amount from moment to moment.
They're getting the passes, they're getting the mechanics, they're clicking what we expect CatGem to click. Like, granted, they haven't hit anything ultra crazy on the pitch at all, but it's been consistent enough. It's been nice to see their offense progress in this one. Shorties, though, without a goal at all. A surprise, but that's what makes best of 7 so difficult to play. It's very rare that you have a team that can play a full 4 games out with just complete dominance. There's always even that little blip of a struggle with a game or two. So this is really the even game. 2 games first for Shorties, 2 games now for CatGem. Who has the momentum? Who changes? Who adjusts? Is it CatGem that's going to just win out at this point? They fumbled and then they got back up. They got into the groove of things. Or is Shorties going to answer back, get back into what we saw earlier, and find a way to win a game again?
It's really a lot of questions that can really only be answered by witnessing what's really going to go down, because, to be honest, game to game, it feels like we're watching different teams play. I'm blown away by how well the Steven and company have been able to step up their game plan, be able to change things on the fly, and not only that, but do it all simultaneously. Typically, you see 1 or 2 players trying something new, but the rest of the team kind of has to catch on and say, okay, I kind of see what you're getting at. But no, it seems like everyone universally is kind of just locked in, and all these ladies have been like, yeah, let's just try this out and really just full commit. Let's not just try to kind of like half measure our way into a win. It's really just a full-scale improvement, playing a bit more passive, using the solo mechs to kind of break down the defense. And obviously a healthy share of demos never hurt anyone, except for, maybe Shorties.
Maybe. Who really knows? I'm expecting to see a couple more demos, a couple more changes. I think if a player were to stand out at this point, or someone like Slumpy were to get back into, I'd see her as being the motivational speaker for the group per se, that kind of like the captain role to get everyone back on their feet, and I'm hoping that shows in the gameplay in this game.
Well, we're on to DFH for hopefully brighter pastures for both squads, as they're still trying to figure out this quagmire back and forth that we have found ourselves in. Certainly, it is favoring CatGem on the past couple of games. They are currently on a 2-game streak, trying to extend it to 3, and deflections like that, it's always a little dicey, but looks like Crimson was impeccably placed. In fact, almost dropped on it for the pinch.
Opportunity still looming for CatGem. They've been in this corner. Steven still actually has the rotation with their car, but unfortunately the third player will not commit, and Crimson commits a little late, and Slumpy's able to get it towards the back wall of CatGem. Steven back down, Slumpy the other way. Slumpy now searching. Ravina sending it on out, but only temporarily. Crimson back up towards the back wall. Slumpy well read. It's been quiet, like I mentioned in last game, searching for the goal and hopefully the start for her team. Miss here for Ravina, huge clear up field. Slumpy waiting. Crimson, though, has the touch, and Steven well read as well to follow it up into midfield.
Ooh, the catch and flick is nice, but you see Ravina kind of going left and right real rapidly to try to reposition to make sure that she was in the right position as goalie, and does indeed get that save. And this actually in the midfield means that Steven does get that clear downfield. Here comes Ravina, almost a man-to-man marked there by Slumpy, trying to get that touch up and over. Not something you often see, but fortunate positioning will rob away CatGem from potential promising attack.
This one popped back up. Steven sidewall misses the read. Alanis over, but can't get the connection. Crimson demoed for her efforts. Good thing Steven can pick up this ball. Here comes Ravina, back wall, but read so well into the other end of the atmosphere. Slumpy looking, unfortunately, doesn't get the best touch into midfield, so Shorties won't get a shot opportunity off of that. At least not yet, but at least in the offensive zone for a couple of tries.
long kind of probing clear downfield, and that's why it's so irritating, because it could get deflected into the shot. Double commit, actually, still from a harsh angle is Ravina, so really only going to be able to lob that one into the ceiling for Slumpy to follow up, but it's not over yet. Crimson had a look at it, but once that one back, just couldn't get the diagonal flip to line up.
Slumpy puts this one off into the corner. A couple of extra bumps. Solanas gets the read, but where's the follow-up on defense? There it comes. Slumpy again on the 50. Sarek into the corner, and that one isn't enough power. Steven, you're going to need to contest that. Alanis finds just enough of the piece and a follow-up touch to put it in that safe zone. Again, a quiet game, 0-0 scoreline. One goal could be the deciding factor. Can this one be jammed on in? It's everywhere but inside of the net. The clear still yet to be found. Steven lurking, picking it up, but this one is sent away.
And I really like the decisiveness from Shorties there. That was so easy to be able to sit back and kind of absorb pressure, but then instead Slumpy dives right in on Steven, gets a 50 and the temporary clear. So now, not necessarily that everything is reset, because that would imply that Shorties are getting forward. Right now, they are reaching the midfield and more or less hitting a wall that is typically Crimson. That's another steal away, now into Ravina from an angle. Steven thinking about going, but instead going to leave to Slumpy, who's going to circumvent one player. How about a cut past another? Steven with the high lob into Sarak with a demo to lead the way, but not the speed nor accuracy to be able to beat out Ravina.
Ravina setting up a play here in midfield herself, but again, quickly challenged, leading it into only another fizzled chance. This one, Ravina and Steven both up. Crimson last back. Does keep it close, which is exactly what she wants to do. Finds the demo, in fact, gets demoed herself, and the ball will stall only temporarily. Steven working that corner. Can she get back to it? No, instead, Sarek's there. And the midfield touch is made by Slumpy, and even extending further. Under a minute, golden goal territory. Either team who wins gets onto match point of the series. Such a vital game, and yet such a quiet one on the scoring front.
Nice, a decent volley to hold things in place, and really that's the positional masterclass we're seeing from Crimson. It seems like they're always kind of right in the way of a lot of Shorties' touches. Even these longer clears that are meant to somewhat reset the defense are actually not really throwing Crimson through a loop at all, and I think that kind of stable back line is really helping CatJam be able to stay in this game, not necessarily because they are struggling, but necessarily because Shorties have looked a bit more confident going forward, but it doesn't matter when the whiff comes through. Ravina from an angle, that's devastating.
Ravina. Good turn. Good way to stay with it. How many times have we seen someone leave the ball and you were angry at it? You were wondering why they didn't stay on that play, but Ravina stays greedy in that moment, which was fantastic. Bring the house. Take the chance with a couple of seconds remaining, because guess what? You just won the game off of it. CatJam now on match point.
And that is something that has to be something that you're banging your head into your desk if you're Shorties. Of course, you're allowed to feel frustrated, but unfortunately you only have 60 seconds to more or less get over it and focus on the next match, because that's going to put them on match point. That is 3 straight victories from Shorties. And even where it did feel like they were starting to figure out pressure and start to at least move forward a little bit, it's still just not quite enough. 4 shots, all they can muster. And as you mentioned, Chicks, I mean, it's not necessarily that they're putting up like 9, 10, 12 a game beforehand, but at the very least they felt a bit more lethal, like there was at least a bit more of a chance that CatJam wouldn't be able to manage.
Yeah, it really seems Shorties are struggling to get any sort of cohesion within the group. You're not seeing them connect with one another anymore. You're seeing them just be very discombobulated in general. I'm not feeling the fluidness of rotations or the connection between the teammates. There's so many times where you look at a team and you watch them and you see them be confident, you understand, you could tell they're communicating effectively in comms, in Discord or whatever they're using, but instead I'm just not seeing it from Shorties right now, and CatJam is taking advantage of that little bit of disconnection.
Well, at the end of the day, as we typically state, it is usually darkest before the dawn, but I don't know if dawn is coming if Shorties can't figure this out on offense. As we mentioned, CatJam going quite some time without some goals before they more or less figured out the way that they wanted to play, and like Shorties are starting to approach that somewhat, not necessarily in a long drought, but one goal, if they're able to manage it, is typically not enough against this Cat Jam roster, particularly with them really trying to seek out these bumps. Even when they're not even getting them, Shorties are trying to turn on that reverse cam, just trying to look over their shoulder to see if they have to fear an impending demo.
This one towards the sky. Slumpy almost finding the angle. Would have been the first goal for Shorties for quite some time, but unfortunately just a mark. And that one, I was watching the yellow trail or the orange trail and not expecting it to be on target, but unfortunately this pitch goes on through.
And sometimes I'm going to critique players for being able to position themselves for an appropriate 50, but I mean, what are you supposed to do about that? Elias is literally on the wall, facing the backwards just to be able to disrupt that one, and instead it just turns into a springboard all the way across. I do not blame the defense for being ready for this one, and now it's really on the offense to do their job yet again. Shorties find themselves in a hole that they have to dig themselves out of, which, when I think about it, I don't know if you want to dig yourself out of a hole, but either way, it's getting deeper. Steven for number 2.
Steven being right place, right time. Ravina again using the mechanics, beating out 2 initially, and the third on Slumpy. That's the middle ground that you find yourselves in that you don't like to be. She either needs to challenge and commit or go fully into that front post facing out in order to find a touch. But a little bit of hesitation causes the problems for Shorties, and now again they're searching for the goal that's needed. Just a little bit of deflection there as someone was thrown away from the Cat Jam net on the defensive end of things, but still now they're able to get out. Now they're able to provide more pressure, and Shorties wondering how they can get themselves a goal at this point.
It might start by being able to actually get these reads in the midfield, but Crimson's just glued to the ball. It's like we're playing Rumble with the grappling hook, just being able to reach all the way from one side to the other. Right now you can see Shorties trying to calculate out their paths, or at least their angles of approach, but right now they don't really have many. They're getting boost and then turning around and then immediately flying over their head, and now over top of their goal. That's a double tap. Looked like maybe attempt, but instead left to Steven on the far side. Shorties just have to watch that one kind of delicately bounce down into their near.
Ravina working the side wall, gets a flip here, isn't able to follow up, but Crimson is. Steven, does she get the pinch out into mid? She does, but again it's taken away. Sarek, one-on-one opportunity, takes it high, looking for the double tap read, but deflected away. Brilliantly done by the Cat Jam defense. Another shot, another save made. Again, more pressure being put on this one. Crossbar down and still out. Shorties everywhere, but just barely on target. It sucks to see just the shortfalls of Shorties right now. They need to get one going for themselves because they haven't scored in such time. All this time on offense could be for naught.
It's especially brutal when not only do you barely miss out, but it hits both the crossbar and the post. Poor Sarek setting up a lot of really dangerous chances for Shorties on the solo play, but is not able to actually go on through. Cat Jam going to be fortunate that they are not burned yet, but that's until Alanis has her say to the far side on the carry.
Wow, it just takes a simple one-on-one play. Ravina leaving instead of challenging, and Crimson left on a one-on-one, unfortunately turning just too wide to get back to that ball on time. Now, Shorties find one. It's been a while since they scored, but this is enough to maybe change the ties, to give them that lead and that energy they need. They've certainly had a lot more opportunities this game, these even peppered everywhere around that net opening. But now some time and space for Cat Jam. They'll get a clear out here and maybe start some offense of their own.
Wow, right down onto the waterfall. Fortunately for Shorties, that's not going to be red. Neither with the follow through. Steven actually potentially setting up a counterattack. A little bit of a team bump is going to disrupt that one, so Ravina going to delicately put that one right back onto Alanis' hood as we're entering into the final 75 seconds. This is where the clutch factor really comes through. Even though there's a lot of time on the clock, this maybe only amount to maybe 2-3 more shots at most for Shorties.
Pop up. This one. They're going to go back down for Cat Jam. They want to extend their lead further if possible. Always better to have that cushion goal than nothing. Steven on the 50. Shorty's still winning it. They've been in the blue half for quite some time. This one on the 50 in front of net, but nobody there for the follow-up. Crimson instead sneaking, gets the outlet pass. The shot's on target, and Cat Jam do get the buffer goal to be by 2.
I really just love the understanding between Crimson and Steven, probably calling it out right in advance. As soon as that ball bounces down in front on that far post, it's just saying, well, that's fine, just throw it forward, and I will be able to do the rest. And certainly she did. Near post finish, immediate counter, and Shorty's yet again in a position where they really have to get things going quickly. Maybe this is the start, the slow play, but somehow stops yet again. Alanis trying to make it happen, even with a demo on the back post. There's just too many people in the way.
Shorty's still searching, still bringing the house. It's best to give the full effort on now if possible. This one just barely 50'd out of the way. Still flying up in front of net. Crimson won't knock it down. A very slim chance now for Shorties. They're able to get a quick shot on target. This one, sidewall, back in midfield, blocked off away, follow up. 0 seconds won't mount in 2 goals. Cat Jam take 4 in a row after the first 2 game losses. They take the series win. They will rematch ACD in the grand finals.
Really well done by Catchem. And I don't just mean, obviously, getting their victories. It's the way they had to get them. The beginning of this series is kind of highlighting exactly why I love Shorties and why they were just the dominant team within Group B, is that they are locked in. They're playing off each other super well. They have all the passes. They're taking all their shots. But then slowly, Catchem just turned the table and really just completely reversed the plot. I did not expect them to be able to so acutely figure things out Game 3 and then really just never let go all throughout.
Yeah, it was not the series I expected. It did go a farther length like we expected it to, but it didn't have that back and forth that each team kind of went on. It started off all Shorties and then ended up all Cat Jam, but the rematch makes me really excited for the aspect of that. I think Cat Jam is a good team, and hopefully they have more confidence going into this next series. I want them to bring the house. I want them to feel like everything is oozing out of them, that they want to win this game, and I think that may happen with this win. Any final thoughts, Taco?
I mean, there's not much to say outside of the fact that this is technically a match that we have seen before. It was on the alternate stream, but of course now on Championship Sunday, it has to be on that main stream. So I'd love to break the series down a little bit more, but I'd rather do it with all of our friends in tow. Ash will be back after this break and potentially an interview on the other side of this short break for more Star Chaser Showdown for the EU side.
Think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. But still you try so hard to cover up up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold show. Yeah, you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard.
Welcome back, everybody. The second grand finalists have been secured here for the Star Chaser Showdown presented by Ally. It was an interesting match there, Taco, between Shorties and Cat Jam, because at first it was like, okay, Shorties are coming out hot right out of the gate, and then things started to fall apart.
Yeah, you could really see the tides turn, and then when you're kind of waiting to maybe share, Shorty's like, okay, you had your turn. You got a couple game wins. Now it's time for us. And it's like, no, we're not giving this up. We're going to just take 4 games straight. They looked phenomenal because it's very hard to turn a series around, but to be able to have just a dominant streak of games, just immediately figuring out what to do, and then not be able to throw that one away, that's incredibly impressive, and especially under the stress of knowing that you are trying to get into a grand final.
Yeah, and I think what's a bit heartbreaking here, Chicks, is when you're looking at Shorties, you're looking at that endpoint core in particular. This is a tale as old as time. It's always been, I think, a bit of a struggle for those two players looking towards Alanis and Slumby specifically to kind of break that curse for themselves.
Yeah, I would say on occasion they do tend to fall a little bit short, and you could see they are successful. They can be successful. They do really well, especially in the games they saw in games 1 and 2. But then later on, they just lack that ability sometimes to really make the adjustments needed. It was all Cat Jam when Cat Jam couldn't score at all earlier. I think we clocked in 9 minutes and 8 seconds before their first goal. Shorties just failed to find ways to demo or be successful upfield, and they also failed on ways to challenge and prevent Cat Jam from having the couple of opportunities they did. You look at the other side of the field, Crimson, Ravina, Steven, and you know they bring the mechanics. You know they can make those solo plays. Why not prep for that better and actually challenge and find ways to stop that?
Yeah, I definitely think it's difficult in that kind of regard, Chicksa, because Taco, when you were talking about this Cat Jam versus Shorties matchup, I think in the green room, you mentioned how Shorties seemed to come in with a really good idea of what they wanted to do, but once they kind of ran dry as far as their pool that they could pull from, I want to also hear from you what Cat Jam were doing really well to kind of take advantage and make that difference going from those first 2 games into the last few of the series.
Well, the biggest thing that I think we've seen within the greater Rocket League meta is a lot of players kind of looking at a team analytically and saying, okay, this is the way we want to play, this is the way we want to rotate. The biggest thing is actually being able to coach players on how to play with each other and understanding tendencies. And the reason why that's so important is because Cat Jam realized what they excel at and realized why it wasn't working in games 1 and 2 and then adjusted. Where on the other side, I feel like Shorties came in with a game plan, it was working super well, and then they got countered in game 3, and I never really noticed a moment in the later games coming in where Shorties actually were changing what they were doing. It felt like they just kept doing the same thing over and over again, and I understand you're not just going to suddenly rapidly shift, but I didn't really see that incremental change that you typically see, and I'm not entirely sure what goes into that one. Maybe it was just the fact that you're stressed out playing a really good team that's constantly bombarding you with shots, but I do need to see a little bit more flexibility down the stretch, and granted, this is kind of the first of 3 events to be coming within Star Chasers, not to mention that All-Star event coming forward, so shout out to Radiant, shout out to Ally for all of that. But as for here right now, maybe just treat this as maybe a learning experience for future events.
I think that's a really good point when you're considering the fact that this is, again, it feels almost like late into the year because we're a quarter of the way in at this point, for a third of the way in, actually. Quick maths on that one. But when you think about it, there is still more time to develop, and it really is just the beginning of the season here for Women's Rocket League. So that opportunity to continue to push forward in that kind of regard. But Cat Jam did do very well to adapt, and that is why they managed to come out in that 4-2 here to make their way over towards that grand final, and they wouldn't have been able to do that without their ally and match MVP either. We're gonna have all eyes on, I believe, if we can drum roll it as we head over into our match MVP, that will be Steven. Not too much of a surprise here, chicks. I feel like Steven is a player that we can't say enough about her.
A consistent player.
Well,
Refresh.
we'll get Chixa's thoughts
Maybe.
in just a moment. I think she might be back now. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Esports times. There's always going to be a little bit of a tech issue here and there, but you were saying some great things there, Chixa, if you want to continue.
Am I heard? Can I be heard? At this point, I hope I can be heard. Basically, all I was saying is Steven's been notoriously a very consistent player in this scene, mechanically wise. And in this series, she came out as that consistent player that was needed for the Cat Jam side of the field. Was able to do goals, assists, and saves almost evenly and still provide that aggressiveness in that shot count.
Yeah, it does. It says a lot about her as a player, and it's so nice to see her also back to, you know, the OG Cat Jam, right? This was one of the original rosters coming into the Women's Rocket League scene when you look towards Steven Crimson and Ravina having played together before Ravina's time on Misfits, and of course the time of the other two on Resolve last year. But we also do have an interview online. We'll get the chance to talk to Ravina after her win and wish her a lovely congratulations. GG's and congrats there, Ravina. How are you doing?
Well, relieved, especially that you can hear me right, yeah?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, relieved. When you are kind of having a rough start on a 0-2, that third game is very much a momentum swing game. It's quite nerve-wracking. You know, even if you feel you're keeping your cool, I think with a lot of teams, once that third game is lost, things can be very difficult because the entire series you're obviously trying your best to win, and then you're down 0-3, not getting anywhere, and then you think, well, what do we do besides try our best? Everybody has to start playing differently. When you're trying to start playing differently under that pressure, people start to make mistakes or things get awkward, but we managed to play back, and I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, you guys did an incredible job just like being able to flip things in that kind of sense. And I am curious, like, how was the team feeling? You described a little bit about it in very general terms in those first two games up against Shorties, but how was it in game at that time as far as trying to approach how Shorties really came into the series, I think, with an idea of how they wanted to play and the adaptations you guys tried to make as the series continued on from there?
Yeah, so prior to coming to the series, we were confident. We had a game plan, and we got set with that initially. So that game plan was that we understand Shorties are a very fast team. They like to play very fast, and that speed that they come in with and that aggression is quite overwhelming. Or that's kind of, I think that's the unique selling point of team, if you like. And I think when you have teams that are very aggressive, especially on low boost situations, people can start to misrotate and panic. So we had the plan of just take some very wide rotations and take our time with things. And I think in the first, I don't know about game 2, but in the first game it was pretty fine, but we just had a confidence problem. Sometimes when you're playing slowly or you're trying to play in this slow, methodical manner, you end up just then not switching on that aggression. You know, we're playing slowly, playing methodically. If you look at the first game stats, we had all the shots, we had all the pressure, and we conceded 2 unforced error goals, essentially. But then when you have got that pressure, then you need to switch it on. You need to change that up. But sometimes it's really hard to get into that rhythm, that switch. We just weren't doing that. So then as we lost game 2, and we knew it'd be coming into a difficult game 3, at least mentally, we told ourselves that we're just going to try to outpace the team, play them at their own game. So we understand we're all very quick and mechanical players, so we just decided we're just going to start to go fast, and we did. And it worked. And you know, when you have 2 teams that are clashing, that 2 teams playing fast, and if one team is doing that in a way that is difficult for the other team to deal with, you get boost starves, you get demolitions. I think there's one game you saw us demolishing everybody. There's tons of demos coming through, and it just worked, and it just didn't seem like it had an answer for doing that. And towards the end of the series, we were definitely feeling very elated, but we never really lost hope. Nothing was ever hopeless. If anything, our comms picked up during game 3 and stayed very high spirits from there on. So well done to my team, and obviously happy with the win.
That's amazing. It's really nice to hear how I think your experience as a squad, as players in general within Women's Rocket League, was able to pad on to your ability to kind of change the script for yourselves and keep the emotions high and grounded in that kind of sense. And speaking of this squad in particular, right? CatJam, you guys originally formed back in like 2020, I believe it was. How does it feel now to be going from Misfits in NA back over towards the EU scene here and reuniting with Steven and Crimson?
Well, I was never actually teamed with Steven and Crimson. It was...
Oh, okay.
it was Steven and Dux.
Gotcha.
And prior to that, it was Steven and Claire. And then I was swapped out for Crimson. So it's certainly different. Just to clear that, it's not like a sense of familiarity for me, but I'm familiar with both these players. I'm good friends with both of them, so it's not like I'm being thrown into the deep end. It's certainly nicer than playing on NA. Playing on NA, especially in Rocket League, can be quite horrible sometimes. But being back in EU is very comfortable, and you've got Dux and Alems and Cloudy. They seem to be a very solid team, and it's very interesting to have a very good team like that as a sort of goal, I suppose. Back in NA, Misfits were always compared to, we had a bit of a rivalry with Gen G, and I'm hoping for something similar. I personally enjoy that. I just find it gives you a goal. I think if you're just working from the top, it can be demotivating. But it's cool to have a really solid team that I think is going to make waves, and they've certainly been making waves in NA too. They've been beating Gen G as far as I'm aware, and G2. So it's great. You know, I feel at home. I'm feeling confident, and I'm feeling very motivated.
That's so lovely to hear, and thank you for your clarification on the history of CatJam. There, I got trolled a little bit by my Wikipedia quick search on that one, but I appreciate that. And when we're looking towards the grand final now here for EU, I want to leave you with this one last question before giving you the opportunity to give your thank yous and shout outs and all of that jazz. How do you feel about this match actually up against ACD? You talked a little bit now about how it's exciting for you to have such a team where you could potentially build that same kind of rivalry that you previously experienced up against Gen G.
I'm looking forward to it. While I'm a competitive person, I'm certainly not somebody who shies away from losses and learning from them. I enjoy difficult matches, and I'm sure this will be a difficult match, and whoever wins, you know, congratulations to them. Better team will win, I'm sure. But in particular, I really enjoy playing against Dux. I like the way Dux plays. I find it very interesting. And the Lamb's coming onto the scene, I think she's certainly very interesting to play against as well. So I'm looking forward to the match for sure, and I'm looking forward to what we can learn from it. I don't know if Crimson, Steven and I will stick together. It's it's a bit of a spontaneous team of friends, and we've not
Okay.
really practiced together much. But just there to have fun, and obviously happy to play in the event. So massive thank you to Radiant for the opportunity, and we'll put on a good show, hopefully.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see you and the rest of Cat Jam play in the grand finals. Any last chance to say those thank yous, those shout outs here while we have you on stream?
Yeah, massive thank you to my community, massive thank you to my teammates, massive thank you to
We feel that vibe all night. You know, I don't even really know where to begin because it seems like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean? One unique, one special vibe. No matter where you're from, all around the world, it's one unique, one special vibe.
We ended off the last semifinal with a lovely interview from Ravina, but now it's time for her to hop back into the server. It is going to be Cat Jam versus ACD, but we got to take a look at the journey that it took for them to get here. Of course, we don't have that preview from the group stage, but Taco, tell us a little bit about it.
I would say the group stage was kind of weird because we mentioned, I believe Chixa even used the exact words of saying this is a preview of potentially a grand final with ACD and Cat Jam when they're forced to play. And what do you know? That's exactly what we're going to be able to see in the playoff bracket. But for the most part, it's been pretty hard fought. ACD had taken that 3-0. Shorties had taken that 3-0 as well. But only one of our top group finishers actually able to advance onto the grand finals, which shows that it can be tough is just because you get a nice draw and a nice play style kind of locked in for group play does not necessarily guarantee you something when it all comes down to the championship Sunday.
No, definitely not. And then looking at the playoff bracket as well, I think this was about how we anticipated this to go. I know, Chixa, you originally had your money on the 4-2 there for Shorties, but what's your expectation now heading into the grand finals with ACD versus Cat Jam again?
These two teams played, like we mentioned, in Group A already. I think ACD is going to do exactly what they did last time. They dominated, they played, they've been the most consistent and deadly team when it comes to it that we've seen so far in each and every series. And even reflecting on the specific games from ACD Cat Jam when they previous played, it was a 4-1 best of 7. They pretty much did well. Only one game was within one goal, and the other one they lost, and the rest were kind of large victories. That's just what ACD does. They always have more to the table than they need to win.
And now that they are going to be heading up against their opponents, Cat Jam, who we've talked about it, it's that rematch situation from yesterday. What's your expectation here, Taco, especially after seeing how Cat Jam were able to turn things around in that matchup against Shorties, and then even hearing from Ravina and the team's attitude here towards this grand final matchup?
I think it's always nice to be able to have a rematch, specifically with 24 hours separating, because you are able to get your warm-up, you get your semifinal, especially rolling straight from semi into the grand final. But I think the biggest thing is that they understand what they're up against. This is not a brand new team. They've been playing them in weeklies and playing them in this group stage already. So they have a preview of what's to come. In fact, Dux is a former teammate of Gibson and Stevens, so clearly they know at least what 1/3 of the roster is going to be able to look like. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be necessarily a team trying to outmuscle each other. I think it's really going to be, again, like most of these series, about adaptation. Clearly, Cat Jam is very good at that, but it's quite a lot to handle when you're dealing with the offensive juggernaut that is ACD.
It really is, and it not only is it it's almost like a friends to foes storyline here. I think for Dux alone on ACD, Chixa, the fact that even hearing from Ravina a bit more of that history of the original Cat Jam roster. So Dux has played with every single player on the side of Cat Jam, and would you say that could have an effect on how Dux is going to be able to read into each of those individuals?
I would say most of the players in the EU and NA scenes respectively know each and every player they're up against. It's not like there's any surprises. They talk with them, they scrim. Sometimes they do 6-mans in the 6-man server together. There's a lot that can go on in the background. I don't think it plays any mental role in their head. I've also seen Alems play with the entire old Williams Resolve roster. She's played with them in a couple different tournaments and switched around. So everyone knows everyone at this point. There's no advantage. They understand what they're up against.
Well, you absolutely love to hear. I'm just so excited to see this grand final coming to fruition now for the Star Chasers Showdown. Let's just honestly get straight into it. And as you guys shift into game, I want to hear predictions from each of you.
Oh my goodness. Ash putting us on the hot seat, but I'm not gonna get our hot predictions yet until we introduce this game. It is the final EU matchup on Championship Sunday. It's the side of Cat Jam. It's the side of ACD. Both two in the same group of play. A rematch, a revenge match for Cat Jam of all time. Is this ACD roster really the best in the EU region? Or is Cat Jam going to play? Spoiler alert. Taco, how are we feeling? Who's winning it? How many games?
Personally, I feel like it's kind of delusional to go against ACD, so I like to remain sane. I'm going to favor them, but I do think that there's going to be a couple games taken off of them. I believe this could be a 6-game series. I would love to see it 7 just for the entertainment value, but at the very least, we also should probably consider History Chicks because this, as you mentioned, was a rematch from group stage in which it was close at times, but ultimately transpired with a 4-1 victory for ACD.
I'm going to have to agree with you on the ACD portion. I think they win in the same fashion, 4-1, only because all that we have seen out of ACD is pure dominance. They have been consistent today. They have dropped a single game in today's matches. And of course, yesterday in their qualifier, I believe they only dropped one as well. They've just been too difficult to really come out and beat. And I think they win in that same fashion.
Well, there's only one way to find out. I suppose we are just going to have to hit the pitch on DFH and see who's actually going to be able to take the first step forward, be able to set the tone, and figure out who's actually going to be probably the most confident team locked on in. If I had to tear these two teams apart, I'm not really sure who I'd pick because the way that they're playing, certainly no reason to not come into this game thinking that you have what it takes to win.
Definitely remain humble. Don't get complacent. No matter what, everyone in the field is top tier caliber talent in Rocket League. I mean, you get up here and you consider everyone to be in that 0% range, which is incredible to see the talent, of course, on the field. But for now, it's Ketchum that is in the attacking horizon. Steven's been able to beat a couple. Can Ravina find the last touch? No, not for now, but that's what we like to see out of Ketchum early.
I do like to see that, except for the fact that you just saw Ravina cut across the rotation. It looked like actually there was a pretty decent attack chance coming forward, and then suddenly it just kind of slapped to the side. So you want to make sure on the side of Catch-Em that you're playing quickly, but you have to make sure the comms are always in there. Keep them quick, keep them effective, and keep them clear, because otherwise you will have some double commits, and not all of them are going to be so forgiving.
Back up. Steven in midfield doesn't have boost. Will leave it, trying to bumping ducks, but can't do so. Ravina up on it as well. Catch him. Tons of pressure still. It's been a difficult time for ACD to get out of their half, and they do now. That one off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? No. Crimson sends it towards the other end. This one read by Limbs and taken out, at least into that back wall. Straight back down. Limbs out and over into midfield. Ravina ceiling. This is where she can thrive, but she's bumped away from the ball and still zeros across the board.
Lems, a lot of space. That is not what you want to provide her. The carry after the reset's crazy, but Crimson saw it coming. Sometimes the value of being so far back is that you can kind of see things develop in the wider scope before zooming on through. Steven trying to then set up Ravina on the first immediate shot, but neck and neck it is continuing to be, both on the defensive sides, as both squads having to pull out these last-second goal line stops to be able to prevent this one from having a lead. We've hit halftime, and honestly, this is just teetering on an edge for both offenses.
Back up to it in the midfield. This one sent down and away off target. Patty the clear. Maybe more of a follow-up potential, but Lems waiting. Possibly faking and causing an own goal. An own goal of all things.
Sure. As we unfortunately will see Ravina take the catch, and I think the problem is the jump off the wall was done almost pre-planned in her head, I believe, because as she jumps, you can see the car looking forward even further, trying to get back across. But of all the ways for the deadlock to be broken, that was not on my bingo card.
No, that wasn't in my head either. That was the least likely occurrence. In fact, I don't think we've seen an own goal really all day, unless you count that pinch earlier. We haven't really seen anything like that. Lems gets a second one, and this time Catch-Em, the entire backfield open. That's how quickly the dominoes start to fall. Everything crumbles down, and ACD now up by 2.
Yeah, make no mistakes, that's good comms. That clear is not the best, but that's the reason. It's because it's going straight down to a teammate, and if you have enough pace on it, you can catch the defense out, because the defense, they'll just be covering all their boost. They're going to rotate to the midfield. I think there's no snow stress, and then suddenly it's just right into your face. Speaking of, if that went in, I think we all should just go home.
That would have been enough to call the series and the day be done, dusted. Definitely. certainly to keep in mind. It's just more of the complexity of the type of offense that ACD brings to the table that you need to expect a great save coming from Olems. Will deny yet again. And now, doing it all herself upfield, the pinch will not go in her favor, but ACT looking comfortable in game one.
Being able to get that first goal is almost just like kind of the breaking the seal, getting into the actual rest of the game, because then we have an immediate follow-through. So CatCham has to be thinking, where did it all go wrong? And potentially can find out where it's going right with some demos from Miss Crimson, still just kissing the other car on the other side of the field, not being able to actually turn around and get the rebound. That's why you have teammates as Crimson waiting for their support, but Ravina instead going to call her off, but not too much success. LM's just in the way.
Back up on it. In midfield, Crimson taking her time, gets the pop, double tap, read, found, but what a save! Again, on the goal line by Cloudy, and now Duck's taking it toward the other end. Aleb's taking patience, almost finds the shot. More pepper on by ACD, but again, the defense so well-rounded for ACD.
When you think about mechanics, you don't often think about the defensive utility of them, but that was a crazy double tap. The fact that that does not go in is something else. At the very end, they might be able to get something, CatJam, but it doesn't seem like ACD is in a charitable mood. They're just bobbing it up in their own half. They're ricocheting it all over, but it's not going in the net. Not enough time on the clock. ACD, after being in a bit of a stalemate in the beginning of game one, going to come away with the victory.
Wow. That was not the game we were expecting at all. Alems, though, still heavily playing into it. It seemed very one player versus one player, at least according to the stats. But, you know, the team effort was there for ACT Cloudy, both the assists on Alems' goals and Crimson doing their best to deny. But a quiet game for a lot of the players on the field. The feeler outmatch, though, we maybe weren't expecting but ended up happening.
I think when we do see these matches, you see the main reason that we're not just saying, oh, this is ACD all day. This is just going to be domination. CatJam should just forfeit now, walk away. Like, no, this is the best team. You know exactly what CatJam can do to get into this. Granted, they have a double tap. That nearly went in. They have shots on target. They have demos going forward. Yes, that all works, but you see those tiny moments that get away from you, and that's really all the difference. It might have ended 2-0, but it's got to be such a rough way to be able to take that game one as a loss when it comes from an own goal and then just immediate double up. It's really just showing that if you let your foot off the gas for just a little bit, that's all it takes for you to kind of spin out.
I mean, even with that 2-0 you mentioned, there is that own goal. It technically was one actually well thought out goal, planned goal on the side of ACD. The other one was something that just happens all the time on the field, but to have such a close game early on and have that back and forth again, so much could have happened that didn't happen, that did happen. Game two could bring a whole different side. As you like to say, the layers of the onion, it could peel off. We get to the second layer. I don't know how you use that analogy, but I'm ready. I'm waiting for this second matchup. I'm hoping CatJam, everyone kind of activates instead of just Crimson finding saves, and on the other end of things we see more planned plays.
Like any elite team, it's going to come down to minimizing mistakes, and not to harp on the own goal, but obviously you're giving any free goals away. That's usually going to be your undoing. So I think CatJam at the very least knows that they have to be a bit more careful, and sometimes that comes from just taking less risks. There were some moments where I felt like they were going for something a bit more spectacular, which is great. You should be confident to go for that, but sometimes, especially coming out of defense, there's those moments where you try something new and then it goes in your goal, and on hindsight, you're thinking, I didn't really have to commit to that, did I?
Not at all. There's many opportunities for players to make those adjustments. I mean, I think all throughout this weekend, we've mentioned a lot about how this is the first big tournament in quite some time, and players are adjusting to that tournament feel. Some are getting their first experiences really competing at this high level. Yes, there's been some weeklies for practices and whatnot, but at the end of the day, being in this environment is a whole nother type of ball game, and it definitely takes a toll on you when you've been trying to figure it out. Both teams on the field right now, yes, maybe have a little bit more experience, but they haven't felt that in a while, and it takes time for your own mental and physical of your body to adjust to it.
Stress is definitely not something that's going to be super helpful. I'm sure these players are aging much more rapidly than the rest of us having to play in all these matches. But at the end of the day, at least they're getting a little bit of a break here. I believe we have a player just hopped out of the lobby or potentially got booted out of the lobby, so they will be in shortly. Maybe with a new car change. I know that's something that is... I have to say, just to be honest with some players, I think it's kind of a placebo. Being like, oh, this Octane's not good enough, got to change the paint. But at the end of the day, whatever helps. I think they'd be taking anything if you're on the side of Cat Jam to be able to get back into it. So I guess we'll have to see maybe after the extended break if we can actually get back into that.
Well, hopefully everyone's gotten that breather you mentioned earlier. Taking a deep breath is sometimes one of the most important things. Not feeling constricted. Crimson already starting it off kind of spicy for the Cat Jam side. Unfortunately, they only get the shot here. Ravina finishes it out, and Cat Jam on the board in the first 17 seconds.
I adore this decision from Crimson. So many players just turn and try to shoot it again, but instead understanding that, yes, I could shoot that and then probably get dunked, or just lay it off to that one person begging for the pass on that near post.
Early answer from Cat Jam. That's what I wanted to see. Where's the pep? Where's the energy? I want to feel it in the booth. I mean, I know we project a lot of energy, but the players can just as much as well. Crimson trying to get fancy with it. Steven, a little bit late to it, needs to find a challenge. Ken does find a touch in midfield. Ducks, though, taking this down quickly to it. The challenges are made in the midfield where this ball stays.
In the midfield, when it usually lingers like this, it typically comes from the idea of the fact that you want to be able to just take kind of like probing approaches through the midfield and being able to just get an air dribble and maybe lob it up the backboard and maybe just see what the deflection happens. And eventually it has to come down to someone taking a risk, or at the very least trying something that is a bit more for the jugular. Maybe that is the attempt there, as it looks like they were trying to go from the sidewall to the ceiling into the backboard. And that's a bit too experimental from ACD, but, you know, certainly they are not lacking for confidence. We've already seen that they can combine pretty much anything into a scoring opportunity.
Poke here. Cloudy gets it past. Can Alems find the angle? Gets the pass through, but Crimson clears it away. Alems back on it. Ducks up fast. Corner read here is going to be difficult to find. Ducks trying to put it off to the other corner. Maybe, just maybe, Cat Jam will be able to live out of this one. They do get a nice clear up field, and ACD still struggling to find an opportunity that is worth it upfield. They're throwing their cars at them. Stevens putting pot shots on. A demo could leave an open net. Is it on target? It's just off target and won't be found. In fact, it bounces towards the other direction where it needs to be saved.
Higher lob all the way across from Cloudy, being able to get that first 50, and the follow through is also going to meet a similar fate. However, that's not before Ducks curves all the way around this one with it hard angle to hit, hits it beautifully.
That is the most difficult shot to make when you're coming from that left side and needing to shoot it left, but does so well, perfectly positioning that card. That's the answer that ACD wanted. Now, a tied ball game. Cat Jam trying to get that lead back. I felt more energy from them, which I truly appreciate. I think they're giving it their all this grand final series, and they're getting interesting with it. Just off the post and out, Ravina almost found something crafty. Unfortunately, not going on through as wanted. Good thing Ravina's touch here deflects into the corner. ACD needing to start from the ceiling, but as we know, they're comfortable there. Fortunately, nothing falls just yet. It'll be a clear for Cat Jam.
Steven, I like that 50, being able to stay in front of it. It's a good way to be able to somewhat curtail ACD from immediately throwing it back into the mixer, but thing is, it seems like Cat Jam right now can't really generate a lot of space, so when they take it, they need to really execute. Steven going for the reset, but maybe trying to overcook it a little bit, not able to actually get back to it to be able to deliver that killing blow.
Ravina, unsure what she's doing, I'll be honest with you. That's not the touch that fills me with much confidence, because it gives the opponent an opportunity to come through with the shot. Someone needed to take that ball from her. It's always okay to say help, but help wasn't given on that play.
Obviously, ACD are all good, but are they hitting like a shooting custom training or something? Everyone's hitting the ball so well. Ducks was able to just clap that one into the top shelf earlier from a really difficult angle. And then Cloudy on the half rotation also just perfectly slaps that one off bar for the immediate follow through. It really just shows that ACD's quality is not only just from their individual mechanics, but really they don't even need that good of a look at goal to be able to make it scoreable.
Ducks doesn't find the touch here. Cloudy up on it. Maybe potential. Steven taking time. Midfield touches still not made. ACD holding on to this 1-goal lead. Keeping the pressure upfield to burn that clock time. Hoping for a better adjustment from Cat Jam. As you can tell, they're clustered in that corner. They need to have spacing in the final minute of this game. They have to find a way to get upfield. They're spaced out here. Steven, not much boost, can't get much farther with it. And right now, I'm waiting for that offensive pressure to come through, but it doesn't seem like they can pass that midfield line.
Steven trying to attempt it yet again. Saw a focus set earlier that didn't really work out for her. This one's going to be off target, but it was up and over the heads of at least the first layer of defense, but that's why there's always someone else in that staggered defensive structure. Brimson, I like the layoff. Problem is, maybe on a different page was Steven. Now here comes the potential fast break with the lead blocker. Ducks from an angle near post, off that post. Cloudy rebound also going to be met.
10 seconds. That's all that's left on the clock. Ducks doing their best. Cloudy keeping it upfield. Cat Jam just needs one opportunity, but they can't get other half. In fact, they're even demoed. And with that touch on the ground, ACD to take game number 2 in very slim fashion.
I will say I'm seeing some progress coming in from Cat Jam, and it's just a game of individual moments, it feels like, where just something doesn't quite go their way. They're not able to get the clear out, but ultimately it really is saying that you're playing a complete team. And if you have any questions about that, look how even the stats are, specifically the touches. Everybody from ACD fully involved on the offense and defense.
ACD has the opportunity to continue working kind of in that fluid fashion. We mentioned flow state a lot as casters, and that's how it feels. I don't ever see ACD second guessing a decision. They're not flying or just floating in nothingness. There's always a reason to recover and touch the ground, a reason to aerial, a position to be in to receive a pass. There's a purpose behind every movement and touch, and that's what makes them so effective.
That's exactly why I really like teams that play with confidence, because it's not just something that you have to just lock on through and then turn it to 11 and go from there. Confidence is very much so something you have to hit in a sweet spot, and I feel like that's what ACD accomplishes. We talked to Cloudy, and she is talking so much about this team and how lovely it is to play with a roster as talented and as coordinated as they are, but the important thing is that she understands that they're not infallible. They have to be able to be a little bit careful. They have to respect their opponents, and certainly they do with Cat Jam, but they also know that if they're playing their game, it's up to the other teams to meet their level, not the other way around.
Well said by both Cloudy and you. Now with a 2-game lead, this is the last time where they faltered in their series. They let one go and won the 2 remaining. Can Cat Jam do it again? There's an open look for Steven, and they will find the early goal. Great follow-up on this play upfield.
Really like this from Ravina, the pre-flip into the catch, but then plays off the dunk, which then means Ducks is kind of doubting where she wants to put that read, and unfortunately puts it right into the path of her opponents. That's going to be a second straight game where Cat Jam is going to leap out into the lead, and not only that, just not even that, but being able to do so early as well. We're barely 30 seconds in.
Early momentum. Definitely Rocket League always being that momentum-based game. Alem's not finding the answer, but it sets someone up. What a save again! And the squishy save by Crimson to deny. Multiple back-to-back saves by Cat Jam. Leave this one out of the net. ACD, though, they're not giving up without a fight. They're staying on it. They're still bumping. Shot to come on through. It's off the post and in by Cloudy. A no-stop effort by ACD to get this one in.
It's why when you're playing defense, sometimes it is a marathon. It's not about those individual saves. It's about how everyone has to slowly push the ball out to advance. You see one kind of clear into the midfield, but then it's just thrown right back into their faces. Everyone scatters to the wind to get boost. There's nobody home to prevent the bump into then the tap off the backboard on in. Really nice persistence from ACD, and for Cat Jam, that's got to feel so deflating.
No, you can't get any better defensive effort than that. Really, each opportunity, each angle, well done. But ACD, relentless. It's crazy to see this game, the level of play being done. ACD searching for an even greater lead. Catcham wanting to gain their lead back. Ducks back corner. Ravina originally contesting. Huge clear by Cloudy, and none other than Alems is up. Almost finds the read. Shot comes through, but it's off target by Ducks. ACD still searching for their target.
Bit of a build up from Ravina, being able to ramp that way and into a clear, only to be met by a Lems. Also up and over the last defender. Should be a shot, if not for Ravina being able to cut in the crucial moment. Ducks back across to a Lems. That should be a wide open shot. Not the conventional one. Off the backboard. No double, and another goal line stopped by Catjam. How many more do they have in the tank?
It's what's keeping them close in this game. It's the biggest variable that's been changed from the last to this one. It's everything we've wanted out of them and more. If only they can provide more offense to counteract what ACD is bringing. Ducks, unfortunately, not staying high enough for that deflection. Ravina with time, not with boost, will pick up that 100, but loses control of the ball. This one, Steven. Can't find Ravina. Everyone on the backtrack. Ducks finding the angle. Lem's able to get pinch off the car of Ravina, and ACD back with the lead.
My gosh, I would love to see a mile per hour on that one, because look at this pinch for Ravina, getting there a bit too late. And ACD again, not necessarily knocking on the door so much as just sending a whole squadron at that door, just barreling through it. It's so hard for Catjam to be able to get these balls out, and right now their shots are coming at a premium, but for ACD, I mean, they're just trying to get as many as possible, peppering that backboard up until someone starts to stop it. I don't really feel like there's any reason to change things up.
Pop again in front of net. ACD still in the attacking zone. I don't think they've stopped. If we saw one of those heat maps of the cars of ACD, it's almost all entirely on that blue half. Cloudy, don't tell me she gets a read. Finds a little portion of the ball. Keeps it in front of net for the clear to come on through for Catjam. They're looking for that goal. They scored so early on, but haven't found an answer since.
Longer hit all the way in the backboard yet again. Ravina should have that one, and this time it just doesn't look like she did have a target. Steven was there, but asking quite a lot of her to be able to get that through on that near post. So Ravina, let's try again from an angle. Deflection right into Crimson. Only can deal with a 50 as Ravina actually, I think, tried to jump into a bump on Ducks, but Ducks, whether she was aware or not, just is able to evade.
Now rolling up the sidewall, Ravina has an opportunity to set something up, but quickly 50, that space that was there soon gone. Cloudy back up here on the 50. Keeps this ball on the ACD half, looking for those adjustments to be made. Catjam searching. Crimson still in control, gets a demo as well. This one behind. Again, position low for ACD. 30 seconds left on the clock. One potential effort last left for Catjam. Can they get to the offensive zone and put a shot on target? Not the ladder of ACD doing it instead. They pepper and pepper. They get more saves, but saves won't matter for Catjam at this point. They can't get a shot off upfield.
Lem's trying to close things out, but with a demo and a bit of a giveaway, it's not always a guarantee. Potentially just one more effort. Lead demo, deflection, it's straight down. Crimson back post, it's gonna float through! The defense not ready for the crisscross 0-second equalizer.
What? What? That's all I can say. Of all the goals to go on in, it's the slow bounce shot. Imagine the feeling, the mental right now for Cloudy to let that go on through off that soft bounce. Catjam need to close it out now. They have to get that momentum. They have to get in the heads of ACD. Ravina with a couple of crazy touches, but still isn't able to get the shut off. Now Ducks sending it down. Is the connection made? No, again, denial. In overtime we are, and it's been so back and forth, both teams wanting to end it as quickly as possible. Deflection almost finding itself on in there too.
This is the first time in a long while I've seen ACD looking a little bit nervous. Just you can tell by how they're chasing the ball in some of these reads. I feel like how CatJam is playing more for 50s rather than clean kind of touches up and over the defender. Problem is to make sure that you're doing that on every single moment, because we see what ACD has done with some of this spacing. Steven use some of her own, but unfortunately going to be bumped out of the play. Now Alems to the sky. That's going to be a real tough one for Ravina to catch up with, but she does so well. Deflection to the corner, going to be able to somewhat calm things down.
I love this kind of power struggle matchup between Ravina and Alems in the air at times. I always see them challenging one another, and it's quite interesting to watch. Here again, the 50 comes on through between the two, and still Ravina able to win it out, but the effort will continue to follow for ACD. They continue the pressure, the shots. Can they get past that corner? It pops out, but Ravina the clear towards the other end.
I'm starting to see a bit of a concerning pattern from CatJam. There's a couple times where they're not having the conviction to jump for an aerial, and at a certain point, if you do not get up quickly enough for a certain air dribble, you should just not go in general. Just kind of call it off, go back, rotate through for the next person to go, because last thing you want to do is to be able to throw everybody in on an attack. You don't really need to be on top of. Ducks somehow getting past the defense, and after all those incredible saves and clutch moments, it's going to come down to a coast-to-coast dribble.
Ducks doing the simple things, but sometimes the simple things is all that matters. We've seen it today. The success vary between different teams and different opportunities. But at the end of the day, that's all it takes. And now on match point is ACD. They're able to scrub out that one in overtime, but now can they win it out here and in the end?
Well, I mean, at least it looks like it's getting closer and closer. Bringing a team to overtime is something that is always a bit refreshing, showing that you are just one goal away. After all, the last time these two teams played, there was a bit of an improvement on that side. It started with a 5-0 victory in group stage for ACD in game one, and by the end, it was all pretty much 2-1 goal games. So it doesn't really mean there's much of a silver lining. I don't necessarily like to be able to say, well, hey, you only lost by 1 goal. It's more so just the manner of which these games are going through. They've had to pull out some crazy saves, CatJam, to be able to stay in these games, and I think so long as they can do that and keep up this passing and kind of creative buildup, I think everything is possible. Sky is certainly the limit, but I would hate to be a team that has to face off against ACD for at minimum 4 games across such a contentious series.
It's a lot to think about. Certainly the players' minds have a lot more stress than our minds in the booth, but from what we've seen out of ACD is mainly consistency. Have they wavered? Yes. Have they had their shortfalls? Yes, but they always dig themselves out of it. Even mid-series, you can see themselves pick themselves up time and time again. For the CatJam side of things, so many refreshing different types of shots and opportunities, but they haven't always been able to execute. They're near, but can they get the edge here? They will get the edge to start. CatJam scoring in the first 15 seconds. It seems like they do it all the time to gain the lead.
Yeah, if CatJam wants to prove that they can be the best in Europe, it has to all come down to this singular game, because that's all they have remaining. They have to reverse sweep in Grands, which is a disgusting proposition to even contemplate, but even more so, it's something that is going to be a difficult, arduous journey, a marathon, if you will. But they're starting off not only on the right foot, but a couple of them, they have a sprinting start into game 4.
Wow. Not what I was expecting, to say the least. Steven, a almost coast-to-coast goal midway. Slots it top left corner. CatJam, tons of momentum early on to start. ACD falling apart early. CatJam making their adjustments. It's gotta hurt to be so close to winning in that last game and losing in that overtime. Now they just have to keep on what they've started to create in this game 4.
I mean, we saw this similar pattern with Shorties. Granted, didn't get to 3 games, but at the very least, CatJam did kind of ramp things up down the stretch, and this is where I mentioned that that is one of their strengths, is being able to adapt on the fly. Problem is, hard to adapt when you're not anticipating that miss. Ducks has an open read, and they will make the most.
Great initial touch from Ducks to Cloudy as well, and staying quick in the air. I love how fast they touch the ground and get right back up. Use that double jump, use that boost to quick aerial, and get the speed through it. Now ACD with a one goal, but dare I say, almost gets scored on again. A nice doink upfield. ACD searching to tie this game. That's a difficult touch for Crimson. Cloudy getting bumped by her own teammate. That one falling apart by the wayside, and Catjam may have an open opportunity if only the read wasn't so well read by Alems.
Not only that, but on to offense we go with Alems, and that was an interesting one, throw in right into the middle of the defense. Sometimes that can be somewhat bobbled and put into a less than favorable position, but instead it's going to be Crimson down the far side trying to do the exact same, dribble past one, but not past Alems all the way down. It was an open net, but I don't think Alems was really focused on that one, just trying to get it out of the half.
Pop back up. Steven able to send it out. Ravina getting chased is Cloudy, but is able to find the way through. Get a nice touch up field. Ducks connecting. And quickly recovering off that sidewall too to get a shot. Ravina challenged. Gets demoed though. Or at least demos her challenger, and a miss here. Leaves this net open. The pass made, and Ravina shot on through. The selflessness by Steven to have the opportunity for Catjam.
There's always a fork in the road in moments like this, and I'm glad to see Steven taking the better of the two options. That is difficult not only to wrap around and get power on, but it's a lot easier to also just lay it off for the defender, the next defender coming up on through into offense. So Ravina trying to lurk in front of the net, takes advantage of the angle, back to a 2-goal game approaching halftime, and this is where ACD kind of knew the pushback was going to be most likely to occur, but certainly not out of it, and as you can tell, another shot had to be saved, facing backwards by the defense.
Steven staying on that side wall. Back up, a double commit, a triple commit, dare I say almost. Everyone bringing the house. Good thing the deflections made, preventing that ACD goal from happening. Now Ravina towards the other end. The read will not happen due to the block in the midfield. Alems back up towards the other end. I don't know if ACD's is able to connect. It seems like they're coming up, they're making the right initial decisions, but they're not getting enough of a beat at the end of their opportunity to get those goals.
More confused on really some of the decision making I'm seeing from ACD. On the last attack, they were kind of just looking at the ball and they kind of just let it fall between two of them. And earlier on, that second goal was really just Cloudy overcomplicating a touch, hitting it into the middle right into Steven. So you can't just be handing the play away like that. And as I say that, out of nowhere, this pass is downfield. Alems is just kind of waiting, cherry picking downfield, and will get rewarded for it.
I mean, they did hand the play away. She handed the ball upfield to Alems. So we'll take that dub, we'll take that pass. But I am having a hard time wrapping my head around some of these decisions. It doesn't seem as calculated. It almost seems like you have 3 once players kind of all ball chasing. As soon as someone misses, the next goes in turn.
Alems is trying to, again, forge forward, but this time it's not going to be that solo mentality. Cloudy was upfield, and not much else to be said about it. Another combination is going to be deflected as Alems to find her home on the sidewall. Crimson, the 100 boost in her tank, going to advance, produces another awkward run from Cloudy, but no one there for Catjam. They're going to have a delayed one. Steven will cut it out, but at this point, I don't even know if Catjam's necessarily focused on getting back that 2-goal margin. It's more about playing effective defense, not like this. It's ducks up and over. She simply cannot miss those.
Ah, it's gorgeous. The first initial touch even recovers after the deflection of the opponent's car, but all the way follows through, keeps the fluidness of the control through the air. Impressive play by Ducks. Quickly as ACD got a lead, quickly back. Catjam had the lead. ACD now no lead. It seems like this game's going faster than anticipated in my head that I can't even put all the thoughts together.
Well, there's a lot of thoughts to be had about this one. Catjam has the lead, they're playing well, and then all of a sudden it's just like they fizzle on out. It's almost like they use just all of their energy towards one singular play, and now on defense, they're really barely holding on. Crimson didn't even jump for this one just to be able to lob it on forward, and yet the job is not done. Cloudy into the mixer. That's going to be Ravina this time. Tap it to the side. Alems daring a challenge to come in. Crimson's patience is going to pay off.
Cloudy still following up. ACD still have their pedal to the metal. Their eyes on the ball. They have everything to put it upfield. Grin and Catcham's one clear manages to, I think, give enough space for yet another overtime. And as we've seen, Catcham has not done well in these overtime scenarios.
No, but the thing is, everything can be forged ahead and have a new tail. Doesn't necessarily mean anything you've done in the past. Got an overtime before. Now let's see. It's going to be going down. Hopefully not an open goal. Crimson making me a bit nervous, but now has plenty of space to build into. Cloudy on the half rotation, not getting this one. Crimson over top of one onto that near post. Last second touch away for Ducks. He's going to circumvent one, but not the second.
Clear. Out in midfield, Ducks trying to find just enough of a deflection to make that shot more difficult, but Steven over everybody somehow manages to sneak this one on through. It may be a quick turn, it may be the outlet pass, but great job. Put it on target and give Catcham a game win.
Zero hesitation as well. Look at Crimson cutting across, getting a save, and then Ravina not just slapping the ball away, not escorting it to the side, getting boost, just understanding that, yes, there is a defender back at the midfield, but Steven is over that shoulder. I'm just going to throw it at her and see what she can do with it. 3 assists from Ravina to go along with the 3 saves and a goal, leading her team upfield, being able to get that one victory. The first of 4 required for the reverse sweep in Grands.
That's a tall tale to ask for, but I appreciated Ravina being a part of every single goal for Catcham this past one. 3 assists, 1 goal in particular from her, I think was the stepping stone Catcham needed. I wish they were so much more consistent during the game because they had the lead. They played a good first 2 minutes and then they faltered the next couple and came back later on. Their heads need to be in the game for the full 5 minutes. And that can be difficult with the pace of play that we keep seeing.
And I really do feel like there is not necessarily a slipping coming through from ACD, but I will say that Catcham is looking a lot more interesting on offense. They're actually getting some solid offenses. They're taking advantage of those weak touches, but then more importantly, they're doing something with their clears. That game winner is literally just off of a counter. The infield pass to Ravina earlier from Steven was off of a counter play. That is what I want to see. I want them making smart decisions and not just constantly trying to say, well, if we just shoot it over and over, eventually it'll get through. No, many a team has fallen specifically due to that mindset. So I'm glad to see that Catcham is open to that flexibility. It's how they got here in the first place to the grand final, and eventually if they can keep this up, it might be how they win it.
Well, a nice clear will do right off the defensive move. I was unsure if they'd be able to get out of it, but still ACD back again in that blue half, finding a couple of ways to get touches. Ducks will not turn for this. Instead, Lem's chasing, and Cloudy puts on an own goal.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I can hear it in your voice right at the end there. You're like, oh, no, you almost had it. I got to say, I don't know how Ravina's getting all that power, so poor defense. You can only do so much on that one on the reaction. That's one of those moments where you're in comms and suddenly your voice just kind of scales up right there because it is hard to predict.
Oh, no. That's all I can say. Oh, no. Let's hope. Let's move on forward. Let's not get in our heads. I feel ACD, just like we're struggling to understand what they're doing. They're struggling to maintain the headspace that they need. Here again, Ravina winning on 50s and 50s and 50s and shots, being that player that's needed for Catcham right now.
Right now, I'm feeling like if ACD was a little bit less locked in, this is usually where in ranked you maybe have to type down into the quick chat and just say, hey, Ravina, you want to calm down a little bit? You are going off right now, just harassing the midfield, getting the 50s, getting these long cannons downfield. And right now, it's been a while since I've seen ACD with basically zero response. But right now, Catcham, they're cruising. They are very much jamming to their own beats, and they are setting the tempo right now. They are looking at all these half rotations, all these bumps out of plays. ACD can barely even get these clears, much less anything else.
This one, finally the first clear and open opportunity. Alems can only beat one because guess what? Crimson right behind Ravina to help support. Puts this pass in midfield. Ducks to send it up. Steven last back. Picks it up in midfield. Cloudy winning this 50, but Ravina back up, sends it off towards the corner where Crimson is. The musty flick managing to find the shot, but it is saved away. ACD has not had offensive pressure. Steven, another real zinger of a shot, this one being saved. And now ACD, maybe on transition, find the shot here. What a pass to the backboard and a Lems finish.
And eventually it will happen, and of course it comes through. Just the oddest of setups. Cloudy, one thing to get a backflip, another one to be able to be perfectly set up and followed through by ACD, and just shows CatCham you can play as much as you can at the top level and be able to find a lot of success, but it can all be swept away so quickly. 2 goals in 4 seconds.
Feels very Alems coded here. I'm not surprised. Kickoffs I've noticed on time, Cloudy and Alems tend to have just a slightly faster kickoff. They've been just straight up beats where the blue card didn't get there in time. It's not something I normally notice or harp on at all, because kickoffs are pretty standard for a majority of Rocket League unless you're doing a specific setup. But it's worked out that speed somehow has just been in favor of ACD, and maybe that'll work out to their advantage at this point, because now they're only not down. They're not down at all. We're back to a tied game. For some reason I thought it was 3-2, but no, it's 2-2, and very much ACD could get a lead if they're able to turn things and continue the momentum that they've created, because you know what? Alems is just too good!
I can't even tell if it's a grand final. The way Alems plays sometimes, it feels like this is just a casual match. The reset into the 180 for basically hybrid breezy, if you want to call it. It's just disgusting. It's so beautiful to look at, watching ACD just fly through the air, unfazed by some of these plays, and it's why it's so difficult to tie them down, because the moment they have any boost in an air dribble, you're in trouble.
Well, right now the only person in trouble other than us is CatCham. Well, we're not in trouble. We're just feeling the trouble on the field.
Feels like it.
CatCham, oh no, had the lead, again squandered it, and now ACD up by 1, need to hold on for another 2 minutes. Cloudy, that's a miss, and maybe an opportunity on this shot here. Crimson was trying to go for the bump but couldn't get any connection on the cars. Cloudy sending it over, has a pass to nobody, but at least keeps it up in the blue half. Under 2 minutes we go. Searching for an even larger lead is ACD. Seems like they're back to their old self.
Yeah, and right now, when you give them an inch, they are very much taking, I suppose, a kilometer if we're dealing with EU, but either way, they're taking quite the vast span of distance regardless. Final 90 seconds, it's very much in their control, and these deeper clears, that's where I would need CatCham to avoid it. Just because you're in the clutch does not mean you need to rush. There's a lot of time just to get one singular good shot.
The rushing hopefully will not happen at the end of this game. So Lems and the rest of ACD clear out. CatCham trying to go across, but again, they roll in a line during that rotation. Where's the spacing that they need? Now Ducks has an opportunity to take a shot because they all overextended.
You can see everybody pretty much in a horizontal line in the midfield, and the moment that beats over one player, it's pretty much going to beat over everyone. Poor Crimson doesn't really have anything to do with that because they're forced to really get the weak tap. At that point, it's a waiting game for ACD, and for, I suppose, the same for this game number 5. It is simply just waiting for this clock to hit 000, 60 seconds to pull out a miracle.
First challenge comes on through. Everyone overcommits. Cloudy finds the touch needed to send it into Crimson's car, and I think that's the nail in the coffin at this point for game number 5.
And Cloudy being able to just do enough to be able to keep it into the dangerous area. Sometimes it will deflect off a defender to be the simplest, I suppose, because ultimately that's what it's really been from ACD. They're just trying to wait for their opportunities, and even in those moments where they're really struggling, it's really a commendment to them to have to make an adjustment on the fly. We talk a lot about between games, how good teams can play, but right now it's watching ACD work is really phenomenal, and it shows why they deserve to be this grand final champion, because they just put in the quality time to get to know each other, get to know their teams they're playing, and eventually just find a way to always conquer these obstacles that they continue to face.
Time, I think, has run out at this point for sure for CatCham. A valiant effort, a really close game for a majority of the time. It seemed like we were at 1-goal games, overtime games for very often amount of the series, but at the end of the day, ACD always came out on top, always found a way to just get over that last edge. Every player on this field right now is a high caliber player, players that deserve as well org representation, players that really showcase how good this EU women's scene is. So thank you to all the players who played and competed, and of course congratulations to ACD for being our grand finalist.
Being able to add a trophy to the case for this roster, and also a little bit of bling, I'm sure, on Liquipedia does not hurt either. But yes, ACD came in as the favorites and proved us all to be geniuses. Granted, not much of a guessing game when you see a team play like that. Cat Jam, they will be back, as I am sure will Guild, Shorties, and everybody else playing in the EU side of Star Chasers. What a weekend and what a way to victory.
I can't say any better. The players put everything out on the field. The plays talked for themselves. They continued to show kind of their game, their each and own style that we saw during the series. We've seen plenty of phenomenal plays and clip moments and 50 reads, everything out of the book they put out on the field, and it was a fantastic grand finals to see and really a great showcase of EU all around.
And certainly we're also getting some interesting mechanical plays coming in. We're getting some highlights. It's a little bit back and forth. We're really uncertain. I think that grand final really had it all, and hopefully next time we'll see maybe a little bit more of an elongated affair, as fortunately it looks like we are pretty accurate in our predictions. We're not going to be seeing sweeps on the day, but we are indeed not going to be able to see any Game 7s. I suppose when some teams just kind of lock in, they're a bit better prepared. That is just the nature of competition, but EU has kind of sketched out its favorites for the region, but it seems like that pattern is kind of holding firm, at least through Star Chaser Showdown #1.
Yeah, what an incredible event. But for us, we're not done just yet in the booth. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to see if we get an interview. We're going to crown our MVP of the tournament. We have so much more to come and talk about with Ash, so stay tuned after this quick break and we'll wrap
sidetracked. I felt a bit of bad, but I came back. There's still a little light in the light crack. There's still a bit of good, so good. And I know just what to say. And I know just what to do. And I'm so sick of pain. But it's all too quick with you.
What a way to end off the day here within the EU region for the Star Chaser Showdown presented by Ally. We've got that 4-in-1 grand final where ACD was able to take the crown over Cat Jam. And Chixa, I think this kind of was the expectation when you're looking at the ACD roster, the results that they were looking to give. But Cat Jam, they really put up a fight for it.
Yeah, Catchem did give it their all. In particular, we had a team full of players that understood each other, that knew who they were up against, and had the ability to adapt at certain parts of the series. They were much closer than their previous time playing against ACD. You saw a lot more overtimes, a lot more close scores, especially for the majority of the portions of the game. For a while, it just seemed like at the end of each and every game, ACD pulled ahead in the last 30 seconds, minute or so.
And what was the difference maker there, Taco? I think when we're looking over towards that game 4, the one that Cat Jam was able to grab with that little goal that was stolen away by Steven there in that overtime. We even saw the OT in game 3 right before that. What was Cat Jam doing to then make it so competitive as the series went on?
I mean, obviously defense is great to have, but it's also just being able to stay persistent. That's the number one reason that most offenses are as good as they are. It's very rare that you see just one pass, one shot into the goal. Oftentimes it's off counters or it's just being able to slowly whittle down the defense. Catcham got way better at that by taking kind of these weirder routes to the goal, which made ACD just have that half second of not entirely being sure how they wanted to approach, and I think that worked really well up until it didn't, and ACD was able to find a new way to weasel their way out of that.
Yeah, it was really well done in that kind of regard. I mean, overall, though, we have to talk about, I think, now that the EU region has concluded here for the first time in 2024 for the Star Chaser Showdown. Chixa, how are you feeling about the ecosystem within the EU region here for Women's Rocket League going further into the season?
I think it's way more competitive than what we've seen in the past. For a while, there was always this one EU giant, and no one could come close to them. But now we're seeing teams 2, 3, and 4 in particular that placed here or around that area all be very equally in talent, maybe just behind the likes of our front runner in ACD. But before it was kind of like just a 1 and 2. And then everyone else in the background that did make main event in those top 8 spots, they're very much fighting and competing with our current top 4. It's nice to see there's more talent in EU, and they've certainly amped up their game. I think the only difference was they didn't have as much time to play together to kind of understand and get that connection as a team, and we'll see a lot more of that next time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the scene continues to grow and progress as things go forward, to see if some of these rosters end up pulling in some coaches here for EU as well, because I believe Shorties was the only team that made it over to the main event that actually had one in their pocket. So the developments that can happen over time in that kind of regard. But we also got to talk about some highlight players here. First, we're going to kick things off with the series Ally Match MVP, which no other than Alem's Taco. No surprise, I think, in this regard.
I mean, at the end of the day, when Rocket League is a game of who outscores the other team, it's going to be pretty hard to be able to get above Alem's being able to get the 7 goals, obviously 4 assists to be able to just boost that goal participation statistic. But averaging 500 points in a lobby, I don't think people understand how difficult that can be throughout an entire series, really pushing the boundaries of how involved a player really can be. And it's obviously a huge part of why ACD is where they are. It's a full squad that wins a championship, but it always helps when you have arguably the best player in the entire continent on your squad.
Yeah, I mean, Alums is pretty insane in that kind of regard. When everything is considered in that kind of sense, it's a way to debut, I think, within the women's scene that is, I don't want to say unheard of, but you are really making your mark with the way that you're entering into the scene and into, you know, a series-long tournament when you're looking towards the scheduling here for the Star Chasers Showdown to continue on as the year progresses and culminate in that final event where we're bringing Women's Rocket League together with the CRL and the RLCS. But we also have to talk about Taco, the match or the tournament MVP here for the Star Chasers Showdown, and you couldn't say enough about Ravina in the green room, on the cast, on the desk. She was insane in the way that she was able to support her team.
And the biggest thing that I look for whenever I analyze the entire tournament and look at who is the most valuable, I look at the players who are always in the right position and they're always being able to pretty much galvanize their squad in a multitude of facets. They're able to kind of accentuate the defense, be able to move on to offense. But when they got into offense, she was involved in so many goals on Championship Sunday alone, being able to get those nice flicks up and over to be able to clutch out games, being able to get the assists, be always the person that's just waiting for the wide open pass. That's positioning, that's awareness, and most importantly, that's cohesion with your squad in clutch moments.
Yeah, I really do feel Ravina was the difference of what gave Cat Jam the edge. Compared to the opponents they played today, there was always sometimes maybe a little bit more cohesiveness in the team, but she kept that glue together with Steven and Crimson. And she understands she was playing with a previous duo. So to match that strength with a previous duo and come out on top at times or keep the games close, it's really nice to see that Ravina is an all-star player.
It really definitely is. It's an insane journey that both these teams had, that both those players had, their MVPs here for the match and for the tournament as a whole. But unfortunately, we are coming to a close. We will have an interview in just a moment, but before we get to that, I want to give you both an opportunity to say some final words before we close out the day. Taco, you go first, and Chicksa, you can follow up afterwards.
I mean, at the end of the day, these ladies are so incredibly cracked, and we need to put them on camera as much as possible. So being able to have Ally Radiant and all the different partners in the women's scene be able to come together, bring events, keep them active, and be able to also legitimize the scene for all the orgs. I love the orgs that have come into the scene, and even the ones that have departed briefly, trying to reassess things. I want them to be able to dive back in because this is just the beginning of this. Star Chaser Showdown went really well on the EU side. Can't wait for NA to conclude this evening.
Yeah, of course, I'm going to echo Taco's sentiments. Thank you, of course, to Ash and Taco for being wonderful co-hosts, co-casters. Thank you to the entire production staff in the background for making this such a seamless day. And, of course, Star Chasers and Radiant Ally for having me on. I'm so happy to continue to be a part of the women's scene. It was nice to see the EU scene all throughout the season, see how they've developed and how they'll continue to develop over time. It's wonderful to get the support back in the women's scene, and I know the women are very excited for more to come in the future.
Absolutely. There's so much love to go around here, but a big thank you to you both for joining me on the desk and for the phenomenal job that you were both able to do this weekend. But we do have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to Chicksa and Taco for now, and say hello again to Cloudy, because congratulations on winning out grand finals. I mean, I know I asked how you're feeling earlier, but now that you've got number one, the title under your belt, how you doing now?
Obviously, I'm very excited. My team is as well. They're all very happy. We were pretty hyped about just winning because it's been a lot of fun overall. So it's a great privilege to be playing with them and winning.
Absolutely. Do you guys have any plans as far as like, are you guys jumping into like threes later to celebrate now that the tournament's over, vibing and call, or are y'all going to go and celebrate separately and that kind of thing?
Well, technically, I still have my boyfriend over, so I am gonna be spending some time with him. But we're of course gonna be talking a little bit now. Also rewatching the VOD and just enjoying ourselves, I guess.
Yeah, a little debrief, a little chill time afterwards and whatnot. Does your boyfriend tend to tune in to streams and whatnot? Is he like super supportive of you playing Rocket League and everything? Does he play too?
He did play. He played in the German uni league at some point. And he was also sitting like right next to me after, like in the last few games.
Oh,
He's very
nice.
supportive.
You love to hear it. You love to hear that. That's so cute. But overall, now that Star Chase's Showdown is all wrapped up and everything, what are your goals for the future as far as, okay, you've earned first place now within the EU region. Are you planning on sticking together as a team going forward, if that's a conversation that's been had?
Yes, we've announced our roster, like officially, and we're currently looking for an org to represent. So, if I can use this as like a shout out, or like
Yeah,
a
definitely
call for
do. Go ahead.
So, well, yeah, that's like our plan of like finding an org, and we're generally just trying to improve as a team, also improve individually. We all have plans for our CS to keep playing the qualifiers. So, yes, just overall improvement and enjoying the game.
Oh, that's so exciting. Well, you guys heard it here first. If anybody is scouting out there, ACD is definitely a team that you want to pick up if you want to dip your toes into Women's Rocket League here within EU. And Cloudy, I'm also, I want to ask if you were able to give maybe a word or a piece of advice to anyone out there who is aspiring to also becoming a part of the Rocket League scene here as a female player.
Honestly, I would just say to keep doing what you love, keep playing the game, if that's the case. Also, don't be shy to just try and reach out to people, message them, or just overall keep playing the game, because at some point you're gonna reach out to people that you wouldn't normally think that you could reach out to, and just try and make a name for yourself and keep doing what you do. Practice, and then it's gonna work out in the end.
Well, thank you so much, Cloudy. I mean, a big congratulations to you again for being the grand finalist here alongside the rest of ACD. I know I asked you about your thank yous and shout outs earlier, but was there anything else that you wanted to say on stream, especially now that you guys have that trophy in your pocket?
Well, I should say that like both my teammates want to say hi to everyone, our coach as well. Also, I forgot to mention GC earlier. Of course, she's the super sub that I forgot to shout out. So yes, shout outs to all 5 of those, like all 4 of those. And yes, to everyone else, I hope you enjoyed the games where you got to see us, and just have a great rest of your day. Thank you for watching, because it's just an honor to be on stream anytime.
Well, thank you so much for doing the interview. It's so sweet of you to come on and take the time to do that and everything. Again, big congratulations over to Cloudy and the remainder of ACD. You guys definitely need to check them out if you're doing some scouting or anything like that, because of course we need to drive some of that love for the Women's Rocket League scene here. But it is all wraps now for EU. We do have NA gonna be underway right after a quick break, so stay tuned for the NA semifinals.
You said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in, I said I'll pick it up, it's all the same. Don't follow all the rules. I know you don't, you change day by day. Hardly seems that way. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, that showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even want to play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to want to stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, I showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. I receive. It keeps bringing me joy.
Ashamed, think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You got to watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold show. Yeah. You try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give it. Okay, run away. Still you try so hard to cover up your games. Got you thinking, don't nobody see. All this time, ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
I don't mean to speak this up of line, but the way you move is perfect by design. You look just like you fell down from the sky. Yeah, you're on another level. You got something special. If I could let you fall in love with me, you know I would. You got me with your hook, and all you got to do is walk. Your move. Now it's all on you. If you wanted me, you just
draped in fine cotton clothes. All his hair skin brown. Music played, the fist began. Fills the air, steps quicken.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday. In EU, we crowned ACD the regional winners, and now it's time to see which NA team can touch the stars. I'm your host, Ash, and we're covering the Starchaser Showdown presented by Ally. And Ally is on a mission to provide more opportunities and events for women in Rocket League esports, aligning with Ally's 2022 pledge to reach a 50-50 media spend across men's and women's sports, including esports. But now that we've paid our dues and said our thanks to Ally, it's time to reintroduce our casters for the NA region, Lemon Kiwi and Oliver Bass. I mean, Lemon, it's gonna be a pretty fun day today of Rocket League.
Oh my god, it was fun yesterday, and imagine what we're gonna get today. Like, yeah, we started with 2 sweeps yesterday, but we ended with 2 game 7s. And that is just the start of the competition, and it's going to be even tighter today.
It really is, and looking over towards that bracket, towards the schedule that we're going to have to touch on here for the remainder of today. Bass, tell me a little bit about what you expected to see here into playoffs, because I think when we look at these teams, it's about what we anticipated.
Yeah, I think that pretty much all of these teams were expected to make it playoffs. The one team that I think you could have said maybe couldn't have made it here could have been Troubleshooter, as we did see them go to a Game 7 versus Torchics yesterday, so definitely a little bit of a toss-up there in that group. But otherwise, yeah, these other 3 teams are very much the cut and dry best that we've got to offer here in NA, and kind of have been for a little while now. Gen G and G2 have consistently taken weekly events, as well as other events within the women's scene, while 12 Bricks have been up and down, taking some pretty good results in some of set of events, while also having some less consistent results. Seeing them here in the playoffs, though, not that surprising. They still do have an uphill battle, though, against G2.
An uphill battle and still an opportunity to try and raise the stakes as far as that prizing goes, right? The stages at which the monetary value increases with how you're able to place within the event and whatnot, because again, it is that 19.8, I believe, grand prize pool across both regions there, with first having that $3,000, second that 2.4, and then of course that third to fourth being 1.5. But we also want to talk a little bit about the teams that we're seeing here, because when we're getting into our first semi-final matchup, we're going to be looking towards that Gen G Mobile 1 Racing Black versus Troubleshooters game. And when we're talking about this roster here on the likes of Gen G, they showed us what they had yesterday, Lemon, and it hasn't changed all that much.
Yeah, this is one of the big favorites to win. Of course, shout out to the Gen G fans co-streaming, coming into the chat. Courtney and Bella have been on Gen G for 2 years, repeat champions of women's carball. Of course, they're top 3. There's a lot of like women's tournaments going on right now. They're top 3 in the Stride Ladies Night. They won the Radiant Starchaser Showdown last time, and Kate joined Gen G last year, who's been a fantastic addition. She was part of that big championship run they did at the Rocket Clash at DreamHack, and it's cool to see this kind of new iteration of Gen G come together, and we'll see if they can go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, they've been the team to beat for a while now, Bass. So when we're looking now over towards the likes of Troubleshooters and at this roster here as well, they have an uphill battle, to say the least, here within this first semifinals matchup.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. This is actually one of the most elite teams that NA has to offer. It's more that's a little bit unfamiliar, if you will. Like you mentioned, Gen G have kind of been a steadfast team for a while now. It's the same roster, the same people playing on it. Similar for G2, who have made some adjustments here or there, but it's been the standard players. This is a brand new roster, or at least somewhat a brand new roster, and GNM have been around the scene for a very long time. In addition to that, we've even seen Hollow before in the scene. They did change their name a little bit, but they're all familiar players. They've all played really well. Again, we'd be talking even more enthusiastically about them if not for the fact that they have, again, the Titan of NA in front of them in Gen G.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying to kind of have to deal with that within your semifinal when it is just that single elimination bracket here as well. Luckily, Lemon, it is that best of 7, so there is that opportunity to make those adjustments within the series because it is a little bit longer. But when it comes to, I'm just gonna put you in the hot seat here. Lemon, you can go first. Baz can go second. But I gotta get your predictions. What scoreline are we looking at here?
For this one, I definitely think we're assuming G2 and Gen G can make the grand final. It would be an upset for Troubleshooter and 12 Bricks in this bracket to win over them, but it's how commanding of a fashion. Gen G are a beatable team. I don't think they have this dentless armor. I would say a 4-1 makes sense to me, but I really have a lot of respect for Troubleshooter, so I almost want to say 4-2. But Bass, where am I on your radar? Am I close to your score?
I will probably basically predict the exact same thing. I think 4-2 is an accurate thing to state. I don't think that Gen G are going to necessarily just cruise on by here. Now, okay, that being said, they did have one of the most dominant performances we have ever seen here with a 12-0 yesterday. They didn't drop a game.
Yeah.
So, I want to say 4-2. I'll say 4-1 just to be a little bit, safer with it. But I will also state, if we get a sweep here, I'm not going to be surprised.
Hey, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Over on the EU side, it was a little bit of a sweep, ACD winning out in a fashion that we expected there, of course. And in NA, I think that there is a little bit more of that opportunity to go back and forth, especially once we hit that grand finals, with the fact that if G2 and Gen G, the predicted, expected grand finalists, do manage to go head-to-head, G2, again, have been taking Gen G out every once in a while, I believe, during some of those weeklies here. We are just waiting on players right now as a heads up as we head into this semi-final here. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just stoked for this, Lemon.
Me too. And I feel like Gen G have the edge because of their experience together. Like I said, Courtney and Bella have been together for 2 years. Kate still has a year under her belt playing with this roster. They've been to LAN. They've been to every type of competition, both in co-ed and in women's. And Troubleshooter, I think, really just started assembling around the Stride Ladies Night. So yeah, they have some time together, but not as much tenure as Courtney, Bella, and Kate have. But Hollow was on Luminosity last year, so there's a lot of belief behind her and what she provides to the team. When you are on signed rosters, that's just how incredible you are. And Hollow now joins Emma and Angie, who have really had great results throughout their career in Rocket League. So I still think this is going to be an exciting match, but Gen G stuck together because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Hey, I definitely agree with you. I mean, and then they also have the fact that they end up having a new coach stepping in at the end of last year. We touched on that a little bit yesterday. Got to hear also from Courtney about the difference I believe we heard from Bella about the difference in the coaching styles there, and how the experience that Chrome brings to the table has been so valuable there for Gen G. But I believe that we are going to head to a quick break. We're just trying to get a hold of one of the teams right now. So please stay tuned. Just grab a snack, grab a drink, and we'll be right back with the first semifinals of NA's Star Chaser Showdown.
nonetheless.
Yes, you're going up against the big bosses of Gen G, Mobile 1 repeat champions in women's carball, the winners of the last Radiant Star Chaser Showdown. And this really is going to be an ultimate showdown for this semifinal. And Troubleshooter, they brought trouble in the past, but can they crack Gen G, who haven't lost a game yet?
They have been basically invincible throughout this tournament, but never know. Playoffs seem to be a little bit of a different beast. Every once in a while, we see a team that's just built for these high-pressure situations. Could it be Troubleshooter? Or, well, honestly, if we're being realistic, it's probably Gen G. They have one of the best clutch factors of any team in North America. They have done this in multiple tournaments. I mean, we talked about this. They are multiple-time winners of many different events at many different calibers. This team, when it comes time to, make or break, they almost seemingly always make it.
And how far can they make it? Oh, Angie felt that shot. Courtney ready in the net, jumping for it. Emma gets the beat, goes to the corner. And now Troubleshooter put on the press. Where Gen G have to climb high, but Troubleshooter are going up against these 50s, and Gen G are delaying them in time to just build space and inch by inch as this gets thrown to the other side.
Back and forth this one goes. So far, pretty uneventful first minute here, as it kind of feels like both teams are kind of feeling each other out. And I got to give respect here to Gen G for doing that. A lot of times you'll see the #1 seed come into a matchup like this, and even if they believe the other side is good, they're not going to treat them with respect. They're going to just dive at everything. They're going to get aggressive in your face, trying to make you uncomfortable due to the prowess of the team itself. Gen G know this team. They've seen Troubleshooter in many different iterations, maybe not necessarily with this trio all too often. They've played up against Emma and Angie in multiple different organizations. They played up against Hollow back when they were playing for LG. They know this team is good. They're not going to disrespect them. They are not going to play this haphazardly. That's why we've had pretty much a stalemate through the first couple minutes, which almost breaks there. Great save out of Emma to keep us 0-0.
Yeah, Gen G, they know how to be aggressive too. I noticed especially Katya yesterday was playing in the opponent's end, looking for bumps, demos, because you have so much stress in someone like Courtney and Bella to shine, but it's Katya that shows that she can score too.
Gaster Blessing starting us off today. You mentioned her name, and she will prove why. My goodness, what a shot from the upper bar, and slots it in with perfection. Katya, well played so far here. With 3 minutes gone. Or, excuse me, not gone. 3 minutes left on the clock. We're up to Troubleshooter. Try and find a response. I mean, they've had a lot of good offensive pressure thus far, Lemon. It's just a lot of shots that have rang on target.
Gen G are a mechanical team, so you got to be ready for the double taps that will be executed. Now this gets launches. This okay off the post, thankfully, and Emma's been a good pillar at the back, but Courtney gonna see if she can test Hollow there into the net as Katya slams in. And somehow Troubleshooter keep this at bay. Emma has to go beyond. Bella tried to pinch. It goes out to Courtney, testing the backboard, fakes it. Katya stepped up, but Angie got in the way.
Angie doing as usual. She is always a player that I have watched with a lot of awe. She's very aggressive in your face. She's not going to give you a lot of room to breathe. And if you need her to clutch up at the right moments, she will be there. Speaking of which, making a huge save here, making another one again. Brick wall on the line, not allowing Gen G to double their lead.
I can't believe Troubleshooters have put up this number of saves. And how did they counterattack from this moment? Because Gen G owned the midfield. And so there is no transitioning for Troubleshooters. It's a bit of space. Finally, Emma catches Gen G, going back for boost. Troubleshooters with a chance to get some offensive output, and Hollow will deliver.
They're showing this is not going to be a one-sided semi-final. Even if Gen G make it through, they're going to give them a heck of a run for their money. And they're doing it already here. A little bit of a quiet first game, as again, it's really been testing the waters for either side. To see Troubleshooter finally get on the board shows they've got signs of life in them. They're not done yet.
And as soon as Gen G retreated once, Troubleshooter scored. So Gen G might be worried on how they can keep this lead. As soon as they let Troubleshooters out of their cage, they came biting. But now Troubleshooters find themselves on a defense that has been mostly flawless through all the shots, the relentless offense. Gen G have only had one goal, and that is a close call. And Angie jumped but didn't get a good touch. That ball floated for so long in front of the net.
so many chances there. Gen G got to be scratching their heads going, what on earth does it take to get past this defense? I mean, they're doing a good job at least forcing them into defense, but these on-the-line saves seem to be a problem for them, whether it's Hollow or Angie or somewhere in between, making these heroic movements. It's been too much. Is this too much for them, though? No touch found off the backboard. Gen G looking like they're going to have to play some defense here as we enter into the final minutes.
Hollow collides. Emma right behind. Angie with support from the midfield. Good cycling from troubleshooters, but Bella running out of boost. It almost crashes down to earth. Saved at the goal line. Troubleshooters just have such an incredible defense. Now Hollow adds to Angie's shot. 2 in the net, easily saved by Gen G. Troubleshooters, though, can the momentum be on their side? It seems like it's only going to be a one-shot opportunity.
Only so far, but I honestly think that we're going to see a lot more when we get to an overtime. With 20 seconds left, I was going to say, may not get there if this shot goes in, but I'm feeling like it. The two teams do not want to make a risky play, especially with this little time left. They might still have to try and make a play at all, though, as troubleshooters watch this one float in front of their net and then straight on in.
Just a 50 win by Bella. Katya makes the call, and Courtney rises to the occasion for Gen G in the last 9 seconds. It took a lot of effort out of Gen G, who haven't lost a game this tournament, and it isn't going to start here. But troubleshooters are on the offense. Angie loses the challenge, so Emma has to take responsibility in the corner. The ball stays up. It goes to the blue half. Angie will be there to keep the ball rolling. But Gen G beat Hollow to the punch, and this remains in that half. Gen G will take game 1.
Gen G take game 1, but maybe not in as much a dramatic fashion as many people were going to expect. Again, a game 1, which we thought, okay, it will be a little bit of testing the waters, but once Gen G get their footing, they should be the more dominant of the two sides. Instead, it's a last-second goal that narrowly skates on by that gives them the win. So for a Gen G who haven't dropped a game thus far throughout the tournament, I think that first game could be on the horizon.
And hey, the fact that you made players as good as Bella and Courtney look as muted as they did. And I say muted because they had Courtney had nonstop hat tricks yesterday. Like, they were going for flip resets, double taps, like everything. We still got a double tap, but it was from Katya. And troubleshooters just weren't quick enough and probably weren't expecting this kind of game out of Gen G. But they truly are one of the best teams that we have here.
Oh, absolutely. Troubleshooters at this point have played a good game, but I think they need to play a more offensive game at this point. How many times did we watch them just kind of get pressed back into their defensive third and then have to make save on the line, save on the line, save on the line over and over again? If this team wants to try and be able to take down Gen G, you got to beat them at their own game. What is that game? Suffocation and offense. They show that they have a good offense. Like you mentioned, their first time on transition out of their own half, they immediately scored. I want to see more of that sustained pressure. If they can slow down Gen G just a little bit and find some extra possession, I think we could see a back-and-forth series.
Could be the case. Troubleshooters were this close to getting an overtime as Courtney with a flip reset. It just almost dangles the entire squad. Thankfully, troubleshooters had a 3-layer defense. Emma just needs to find the bounce, but a good send away by Bella.
So far, it's the same old here with back and forth that has both sides just not wanting to do too much. It makes sense, again, with two teams that have shown they are so quick on their transitions. Good example is Hollow almost bangs that one on target. You really don't want to overexpose yourself. You don't want to dive too far into offense or defense and then leave a gap that a team can exploit. Speaking of gaps, Courtney finds one on the counterattack, but the defense does step up in time. This is why we're saying these two teams have the respect for each other. They know that if you give them the space, they're going to put a shot like that on target.
Oh, Katya to Courtney to the back of the net. Gen G are relentless this game too. Troubleshooters haven't been defending their backboard. They haven't been quick enough to block the passes. And Gen G smell blood in the water.
Gen G starting to figure out how this troubleshooter's defense can be exposed a little bit. If they can't get past them on the line due to regular shots just being shot at a defender over and over again, get the defenders to jump, get them out of position. Like you said, throw it to a backboard that just hasn't been defended enough. Bait out the defenders and boom, put a banger shot and a banger pass on target. Great stuff so far here from Gen G, but they are not out of the woodworks yet. With 4 minutes to go and what has been a back and forth contest so far, I'm going to recommend they try to find another goal here, which they are. Launching into another counterattack. Might be short-lived, though. The midfield, very contentious as the two teams go back and forth.
Hollow achieving at least that second touch. Get them set up in that orange half, but Courtney wins the 50. Emma slows down the play, and the pass goes awry. The backboard harassed Gen G. Now getting challenged more and more in that midfield. Troubleshooter's gonna respect that presence, though, from Gen G, as Katya almost setting this up towards the net. Troubleshooters bringing more energy, depending on Emma to get that charge going, but Gen G send it away. Troubleshooters are having a hard time developing.
Troubleshooters at this point really are, like you said, getting a lot of opportunities, but turning it into anything greater than just a singular opportunity is the big problem. Gen G, we talked about this yesterday as well, have such a good midfield presence. They're great at locking you into your half, keeping the pressure on, and just sort of slowly whittling away at your defensive posturing and your boost until eventually you can't even make the save that you are intending to go for. It's a hard strategy to fight against. It's a very worthwhile strategy if you are Gen G or any team similar. And unfortunately for Troubleshooters, they got to figure it out here and now. The second game, while still very much back and forth, has not had as many chances for them here. We're at the halfway mark, and it is still a 1-0 ball game in favor of Gen G.
Ooh, Courtney a bit awkward in front of the net. And Hollow tried for the dunk. And Troubleshooters off of one counter attack caught Gen G on the back foot. We said the one time that Troubleshooters finally got to convert out of their defense, they scored. So I think that got Gen G to just be more aware of that space and the potential that Troubleshooters have to converge offensively. So Gen G, though, with a chance. Courtney denied on that. This ball could land in front. Emma makes sure it's on the side, but the bounce off the wall gave another opportunity for Bella. She goes for the corner boost, leaves it for Courtney. Bella chases Demos, and Katya will keep the midfield clear.
Midfield continues to be in favor of Gen G here. They just are not allowing Troubleshooters out. They finally find an opportunity, and of course, Katya's back and prepared for it. And then Demolition after should stifle any sort of offense at Troubleshooters going for. I thought that miscommunication in the corner might actually find a way for Gen G to counterattack, but instead, it actually is Troubleshooters keeping the ball close. And if they have to go back to their own side, they're prepared for it. And as Angie gets multiple demos, that's two players gone. Just get this one center and take a shot. Hollow there, but does not put it on target, and a backflip from Angie. Unfortunately, that's an opportunity missed there for Troubleshooters.
Yeah, what an initial challenge out of Katya to slow down that entire play. When there was a demo in front of the net, that should have been an air dribble demo, a goal for Troubleshooters. But Gen G just keep buying these precious extra seconds to restabilize, and Troubleshooters, of course, not being as accurate, and Angie not being in the best place to find the rebound. We'll see if that one opportunity going awry will hurt them in the end, as Hollow is in trouble, and she will not be helped enough. Gen G capitalize.
Unfortunately, these on-the-line saves, as impressive as they are, need a good clear afterwards. And with Angie and at just an awkward angle as Hollow was making the saves, finding a powerful clear there is a lot easier said than done. It doesn't happen, and it does get punished. Katya going to put up her second game in a row with at least a goal and an assist. And if they can hold on to this for another 30 seconds longer, they will be up 2-0 on the series. Gen G put in the same performance as yesterday. They refuse to drop a game.
Yeah, Troubleshooters, it's hard to get these extra touches and really start the drive offensively. At least Troubleshooters can work with this, but Katya sends it right back off the backboard, and Courtney doesn't have enough boost to stay in the air. But Troubleshooters have to work for every meter. Emma with the setup, and Angie just couldn't slam it home. And that was their last opportunity to even try a miracle comeback. And Gen G will still take game 2.
Gen G take game 2 and do it in even more dominant fashion than the first. We said it was surprising that they didn't take an overwhelming win to start off the series. Usually they start off very strong. In this one, they decided, okay, well, we'll figure out the other team. And now that they have figured them out, now that they've got the entire textbook studied, I don't know if Troubleshooters have as, easy a path as they maybe anticipated here. We mentioned the two teams, obviously Gen G come in the favorites, but very even, at least across the board, based on the players that they have here. Hollow, Angie, and Emma, immense experience. But unfortunately, their second game in a row was even more painful than the first. 0 goals. They got shut out. And honestly, an even more overwhelming midfield presence that gave them very few opportunities throughout that game.
I feel like troubleshooters have to play this more front to back, to use terminology from a different game, because you saw the number of demos that they had. They got great demos in the net, but then they weren't winning their 50s in the midfield. It was very tough to transition through that midfield. So although the net seemed clear and a shot would be very easy to make in that case, if you can't keep the ball in the midfield, who cares who is left in the net in the opponent's end? Troubleshooters gotta support each other when Gen G go for those challenges.
100%. They need to make sure they are playing cohesively as a team. If you're trying for individual plays against Gen G, I have a wake-up call for you. That's not going to work. This team's rotations are far too steadfast. They fill in the gaps of each other so complementary, and they put shots like that on target frequently. That one a little bit above the bar, but notice how quickly we get into game 3, and already Gen G are putting the pressure on troubleshooters.
Yeah, troubleshooters have to stay calm. It was a shutout, but troubleshooters definitely could have converted at least one goal, and it really was that close. So I think troubleshooters just have to make sure they can maximize, get to that 100%. They're already doing a better job of covering their backboard. That was something that Gen G really punished and even got double taps. Katya is definitely a name that comes to mind in that case. But Gen G, they command that midfield, and Bella forces troubleshooters back.
And force them into a double commit as well. So now it's a little bit awkward here as they look for a clear out of the corner. Angie dives at this one. No boost in the tank means that she has to just try and get a touch. And unfortunately, that's kind of been the game plan for troubleshooters. They had more touches than Gen G in the last game, but in my opinion, had less possession. It's not about getting the touches, it's about what you do with them. And right now, troubleshooters are just looking for any interruption to what Gen G are doing out in midfield. They just want to put a touch in to keep them off balance, to keep them off guard, and make it uncomfortable for them to keep this midfield presence. Not exactly working, though. They do break out here, but it is only momentary. And as Bella does not steal that boost away from Hollow, I was going to say it should be a counterattack. Looks like the boost totals are in favor of troubleshooters. They should be able to keep this off their half.
Gen G going for demos and passes from left to right. Gotta look both ways before you cross the road, and you better watch twice if Bella has the ball, and it goes to Courtney. Backboard, Katya steps up, it's off the cross, as Courtney has to readjust to slow down this counterattack from troubleshooters. Angie from the top rope gets her shot denied.
Well, I thought that maybe the boost totals would be problematic for Gen G, but apparently they don't need it. They're better than the boost. They can just do this by themselves, and, well, speaking of by themselves, troubleshooters, we mentioned earlier in the game, I'm still not recommending that being the strategy. As nice of a play as that was out of Angie, I don't think that's going to be enough. Plays like that are more what I'm looking for. Emma goes diving, headhunting for a demo, and the backup from Hollow, although not turned into a shot, is a good idea. Those type of plays, like you mentioned before, capitalizing upon the demos and the physicality that they are showing, that's how they're going to be able to break down this Gen G defense.
Bella up the ceiling, you better watch out, Angie! Somehow deals with that pressure beautifully, but Gen G will still harass and attack them. Courtney will be demoed, and Emma very softly puts it to the side, but Gen G just will not let go. They're taking every ounce of boost that troubleshooters have as they do everything to try and clear this. It's a little awkward, but troubleshooters will break out, and Angie's even set up in the opponent's end, but it's not something that troubleshooters can convert.
They're just trying to make them uncomfortable. They realize that those extra touches aren't doing them any favors, so maybe the physicality will do enough to throw them off guard. And it has thus far. They haven't given up a goal, and they've had a much better midfield presence, so if it's going to be a little bit of a riskier player where you do send the first one downfield just to harass and attack, all right, it can work out. Now capitalize upon it, though. You have a good offense here. You got the pressure. Just put a shot on. But unfortunately, Emma just taking a bit too much time out at midfield, and there goes all the offensive pressure that troubleshooters were building.
I think Angie is just ready for a pass. Not right now. She's going for boost, but wait, Hollow and Emma just drive it in. A speed that Gen G just couldn't race back in time for.
I think it's just Bella not expecting Hollow to keep as close a touch on that ball there. She just kind of dribbles it off the sidewall and perfectly passes it out to Emma. The 1-2 punch, the passing plays we've been looking for. Although individual brilliance from Hollow, it's the team effort that finally gets it through. Troubleshooters finding a way to shut this Gen G midfield down. Can they now hold on to this lead, though? Because with 70 seconds left and Gen G that have been hyper-aggressive here in Game 3, I don't think they're going to take this 1-0 lightly.
At least Emma got the corner boost because she was running on fumes, and Emma tried to get this out. Now ball left unattended. Bella there first. and Gen G are the ones trailing behind with 47 seconds left. This could be Gen G's first game loss all tournament if troubleshooters can make sure this ship stays afloat and Gen G don't go swinging for the fences. No home runs quite yet, but it's a dangerous ball and Hollow tips it to the side. Gen G will still challenge everything they can because they know they smell weakness in troubleshooters. These light touches is not a full clear, but it's something Gen G can still hope to steal. Courtney and Bella to the cross to Courtney, but not in the net.
They're still keeping the pressure on, though. You're mentioning they're not hitting the home run, but they're not striking them out either. It's foul ball after foul ball. You can only delay the inevitable for so long. You can only delay Courtney going off the ceiling. Ball stays up, and Gen G with boost and a lot of possession just need to get a shot on target. But Emma spikes it out. Hollow to help her out. And I think as long as this hits the ground, there's no way that Gen G are going undefeated. Their first loss all tournament. And troubleshooters show this is not going to be a cruise on by here in the semifinals.
Look at these shots. 9-2. And now close your eyes. I'm going to give you one guess who won that. You're wrong. It's troubleshooters. After all of that, Gen G were on offense for minutes. And not even just like a whatever offense. They were on the ceiling, they were on the side, they were trying to pass, they were shooting hard, they were shooting soft. Like, Gen G threw everything at troubleshooters, and for them to put that number of saves without really demoing Gen G much at all says a lot to troubleshooters' resilience in this game.
I mean, they're threatening those demos, though, is what really is the biggest thing in my mind. We talked about it, a midfield presence through the first two games that were entirely in favor of Gen G as they dove at the ball, controlled possession, and really locked all of troubleshooters into their own half. Now, all of a sudden, we get this game where we're seeing players like Hollow, like Angie, like Emma, diving into the other half of the field and just disrupting, looking for demos, looking for boost deals, looking for that. Emma had no intention to touch that ball there. She just immediately dove at Bella, trying to make them uncomfortable, and that game plan is working out thus far for troubleshooters. A 1-0 in the last game, though, is not as clear-cut a win for them as they might like. If they want to try and shut this Gen G team down for good, they need to find ways to get even more goals.
And it was Angie and Hollow teaming up on the fastest counterattack we've seen this series, and the balance that Hollow did to catch just the experienced members of Gen G off guard. But when there's demos, Gen G are the ones that are going to take your guard down.
Gen G went, okay, you guys want to play a demo game? Sure, we can do that as well. Immediate demolition in goal from Courtney's going to open it up. The shot goes in, and Gen G show, you can do that, so can we. Now figure out another way to make a comeback victory, maybe by 2. No, Bella not going to find the kickoff goal.
Gen G are so patient, waiting to see what troubleshooters do before slapping it right back. And look, they're just playing with their food. They wait for Gen G to approach, and they get the ball past them. A great 50 out of Hollow. That was a dangerous place for the ball to be. Gen G could have shot it through. Now troubleshooters with some space and time. Courtney missing that and hoping to just pinch this right in front of the net. Troubleshooters having a hard time once they enter that orange end to be left alone.
They really are starting to get a taste of their own medicine here. We talked about the aggression. We talked about the way the troubleshooters changed it up in game number 3. But you know that Coach Chrome is not going to let that slide for another game further. Gen G, they immediately hit the books, knew how to adjust, and they are showing how those adjustments are paying off in dividends. Goes on target, not going to be enough, but the possession still stays in their favor. Courtney, time, space, not a lot of boost though. The air dribble will fail, but it will not end the possession. Gen G have now spent basically 90 seconds straight in this troubleshooter's half.
I'm wondering if Gen G could try this backboard a little more because troubleshooters are very much playing multiple people in the net, and Gen G had to force some adjustments out of troubleshooters, starting to hit double taps and the likes of that against them. So Gen G can try to stretch them thin in that regard, but for now, Gen G have a lead with 3 minutes left. But Emma to maybe Angie, but Katya's falling along with it, but it pitches off to Hollow. You got 2 jumping out of Gen G, ball back to troubleshooters, but now just barely holding on to this possession.
Oh, and look how quickly Gen G are able to link up and get some passes out of their own half. 1, 2, 3, all 3 of them getting involved, and although it does not completely alleviate the pressure, notice the boost totals. It gives enough time for all 3 players to grab themselves 100, and Now they're prepared on defense yet again, even if they do have to play in their own half. It's just so smart. It's so calm, collected, and like you mentioned before, it's a patient play style, waiting for their moments, waiting for their opportunities, not forcing anything that they don't need to. And it's resulted in a 1-0 thus far. Not a guaranteed win, though, with Troubleshooters starting to break out of their half a little bit more frequently here. I have a feeling they could get a couple opportunities to tie up this game and maybe send us to an overtime. That being said, don't let Gen G start locking you back in. It looks like the team's getting ready to show that midfield presence yet again.
Man, Gen G have a lead, but Troubleshooters, I don't think they're gonna get shut out again, right? Like, not like they did in game 2. Now it's a chance for Emma, double commit, Troubleshooters hoping to clean it up, and Angie will do just that.
All right, I see you, Lemon. The caster blessing coming through for you here today. Usually I'm getting completely taken down by the curse. Apparently you've taken that and you found a way to just predict this series. Troubleshooters needed a goal. They find one as soon as you ask for it. And we could potentially find an overtime here if neither team finds another goal for the next 100 seconds, as it's not only come far and few between, but they've had to be earned. The goal we, oh my goodness, just got from Troubleshooters was based off the pressure they exerted on their defense and forced a double commit out of Gen G and capitalized within a split second. Like what we're seeing out of Troubleshooters, I hope they can keep the consistency here, though, because with the Gen G, who probably aren't going to be happy about that goal, you can already see they are marching into offense.
Yeah, Troubleshooters. Oh, gotta communicate. This comes out to Courtney, and both defenders of Troubleshooters bulldoze their way out of dodge. And Gen G are so good at making them uncomfortable. I'm feeling pretty uncomfortable now when Katya can launch this, but not towards the backboard enough. Emma, good read on the bounce. And Bella still tries to carve her way through, but Troubleshooters build the wall in front of the nets, and they go toe-to-toe against Gen G, and the timing is perfect. The counterattack, not so much. And maybe Gen G wanted you to be drawn out. Maybe they wanted you to be cozy, because Gen G are knocking on the door of a lead, but can't get it yet.
They're getting every part of the puzzle at this point. They are 99% complete. They're figuring out ways to break down this defense, starve them of boost, get them super uncomfortable. The one thing they can't do, get past the final defender. The on-the-line defense here has been immaculate, and it will happen again. Hollow, last-second save. Is anyone back for this? It doesn't matter. The shot is off. The follow-up is not. Bella catches the defense sleeping and snipes it to the top left.
And Bella had all the time in the world to slot this one, positioned perfectly in the upper corner when you saw that Emma was on the right half of the net. Gen G, they overwhelm the net. They get the lead. 20 seconds left. I'm gonna stop blessing everybody. Troubleshooters, are we going to OT? Oh, Hollow with the pinch. Now Katya gets the read, bounces it out, and Courtney gets a touch at the midfield and almost could have scored. The Troubleshooters, this is their last play, but Bella ducks on a 3-1. That is the end of game 4.
Bella said, yeah, we'll get another goal, but it'll be a goal for my hat trick. 3 goals to Bella in this game. She said it's time to step up, and it's time for Troubleshooters to bow out. 1 game away from being eliminated from the tournament here in the semifinals. With 2 seconds left, there is not enough time for a comeback. 3-1 in a 3-1 victory as well. Gen G showing they might have dropped a game, but they are still the team to beat.
I got so close. That's like such the theme today. And also yesterday. Troubleshooters are such a threatening offense. You'll see it once in a while. They always have record low shot totals, like 3 this game. I think they might have had 3 or 4 last game. But when they go on offense, when they get an inch, they'll take a mile. Troubleshooters are still a team you have to respect. And Gen G, yeah, hats off to Bella with the hat trick and a hilarious one to end the game. But Gen G, now that I feel like the ankle weights are off, now that they finally lost their first game, you're seeing a Gen G that are no longer messing around.
No, not only are they not messing around, but they're also starting to use those strategies like we talked about. They took a somewhat brutal loss, a shutout loss in game number 3, and they go, okay, well, let's figure it out. What did we do wrong? What do we need to adjust? Made the adjustments in the last game, and as much as Troubleshooters did have those chances, they were very well prepared for them this time. Again, we talked about it. It was a breakaway play that got that one in 0 before, a quick transition. Now that they have figured out a way to both still play a good midfield presence while having having a prepared defense for whenever troubleshooters do break out. Made it a lot more difficult for them to find goals, and it's made it a lot more difficult to slow down players like Courtney. She's been a little bit quiet throughout this series, really letting Katya and Bella do more of the heavy lifting on offense, but as we get into our 5th game, if she wakes up, that could be the end for troubleshooters.
These troubleshooters trying to have more success with clearing, as Emma wanted the follow-up touch to keep the drive going. Now missed attempt, but troubleshooters supporting each other a lot more, but also respecting the space that they give to Gen G, because you don't want to put yourself out of position going for a risky challenge, and troubleshooters kind of be more aware of that as the ball comes out to Angie, to Hollow, to Emma, and Gen G have to play from behind.
Gen G starting to show again, as much as their defense might be prepared, you have to expect the unexpected. Those extra passes there, despite Courtney being back on defense, completely caught her off guard. She's looking around trying to keep track of the ball and just sitting there going, when you gonna take a shot? The answer, when you least expect it. 40 seconds gone here. Troubleshooters showing those passing plays that we said would be crucial to their offense, and they're executing upon them perfectly.
Now Gen G don't seem too troubled. Emma tries to climb for this one and puts it to the side where Courtney were trying to transition to an offense. Now troubleshooters will be harassed here in a second. Good control by Emma as Courtney will step up to assist Katya. Katya goes for the demo in the net. There's still 2 other people to worry about as Emma just front and center. All eyes on her and what troubleshooters can do now that they got Gen G on the back foot.
Got him on the back foot. Now can they find the opportunity? That demo would make me think, yes, Angie gets it center. Where's the shot? Not quite found, but the defense is at least still prepared for it. Emma, 2 touches to keep it away from a Gen G shot. We'll still dive in and keep the pressure up. But Gen G now have to play from behind. Like you said, that's an unfamiliar position for them. This one's a little bit more familiar, though. You finally get an opportunity for the shot, and troubleshooters on the line defense. They really have been so good about that. Like you mentioned, if they can just move the backboard a little bit, I have full faith that this team's defense is just going to be a brick wall.
Courtney just gives up the ball to bump the player out of the way, and that's the type of trust that you have on a team like Gen G, who have been together for years. And when you are called off the play, it's because someone, it just has a better opportunity, and that's also the skill that Gen G are putting a masterclass on as Katya with the net that looked open as Angie pitches down and Courtney finishes off what was started.
We've mentioned it a couple of times. These on-the-line saves are good, but they need to have follow-ups, and with the demo on the second woman there, it makes it difficult. That's why you see Emma diving back. Angie's out of the play. She's been sent to the Shadow Realm. There's no option but to try and get back, and when Gen G can beat you to the ball, that's a problem. And I mentioned it before. I said one player comes to life in this game, there will be problems for troubleshooters, and she has already. Courtney getting a goal for the first time in quite a while. Maybe this will be a sign for Gen G's dominance from here on out. My goodness, Katya almost able to get another.
Hollow deals with these 50s so well, though. Like, she's such a good read on the play and stifles a lot of opportunities that Gen G cook up in these 1v1s that they feel so confident in. And now with Emma, has to deal with Katya there. Just watches what she can do. Troubleshooters seem okay for now as the lead in no one's favor going into the second half. And Gen G will just wait in the midfield for troubleshooters to come out of their third, and Courtney could swing for this. It hits the cross. Bella down low will convert.
Bella continuing to be a scoring monster. 4 goals into game. She really has been at the right place at the right time every time for Gen G. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, troubleshooters got to find a way to shut down the second chances that Gen G are getting. It's never the first shot that's going on and getting into the goal, but it's the follow-ups, these quick second shots from Gen G that are catching them off guard. Oh, speaking of catching them off guard, Gen G not expecting the immediate shot from Hollow off the kickoff.
Taking all the boost and just gets the side flip into that, and Gen G aren't there. They were just really confident in the 50 they were trying to go for, and missing out on boost, missing out on the ball, and now missing out on a lead. Is everyone colliding off the kickoff, and Gen G won't let them get away with that again.
Gen G gonna have to be a little bit careful here. They don't want to give up silly goals, and neither do troubleshooters. That's why Angie's back and making a brilliant save. Now they need to get rid of the pressure here. 90 seconds to go. Giving up a goal this late in the game with what is on the line here in this series would be devastating. So they'll clear it off the half. Emma, boomer downfield, right into the hands of Bella, who tries to get it to her teammate on the sidewall, but unfortunately it's just a bit too far away. Instead, Katya retreats into defense and is prepared for the long ball that eventually goes into her hands. Troubleshooters looking for an escape here. They don't want to get locked in, but they might just anyways. Bella shot on and Hollow to deny.
Two defenders of Troubleshooters in the net with Katya hunting for bumps. I'm so surprised that didn't go in, but Hollow, gives them a taste of their own medicine.
A single mistake on defense here. Katya can't get up to this one, and Hollow, ego challenges her, says, if you miss this, I'm ready to take this shot. And that little extra touch could send Troubleshooters to a 6th game. All they have to do is hold on for 58 seconds. Well, and they might even be able to get some possession off a kickoff. Angie takes us to the corner, pinches at center. Courtney in the way, but time ticking away. Troubleshooters just trying to lock Genji out.
And usually the initial shot out of Genji doesn't hit the back of the net. It's taken Genji to find the rebounds as Courtney backflips, forces Emma to readjust. And good clears come out of Troubleshooters, but midfield for Genji keeps this ball in the blue half permanently as Bella down and might have forced an own goal, but it gives us a tie game with less than 30 seconds left.
Can we really even be surprised that Bella is the one consistently forcing these issues, consistently forcing the offense for this team? I mentioned it before. Her stat totals for these last 2 games, 5 goals total, and considering through the first 3, she only had an assist. Bella has woken up, and she's woken up in a meaningful way. She's ready to sit Troubleshooters down and to move on to the finals. They might have to do that in overtime. Less than 20 to go here in our 5th game. Genji on the back heel, getting bumped away. This could be a shot. Hollow tries to play it low and fake out, and she might have not wanted to do that because here comes the counterattack. Low boost, but Genji could have the final chance of this game. Angie to clear it off the half, and I think the 2 teams will be content to let this hit the ground. Never mind. Hollow with a 0-second dagger. Maybe Genji wished they had let this go down.
Hollow is the dagger in the hearts of Genji. You thought this was gonna be an OT, but look at what Troubleshooters can do when it's all on the line. We will go to a game 6, and even the last opportunity out of Troubleshooters, especially Hollow, she was in the net trying to bump people out of it from within. It was insane. The creativity that Troubleshooters had on their physicality didn't come down to demos anymore. It came down to catching Genji off guard and removing their guard. What a game 5 we just witnessed.
That is one of the best performances I have ever seen out of Troubleshooters, and in particular, I have to give my credit to Hollow. I mentioned the hat trick for her, incredibly impressive. She also got an assist. She also led the team in 5 saves. She also had 800 points, and the best part about that, she did that with the fewest touches on her team. It wasn't like she was just diving at the ball, consistently causing problems for Genji. It was every time she did get the ball, then she was a problem. Troubleshooters finding their hero here in this 5th game. If Hollow can repeat this performance in the 6th one, I'm thinking we're going to championship or to Champions Field.
On Championship Sunday, the day of our Lord? Like, jeez. We got Game 7s yesterday. I'm getting the Game 7 vibe again, and we were not expecting Genji to be pushed to their absolute limits. And Troubleshooters, it's in the name. They're trouble to go up against, and Genji gotta finish this off cleanly.
They have to. They don't really have much of an option at this point. As much as before this, we were saying Genji, the overwhelming favorite. They should take this. I don't recommend continuing to let Hollow heat up. Another dagger, another drop from the ceiling, and another goal.
Hollow is just on one today. Are you serious? The game-winning one, a hat trick before, shutting up Bella for good after her hat trick, and Troubleshooters beginning with a lead. But you know, you might have won the battle, but this war is not over. Genji, they have not been dented like this before, and Troubleshooters, they have been so much better at transitioning after the initial storm of Genji.
They've been so much better out at midfield. They are not getting locked into their half. They are not feeling the pressure that Gen G were once putting on them that they just couldn't figure out. They have figured it out. And not only have they figured it out, they've also figured out which woman has the hot hand, and they keep dishing it to her. Sometimes, though, Emma just wants to get involved, and so does Angie. The follow-up, though, not there in time. That one dribbled in front of the net for far longer than I anticipated, which is why neither team was prepared for it. Troubleshooters, a chance to double their lead here just inside the first minute, and will have to fall to the wayside for now, with Gen G now get a chance of their own.
Yeah, good 50s defensively, always pinching that out to the side. Gen G will have Bella flip reset against Angie, but Hollow scoops it up. And Gen G got to worry about how they build up and how they're also taking boost away from Troubleshooters. Troubleshooters are okay in the resource department, but Gen G have trapped them in this position before and have tripled the amount of shots that they put out. It doesn't necessarily net a one-sided victory for Gen G, but it's something that Troubleshooters have to be aware of.
As long as they can make those saves on the line, I think they'll be okay. But like you mentioned, it's really not just going to be those individual efforts. It's got to be something more. It's got to be the follow-up clears. We talked about how those rebounds consistently go in favor of Gen G. So despite the preparedness, despite the defense they have shown, I do agree they have to minimize these chances from Gen G. The overwhelming shot totals that they continue to put out game after game, although they are able to fight against it, probably not beneficial to this blue side. That could have been beneficial had the goal gone in, but all three players for Troubleshooters diving onto that one, none of the shots hitting the back of the net, and now they're going to have to retreat entirely. Hollow, not exactly in net, not really needing to either. 36 boost, and as soon as that offense started, it has officially stopped.
Now Corny waits for a pass, and Katya won't be able to deliver it. Bella at least challenges, and it pops it up as Gen G have to restabilize here, and they're playing close enough with each other that they can always recover possession. But man, once they're in the blue half, Gen G are having such a hard time peeling back this defense as Hollow goes coast to coast, but Gen G get the ball to Katya, but the ball's so far from Gen G that what can you even do with it?
I mean, I'm going to say this, and I mean this in the most complimentary way. Troubleshooters are such an annoying team. They're doing such a good job at bothering Gen G. Watch the player that's off ball for Troubleshooters when they go into the other half. Watch how Angie swings through there and immediately starts going for demos and bumps and throwing them off guard. That's why this ball gets to float in front of net, and Bella's the only one back. Troubleshooters aren't here to just throw themselves into offense and then try to build up a play. They're here to build up an offense and to annoy the heck out of Gen G until they find an opening. Speaking of openings, there's finally one for Gen G. Catches the defense awkward, and what a perfect shot from Bella.
I hope so, and all three women of Gen G are beating you down in the net. This has to go in, right? And this has been the trend for Gen G. Like I said, it's not been the initial shot. That will be saved 100% of the time when it comes to Troubleshooters defense. It's Gen G finding rebounds. That is the threat! And look, even that is saved. But look, the rebound, oh, that barely saved too, as Bella has to back pass, and Gen G, it takes a million shots to get at least one goal in.
I have got to commend Emma on that one. We haven't mentioned her name too many times, especially not on the defense. She's been pretty solid on offense, assisting out the wazoo to her two teammates, but defense hasn't necessarily been the highlight. To see her step up at a moment like that, kudos to her and well played. With a minute to go, you can't afford to give up a goal at this moment. Hey, Emma, how about you show us defense, show some offense, show the demo, show the bumps, and show the goal! Man, what's with the caster blessings today?
Emma is the GOAT. There's three people there. One, two, toodaloo. I'm gonna steal that from Dazarin real quick. That is literally what happened. Emma just 1v3'd Gen G Mobile 1. My jaw's on the floor.
You did not just use 1-2 toodaloo against the team that the guy is from.
Oh, my bad.
Okay, you know what? This is what you deserve. This is what you get.
Wow, see, Gen G are so great. 1-2 toodaloo, double tap. See, now I can use it for Gen G.
I have a feeling we're about to see Daz in chat just banning us from using that phrase at all. And understandably so, considering it's now resulted in a 2-2 and one of the weirdest 40 seconds I think I've ever seen. With 47 to go, let's return to normalcy, or let's just have Troubleshooters get another goal?
42 seconds, Gen G. Will they be our first grand finalist? Hollow has to make the save, and Katya threatened the double, maybe a fake pass, and Gen G showed it from the fences, and Bella might have saved the day.
I'm going to mention it again because it's my favorite stat we have seen all series. From 0 goals in 3 games to 8 of them in 3 games. Bella has been the X factor. She is unbelievable right now, and her team's happy to back her up. Another goal. It's 4-2, 30 to go, and Genji moved to the finals.
It's Hollow that delayed that, and Katya gets some air on the ball, and it goes above their heads, and Gen G gets some cushion in the last 30 seconds. But Troubleshooters, this is the biggest gap that they've had to deal with so far. No kickoff shenanigans, and Troubleshooters cannot afford to stay on this defense for long. Hollow takes the ball low, but Corny gets a good read and really just lobs it to Troubleshooters, hoping that Gen G's midfield presence will deny any chance at clearing. Troubleshooters break through, and Bella had to go for a demo. And Gen G, they weakened Troubleshooters' last chance at fighting back in this series. Gen G shut the door, and they go to the grand final.
Lemon, I think you busted out the crystal ball again here today. The caster blessings in your favor, and the prediction of the scoreline 4-2. Gen G do show the gods can bleed. Now, toppling them over and taking them down, a very different story. Hollow had to put up a hat trick, one of the best performances we have seen individually out of any player this tournament, and that was still only enough to take 2 games. This Gen G team, unbelievably talented, unbelievably resilient, and have found themselves the first spot here in our grand finals.
We said Gen G were a beatable team, but not a losable team. Like, they don't lose. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but they don't lose series. They might drop a game here and there, but man, that was such a good series. I'm looking forward to what they bring to the grand final, because if G2 get there, that is a tougher team than Troubleshooters, at least on paper. So what could that final look like? And could we get even close to an upset in our other semis?
I think the other semi does actually have a pretty good potential for upset, just based on the fact that we have seen 12 Bricks beat that G2 team before. Granted, it was, I think, like 4 stride weeks ago before G2 started winning all of those events, so, you know, a little bit easier said than done. But I do think that if that semifinal showing up like that, who knows what 12 Bricks have in store. They've got to have a couple of tricks up their sleeve when we return. We're not quite done yet for the day. We got more semifinals to go. We've got probably some interviews as well to talk to some of these players, but not right now. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, even more action here for Star Chaser Showdown.
2 games within the series and still keep it very competitive. There was no really big snowball match there for Gen G, but when you look at the numbers, you look at the shots on goal, Gen G had those in spades, but Troubleshooters were much more balanced, and they even didn't have necessarily possession in a 50-50 kind of regard compared to Gen G. So I do wonder, what were they doing right to actually find that success, even though they weren't even necessarily touching the ball nearly as much.
It's about doing a lot with the ball when you get possession, when you get a touch, when you're around it. It's very important to not necessarily always dive at the ball and, play with that more aggressive attitude. For teams like Gen G, it works really well because it's reliant upon that chaos. It's reliant on causing enough problems within the front third that when it does rebound out to midfield, you've got somebody in rotation. Versus what we saw out of Troubleshooters there, where it was, give us an opportunity, we're gonna do the most with it. And the reason they have the space to do that is because they're going for demos. If they hit one of those demos, if they hit a bump, then they don't need extra touches to get those shots. They don't need those extra shots. They can guarantee that it's going in. It's a very different strategy, but it is a viable one. We see it a lot at the highest level of Rocket League. Unfortunately for Troubleshooters here today, though, it was a good strategy. It was one that was outclassed. That Gen G rotation is just so unbelievably solid.
Yeah, the hyper aggression in that kind of regard, right? And we saw some pretty insane plays coming out, like including a hat trick from Bella, who is actually our ally match MVP of the semifinal. Bella, I feel like there's so much to say about her. We had the chance to do an interview with her yesterday, Lemon, and she's come in full force with the expectations and solidifying these wins here for Gen G.
You said exactly right. Full force. That is the play style of Bella. Like, she'll go for shots that are up high when the defense feels safe, when they're still trying to get organized. Bella will just come and challenge out of nowhere and then dunk on people. Like, I would be so intimidated playing against Bella on the other side of the field. And then she converted, like you said, she got a hat trick, and her impact was known through every game, even if it wasn't in the goal department. Courtney and Bella are such an amazing frontline duo together, and Katya is like the perfect third for them, who will either go and make space for them in the net, or Katya will hit double taps of her own. Like, she is not a third, she is like part of that unit.
Hey, it's like a unit is exactly the way that you put it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta call it for what it is. The synergy that this team has, the chemistry that they've built over the years is palpable there on the pitch, and we do get to talk to that perfect third actually right now in an interview here that we have with Katya. Congratulations, Katya. How are you doing? GG's, and how are you feeling about making it to grand finals?
And thank you for having me, obviously. It's just really exciting to be here, be back, competing, everything. So I think the team's feeling like super good heading into finals.
That's awesome to hear. I guess I want to hear a little bit more about how you guys look to prepare for weekends like this as Gen G. I feel like you guys have found yourselves in so many winning positions that I know that there might be so many interview questions that get to be repeated and whatnot. So I kind of want to throw something a little bit different in there and just hear more about what the preparation looks like, if you guys have any rituals heading into big playoffs as well.
Yeah, we replay review. We always we might ramp up scrims right before. But yeah, definitely the replay review, and I think a lot of people probably saw it during that match with the kickoffs. So that's a big part of our game, and I think, at least personally, it's kind of a joke with the team. There's something wrong with me. I don't get nervous, so I don't I don't have to really prepare in that department. And I think for me, it's just I trust myself to perform when tournament time comes. So nerves aren't too big of a factor for me, because I think the biggest part is just trusting and believing in myself, and I play a lot off confidence, so that's, at least personally, the biggest thing that will help me before a tournament.
So is that something that you had to work on over the years, or is that a characteristic that comes very naturally to you and is just kind of part of your nature and personality?
I think it's natural. I played a lot of competitive sports growing up, and until very recently still did, so I think that it might, my friends and family would probably say the same. If I was confident and I was really on it, I actually was a goalkeeper, so being the third man kind of goalkeeper. But yeah, if I was confident, if I was going at things like head on and everything like that, I was playing the best, and I think that translates into everything I do, and including Rocket League.
Oh, I love hearing that. I feel like I've heard a couple pipeline stories of esports players going from like traditional sports and then pivoting into esports and whatnot. But yesterday I got the chance to interview Bella, and she told us a little bit about Gen.G's goals going forward into the future. But with you on interview with us today, I actually wanted to give an opportunity to shine the spotlight more on you yourself, an individual, what your goals are going forward within the Rocket League scene, and how you envision progressing within your future as a player.
I think I'm really optimistic about the future. I think that we have a lot of big things coming up, and Radiant was kind of, it was my favorite event from last year, and it was something we were really ready for. But personally, I've spent a lot of time in the Rocket League scene. I had the game since it came out, and I had never really focused on getting better, improving, getting on a team or anything like that. I just kind of played, and I really was just kind of had a natural talent for it, and then went with that. But I think recently when we've been playing, I've really thought about what it is that I need to work on. So I've taken like the extra hours to kind of work on my own personal stuff and mechanics and all that stuff. And I think that it has translated to my game, but it's definitely not at the level that I want it to be. So I think personally, I've just like really tried to take the time and look at myself and what I can be doing better.
Well, I love hearing that journey of growth and the goals that you have there when it comes down to that as well. Are there any, I know that you have the grand finals to obviously get ready for and whatnot, so I don't want to keep you for too much longer. But do you have any thank yous, shout outs, or even anything that you want to say or to the team that you might be facing off against during grands?
Shout out Gen.G, shout out Mobile One. G2 definitely our best competition. I'm excited to play them again. Get a little bit revenge for some stuff that's been going on recently in terms of weeklies. I think there's a lot of people in the scene who want to see us fail, and I'm excited to, at least be in the grand finals, and we've proven a lot, but I still want to take that extra step and get to the championship.
I can't wait to see. Looking forward to seeing like how you end up growing as a player and continue to push forward. And you guys heard it here first. Katya's peak is unseen here. But thank you so much for doing taking the time to do this interview with me. I appreciate it. And good luck with grand finals to you and the rest of Gen.G.
Thank you so much.
Oh, what a lovely and sweet interview. I mean, you love to be able to check in with the players and see how things are going, and also give them a chance to highlight themselves, because that's what this event is all about here at the Star Chasers Showdown, is really elevating women within Rocket League. But we do have that second semifinal coming up, so we're going to toss to a quick break before we come back with the other side of the bracket. Welcome back, everyone, to the Star Chaser Showdown presented by Ally. We just saw last year's reigning champions of the Star Chaser Showdown, Gen G Black, make it all the way to the grand finals, but now it's time to find out who they're going to be facing up against, because when we're looking at this playoff bracket here, Bass, I think we expected Gen G to be the ones to make it over towards that grand finals, but again, troubleshooters, they did also put up a really great fight.
Oh, Troubleshooters played fantastically. Again, the unfortunate truth for them is that, we can only have one winner on the day. Each of these series can only have one winner. And despite an incredible performance from all three players, shout out to Hollow in particular for an insane game number 5, it's still not going to be enough to take down somebody like Gen G. We've been calling them the Titans all series long, and honestly, I think we'll probably continue to. On the other side of this one, though, with G2 and 12 Bricks, I was going to say this is probably going to be about as similar of a back and forth match, but if you listen to Gen G, apparently there's no chance that 12 Bricks is making it to the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we heard it in that interview, right? But when we're looking now over towards this 12 Bricks roster, I feel like the two names that stand out to us the most, of course, being Lilo and Nacho. Like, I'm thinking back to last year, Team Wappa came out of nowhere, Lilo being one of the players that was previously on that team, and really showed us her stuff.
Yeah, Lilo and Nacho got together for this roster around the time that Stride Ladies Night started happening, so around a few months ago. And this roster is full of pieces that have achieved something in the women's scene. Like Lilo got top 4 at the last Star Chaser Showdown with Running with Scissors. Nacho was part of Leftover Nachos, who got 2nd at the Star Chaser Showdown last time, and top 6 with Luminosity at Supergirl Gamer Pro. And B joined them for the weeklies, and she's just kind of beginning to blossom her career. She was at the last North American Star Chaser Showdown, so I'm excited to see this is the furthest this roster has been, and I wonder where their limit is. Can they go to the finals? Can they make a big upset happen?
That'll be a big question, because I think also, Bess, we have to consider the fact that when you are looking at these two teams, and especially over towards G2, they're going to have that weight on their shoulders being the team that's signed to an organization. They have the recent pickup in Talibird as well. So that additional weight with the expectation for them to make it towards those grands, especially with how they've been beating out Gen G in those weeklies.
Yeah, I think the reality is that although we've been talking up Gen G for the fact that over the last year or two, they really have been the most dominant team in all of Women's Rocket League, as of recent, it's now G2. G2, like you mentioned, taking the last 2 weeklies both times over Gen G. And the fact of the matter is, prior to them losing, or to them winning this, the only reason they were losing, at least in my opinion, is they were without a coach. Now, they've signed a coach. Ryu's been doing incredible things with his team. He has been helping them build into an even better team. And I think all 3 of these women are playing at the best of their abilities right now. Their individual performances have looked so immaculate as of late. It's why we say this is going to be difficult to try and say 12 Bricks have a chance here. G2 are on a hot streak like no other team in Women's Rocket League.
It's a pretty scary foe to go and face up against there, but let's just send it straight into our second semifinal of the day here for the Star Chasers Showdown for NA. It is G2 versus 12 Bricks.
That's a lot of bricks. I don't know why there's 12 bricks. We forgot to go do a deep dive on the lore. Why 12 bricks? Why is there 2 Gs? Why is it G2? So many questions.
I feel like that's a question that's got to be a lot deeper rooted. Like, we're going to have to go back literally like years to figure that out. 12 Bricks, I got to send a DM to like one of them and just be like, yo, wait, where did this come from? We might not still get the answer, but we'll at least get the answer to who's making it to the grand finals here today. And like we mentioned, if you're Gen G, you are fully relying on G2 making it out here. Not just for the sake that you believe they are a better team, but you want your revenge. So as much as everybody's going to be rooting for the underdogs here, Gen G and your fans, you're probably rooting for G2 to do as you expect them to and find a spot in that in that grand final.
Yeah, Karma and Avenger have been a duo in G2 for a long time, and they only got Talibird in March. But imagine, out of all the thirds, you get the absolute GOAT, that is Talibird, who could slot in on any roster and be the best player on the pitch. Now I'm seeing G2 team bump, but besides that, G2 are already on offense, so that should be a good thing.
I mean, we've talked about it a lot here today about the accolades, backgrounds for these teams, and really what to expect out of them. We talk about, whoa, 12 bricks as being more a question mark here. The question mark quickly turns into an exclamation point. I'll get back to my point after 12 bricks have already scored.
Yeah, what the heck is happening? G2 is still warming up. Okay, I'm seeing Lilo also demo after the goalless kind of BM, and I think if you can get in G2's heads, that could be an advantage that like an underdog team like 12 Bricks can get, and a little scary there. G2 have to tuck this to the side, and 12 Bricks have demoed, so it'll be a soft shot, double commit out of G2 to save. B will regain control, and now Avenger has to climb up to help G2 get out.
So far, it's a little bit weirder of a first game than I was expecting here. I'm trying to keep my head on straight and not get too frazzled at what we've seen so far. So I'll go back to my point and hope there's at least a little bit of a lull in the chaos that I can explain. As I was going to say, we talked about the achievements. Please don't score here. I want to get this point out. I've talked about the achievements for 12 Bricks. The fact that this is a team that is a little bit less proven but do have accolades across the board. On the other side, when you look at G2, the accolades stretch quite literally years at this point. We talked about it. Talibird being such an incredible addition to this team. She had done so many incredible things when she was on Misfits. Avenger, been around the scene for so many years, whether in the professional scene or in the women's scene. She has done a ton, but really it is Karma to me that is always going to be the best and the brightest, the biggest of the accolades. A professional player that made it all the way into RLRS, was on the cusp of RLCS. She has been a beacon for this scene for so long, and to see her now on a team that is not only just a beacon of hope, but is really putting up the results. There's a reason why we hype up this G2 team. It is not just for nonsense. It truly is because they have the accolades to back themselves and the results to prove it.
Look at these passes! Lilo? Oh, I thought she was going for the double tap, and B can still create more opportunities for 12 Bricks as G2 been stuck on this defense for a little while. At least Karma dodges the 50, but can't get the second one off her back. Lilo wins this off the wall. Avenger needs a good touch, keeps it out from in front of the net. And G2 are still scrambling to get out. Tally will get the corner boost, but gets demoed. Or is she still there? I don't know. Lilo, though, has her occupied, and G2 have to back away.
I'm sorry, B, did I just watch that correctly? Did you just reverse into this first save and then make a second one? All right, well, you might be the player we know the least about in this lobby. I'm going to try to study you as best I can, because my goodness, the performance you're putting in so far has been stellar. Let's see if she can help her team get a goal. A couple of lead blocks. No shot found, and Avenger should be able to clear the lines here and get it out to midfield. G2 starting to find a way to slow down this 12 Bricks team, but I have to admit, I am surprised how often we are seeing 12 Bricks dive in the ball and still beat G2 to it.
And despite, you talking about G2 having so much success, I think they could have achieved so much more last year. If anything, they're disappointed that they didn't reach the stars as they would have hoped, as the quality of roster had presented. So G2 had to search for a new third, and Talibird still trying to be part of that equation as Avenger will score for them.
All right, I'm thinking that just maybe, this G2 team is a little bit good. You know what I mean? Like, they just might be able to do. Yeah, they might just be able to see the perfect moments and absolutely capitalize. Avenger, I gotta give you credit. I didn't think that would ever turn into a goal. It looked so awkward for the defense, and I was going to say that a heads-up bump is great. You know what's better? Goals off the kickoff. This has got to hurt for 12 Bricks.
Yeah, what the heck? Just a kickoff goal like that for the lead? Sure. It's taken a lot out of G2 to go from a deficit to a lead in the blink of an eye. 12 Bricks, you can't discount them. The same way you couldn't discount Gen G's opponent of troubleshooters who took them the distance. G2 may seem like a more beatable team just based on how last year didn't have the highest results as you would have expected. But with this third of Talibird, this is a new and improved G2 that seems like a grand finalist on paper. But 12 Bricks are doing everything they can to not let that happen.
They're doing everything in their power. Unfortunately, their power is slowly dwindling. They had a really good grip on this game to start off, but as G2 started to read them and find more gaps in the defense, it's been difficult for them to find as much possession as they did initially. Maybe this breakout play here could help them out with that. Lilo pops us back out center, where Nacho is waiting. Enough intent to follow up the air dribble, but B, at least there to rip a shot. Not on target, though. Goes a little bit wide, but 12 Bricks showing they still have a little bit left in the tank. They're going to give all the aggression possible here in this final minutes.
Ooh, I'm seeing 12 Bricks try everything to harass the backboard, try these low shots. G2 have saved everything. This is getting pretty frustrating if you're a 12 Bricks fan or even a player. This G2 now hold that midfield. There's Karma using the reset. B will save and has a good read on it as Lilo will demo the reinforcements of G2, and 12 Bricks is trying to escort this in, and even that gets denied.
I gotta give credit. I'm not sure who got the save there for G2 Stride Luna, but they dove through a smoke screen, had no idea where that ball was actually going to end up. Just had to predict that the bounce out would be correct, and they predicted perfectly. G2 doing the utmost here on defense to not give an overtime to 12 Bricks. With 10 seconds left, they've got maybe one march downfield left in them. Lilo to the backboard. Avenger can't get up to it. B can drop it down. Where's the shot? Nacho waiting and waited too long with a defender in front of her. She didn't want to spike it into the defense, but unfortunately, she had no other option. G2 narrowly take game one.
That's the thing, narrowly, off of a 30-second fumble by 12 Bricks. When that had, it's only a 1-goal lead, but G2 robbed them of that within, like I said, 30 seconds. And it was a good ground pitch from that defender of G2 when 12 Bricks were just trying to bulldoze the net and find that equalizer. It was that close. 5 saves had to come out of B to keep G2 at only a 1-goal lead. That's insane.
That was definitely a very competitive first game, and this is why I kind of state that as much as Gen G believe they're seeing G2 in the finals, I think there is a world where 12 Bricks are going to be able to get this done. They've done it once before, I'd like to point out. We talk about those weekly events that have been going on. 12 Bricks actually has knocked G2 out of one of those events entirely with a 2-0 win over them in the lower bracket. The issue was, that was before G2 got their coach. So it's a little bit of a different game now, as the two teams seemingly have both leveled up, but G2 has gone from leveling up to, like level 6 or 7 to like level 20,000. They are incredibly talented right now. They're on a hot streak, like we mentioned, like no other. So although last time these two teams matched, it was still close. The last time that 12 Bricks won this matchup was a hot minute ago.
But not never. So I don't know if we're going to see that again. But G2 only won narrowly as Karma bumps 12 Bricks away so they can't find each other on the pitch on this offense. This Nacho, wow, good delay there, but Tally gets just a little bit of air above it, and G2 will try to dangle above 12 Bricks. Now have to go up the sidewall as Nacho almost gets this to another member. It's off the cross, and G2 hope to capitalize on this moment, but 12 Bricks reorganize in time.
12 Bricks barely holding on here through the first 30 seconds, but to be honest, I'd rather have them barely hold on than not hold on at all. Not giving up an early goal here has got to be huge for them and their confidence, but they still have to get through Karma and the rest of the offense that continues to outpour for G2 here. We talked about it, G2 start off that game a little bit slow. Once they found a comfortable position for them to play with a rotation that worked against this team, they were much more in control than 12 Bricks.
G2 gotta start hitting their peak soon. We've been hyping them up a little too much. 12 Bricks get to play off this back wall, and G2 have a send away, and Tallybird controls it so perfectly. Double tap right into the lap of Nacho. But G2 go for round 2 as Avenger runs out of boost, climbing up to that ceiling. So 12 Bricks able to send this away, but maintaining possession is a different story. They'll try to fight for it back in the midfield. Nacho has to watch what Karma is doing, waits on the sidewall, and just gets a hand up in time.
Just barely in time, but it doesn't mean that the offense is going to stop here. G2 starting to lock 12 Bricks into their half and put on enough pressure, but eventually they might not bend, but break. 2 minutes gone here, and it feels like a majority of said 2 minutes has been with G2 in possession. Finally, a breakout play here is being boomed downfield. Nacho going head hunting, looking for a bump on Karma, cannot find it. Thus, the clear will be found. 12 Bricks break out, but it is only momentary. And again, that G2 midfield, oh my goodness, it is unrelenting.
Yeah, G2 just have to be quicker at attacking this ball when they have 12 Bricks backs against the wall, because 12 Bricks pretty successful at clearing and G2 can't really trap them there for much longer. Now G2 forced to play some defense for once, and Tally has to go up the walls to avoid the challenge out of Lilo. And Tallybird continues. She's kind of like a solo queen, but still yet to convert.
Unfortunately, neither team has converted thus far. I guess
Yeah.
that's fortunate if you are 12 bricks at this point, considering you played a majority of this game in defense. You're probably happy that you haven't conceded thus far. I might have cast. Oh, I did cast a curse hit. Okay, well, thought I
Solo
escaped
queen.
it, didn't escape it, and now it's 1-0.
Solo Queen. Cursed it. Cursed it in the best way. Blessed it. Cursed it. But finally, Tallybird gets her flowers. She's been working on that goal since the womb, it feels like. It took a whole first half for G2 to score, and if it wasn't for that touch out of Lilo, we would have been at a 2-0.
I did not want to see a second kickoff goal from G2 at this point. It might still happen, but honestly, I still believe this is a little bit more earned. The G2 team, even if it is off a kickoff, are so good at immediately exerting pressure. And unfortunately for 12 Brick, it's very similar to what we saw out of Troubleshooters, where they can make these on-the-line saves, but the follow-ups are where they struggle. Those booming clears off the half that then turn into offenses of their own. It's just not being found right now. That being said, they do have an offense here. Below off the ceiling, another great touch. Karma gonna double commit with her teammate in Avenger, leaving Tally the only one really prepared and back. She was well prepared for it, and nobody prepared to challenge her. 12 Bricks retreating all the way into their own half. They would rather give up the offense than overexert.
And great positioning at Avenger to just be center field, ready for whatever 50 comes her way to keep the truck rolling for G2, whose offense has only been able to execute on one goal, all thanks to Tally and her efforts on the front lines. And that solo play that really she had to dangle all three defenders of 12 Bricks to get that done. Speaking of getting things done, 12 Bricks, okay. Karma will be forced to make that save, has B right beside her, who'll at least get a hand up and try to turn this on its head, but G2 are playing so close together that you could lose a 50 and G2 will still recover it.
Just so good out at midfield and in this front third, my goodness. I thought maybe 12 Bricks would have to be able to get up to that one. But then you look at who's left on the line here. Lilo in such an awkward position, 30 boost. All you can do is watch it sail in.
Tallybird is just the GOAT. Both goals to her name is G2. Well, that's what the 2 is for. 2-0, 2-0 in the series, 2-0 in this game, 2-0 in game 2. Like, 2 is just their lucky number. 12 Bricks, I hope 12 is not their lucky number because I've never heard of a best of 12 or whatever that would be. But 12 goals could be in their name if they just went X Games mode, but we're still waiting to see at least one goal.
I'm going to state that maybe they shouldn't rely on 12 goals being the way that they win. If you need 12 goals to beat G2, I think that's emblematic of a bigger problem, and, well, that bigger problem is getting even bigger. 3-0 here. It's looking like a shutout victory in our second game.
Yeah, B got sauced up on the wall and couldn't get the jump she wanted, got stuck, and Karma had a good punish, but at the goal line, it's really tough to recover from that position when you have no space to work with. And 12 Bricks suffering from that need to have better wins in the midfield to try and create more offensive output. But last couple of seconds go by and 12 Bricks will be ending game 2 with a whimper.
Not the best performance out of 12 Bricks here in the second game, especially after a game 1 where it looked a heck of a lot more competitive. Without the kickoff goal, we would have been in an overtime in that game. In the second one, I cannot say the same. Big issue we've seen here, and we've mentioned it a lot, whether it was yesterday or today, is that G2 are a team. They may not hit the ground running, but they, oh my goodness, they do start to heat up. Wow, that really just goes to show you. Tallybird putting up a performance there. Avenger didn't even really need to get all too involved. She's sitting back and going, I'll play midfield. Y'all do the rest.
That's literally what all Avenger had to do was just sit in that neutral third, but 0 shots out of 12 Bricks is insane. I wasn't ready to call that until I saw the stats. It did give 0 shot energy, but I thought maybe they got 1, but they really just were stuck on that second half. And when Avenger just gets the ball and beats 12 Bricks to the ball every single time in the midfield, then G2 just keep going nonstop.
Yeah, G2 don't really seem to have an off button right now. It kind of feels like it's just go, go, go. And although sometimes we talk about over-aggression and teams getting a little bit too overzealous out of that midfield, They're balancing it perfectly. They're doing a great job of having a two-headed Hydra approach. Send Karma, send Tally, keep the offense flowing, and if it does get popped out to midfield, you know Avenger's there to contain it, put it right back into that offensive third. The midfield presence from them has been incredible. The offense from them has been unrelenting. The defense from 12 Bricks might not need to be the only thing they show. They've showed some good defense. Let's get some offense involved. You got one goal in game 1, and since then, it's been completely quiet. A game 3 here that I'm going to say is pretty important. As good as I think 12 Bricks are, a reverse sweep against G2 in a semifinal, not sure if I'm going to say that that's all too likely.
Yeah, at least 7 saves out of 12 Bricks is something you give a shiny sticker for, but what else? A good defense can lead to a good offense, but you gotta be able to demo Avenger, do something about her in the center of the field. But for now, 12 Bricks already look like they're playing like a more revitalized team. They got B playing at the front, playing at the back, pitching it off the wall, hoping someone was there to keep going, and Lilo gets there a little delayed and has to scuffle her way to the orange corner, but 12 Bricks will have to wait some more.
I do like the fact that 12 Bricks are at least a little bit more organized in this game. We didn't harp upon it too many times in the last one, but I did notice a decent amount of double commits out of this team, and often, more times than not, it would end up feeding into an offense that G2 would score upon. It's just those little in-betweens, despite a good defense, when it breaks down, when the rotations break, and you're not quite sure who's going for the save, that's when everything's going to get a little bit more troublesome. So G2, not necessarily experiencing as much open space, the 12 Bricks being a little bit more coordinated. No double commit there in the corner, but also no clear out to midfield. As it's the same old, G2 just not giving 12 Bricks any reprieve.
Hey, if 12 Bricks can keep this score at 0, it's always winnable. But like I said, G2 can find a slip up just within a few seconds and find the punish as Tallybird. She's been that solo mechanic queen, but it's taken her a few rounds, a few swings before she can knock out 12 Bricks cold.
Oh, this one's awkward. Nacho, time, space, and a diving Karma. Where's the second player? Doesn't want to dive. Be out at midfield. Would rather try and take the 5th gear in the corner. Well, I commend her for it. I gave time now for G2 to get set up on defense. It doesn't matter. If Nacho's hitting doubles like that, who cares if you've got players in net?
Bro, when you have me sounding like a siren in the background, oh, that's when you know you got a juicy shot. Nacho is insane for that double. I was just thinking, like, can they even get away with using the backboard? Can they even get away with pulling off solo mechanics the way that Tallybird has been doing? And Nacho, an amazing job, puts 12 Bricks up and by their first goal of the whole series, by the way. And look at Lilo's counterattack. Came in quick, gets put to the side, but 12 Bricks can maintain this pressure. It would be amazing.
Oh, they're doing it right now. They're forcing double commits out of G2. We haven't seen them play a lot of defense, so it's understandable that they're a bit awkward on it. They got to clean it up quickly, though, because I think they're going to be playing defense the rest of this series. It seems like 12 Bricks have found a way to break out in meaningful ways, giving them possessions, giving them offense, giving them chances to get out and to get goals. Half the game gone here, G2. You don't necessarily want to keep showing this weak defense. Also, probably want to play some offense. Not a chance here, though. Karma going to have to make a save as the flick goes on target, but no further.
Man, 2 minutes and just one tiny goal lead. Woo! And the win here on the side could have been big, and G2 don't even score off of it. But the doubles beat, G2 can possibly keep going. Now Avenger just lobbing, but the side, oh, it goes above Avenger's head, and Lalo scores!
And there's the concern. When you're so comfortable only playing offense, the moment you're forced to play some defense, it can look a little bit awkward. We talked about Avenger, normally the player that's patrolling midfield, keeping 12 Bricks at bay. The minute that she gets involved in offense and all of a sudden her two teammates are starting to play a little bit more defense that they're not as prepared for, that's where it starts to get a bit awkward. G2, I like the idea of getting all 3 of your players involved, but you might want to go back to your two-headed Hydra approach that was working before, because this switch up right now is not working.
Oh, G2 managed to feel that pressure that 12 Bricks were putting on a bit better. And now that you can punish that midfield out of G2, you just have these long... I don't know if they can really get away with it, but I also said that about the double tap from Nacho earlier. 12 Bricks now have a comfortable enough lead with time diminishing, and G2 not able to keep the rally going, and now extending too far, giving yet another goal to 12 bricks.
That is all 3 of their goals coming off of a weak midfield out of G2. It's surprising. We talked about it the first 2 games, absolute domination from them when it comes to that midfield. Now, every single challenge they make out of midfield seems a step too slow, and 12 bricks are beating them to it on repeat. Kickoff goal here would be huge, but the double commit out of G2 is not going to help them. A little bit of collision there, the physicality against the wrong team. That's another double commit, though, and that's an open net. 12 bricks, you might have been playing a good offense, but do not fall into old habits.
Oh, it's Talibird again, but yeah, that double commit hurts and leaves the net wide open. Might have even been a G2 member off demo. Yeah, there's the demo chasing that one. And that's one mistake that G2 have capitalized, and not the first one. Won't be the last. Ideally, it would be the last for 12 bricks. And now backboard being harassed. Shot taken. It is wide. Here's the counterattack out of 12 bricks of 3 versus 1. But somebody from G2 got a hand up and slowed down the play.
Just barely there in time, and honestly, that's what they need right now. G2 cannot afford to give up another goal. They actually need multiple goals of their own, and they're trying for it. This one's awkward, not a double commit, but it's at least going to force multiple players to the backboard, make the defense a little bit frazzled. Can they capitalize? G2, good offense. Where's the shot? Avenger there, and Karma for the follow!
Wow. Just ensuring that that was going to go in. It's Karma that sets it up from the corner, and knew that Lilo could have maybe got a touch on it, so Karma just delivers the power to keep G2 within 1 at arm's reach. 26 seconds. If G2 can make this comeback, they'll be on series point and 1 game closer to the grand final. And Talibird flicks it up, seeing the defender, and it's all for Karma to swing at.
3-0 in favor of 12 bricks, a midfield that was finally being figured out, and then G2 go kickoff, kickoff, kickoff. They are unrelenting. They will never say die, and they may also say bye-bye to 12 bricks if they can take another game after this one. An overtime looming, but it feels like G2 have all the momentum in the world. Nacho's got space. And a flip reset. Momentarily. Avenger there. Pops it high. Lilo awkward. Where's the shot? It's on target!
No way.
And 4-goal comeback completed for G2.
Are we serious? It's 12 bricks, not 12 conceded goals. What is going on? It was a 3-0 lead that you just had to not choke in the last minute. G2, they will never give up. They will never surrender. This is insane. Wait, the tying one, the pass. It's right there. It's on the ground. It's denied. G2, series point.
I just threw my head back so hard I slammed it into my chair. I thought that was in. I thought that was on, and the shot just goes a little wide. Heartbreaker. It was so close. 12 bricks. I have no words at this point. It's gotta feel so defeating to have such a strong lead and then watch it evaporate before your eyes. And it's not just that it evaporated, Lemon. It was in such a short amount of time. They scored their first goal, I think, with like a minute and a half left, and then scored the next 3 with less than a minute to go. G2 proving that they do have the resilience we know them to have, but 12 bricks showing that they might not have the ice necessary to take down a Goliath like G2.
3 Goliaths on that team, too. 6 shots for Talibird. Oh, and we get to watch the replays and just be in awe at what G2 had to put up with. 2 goals from 12 bricks came from just the ball sailing above their heads, whoever's at that midfield, whether it was Avenger or someone else. And 12 bricks got away with punishing G2's overextension, which they quickly adjusted and were quick to put 12 bricks backs against the wall.
I have to commend G2 and their coach. I can see the coach in chat. They're watching along. They're looking at everything going on. The fact that you had like less than half the game to go, and then immediately somehow you get in their ears, give them a little bit of a switch up, and it was clear there was a switch up too. You guys went from a somewhat restrictive midfield to a hyper-aggressive offense and a defense from 12 bricks that just didn't know how to solve it. The adjustments from this team, the ability to change it up on the flip of a switch. Props to them, and unfortunately for 12 bricks, they have had to face off against this incredible play for 3 games straight now and have yet to get a win. G2 on the verge of finding their spot in the grand finals versus Gen G. All they need is 1 more game.
It's feeling like the impossible for 12 bricks to do a miracle run. Not only a best 7 reverse sweep, But to deal with the loss that you just did, a 3-0 lead that was diminished in a minute, that is so painful. When you got to sort of laugh at the mistakes that G2 were making, and then that got turned around so quickly. 12 Bricks just have to stay composed through this, and these are players that have the experience to do so, and B can keep the speed on this ball. Right below her is 2 defenders. This pops out to Nacho, who has the backflip, and Karma won't even let her get a piece of it. And almost Karma escorts it to the end. That was scary.
Karma trying to go for the solo plays here. We haven't seen a lot of those. It's been a lot of team plays and bump plays from G2 that have really alleviated this pressure that they find on defense against 12 Bricks. But at the same time, 12 Bricks not necessarily having as much pressure on defense right now. And it feels like the team is starting to dive a little bit earlier than before, and double commits like that are probably going to come back to bite them. Halliburton finds the first here 90 seconds in.
Oh yeah, that's going to bite. And it's Karma who's had these fantastic setups and linking with Tallybird when Tallybird only joined like a few months ago, and like the synergies on full display. That's the type of work that a G2 Stry team like this puts when they're not on the field. And the trust and the lead now in their hands, where 12 Bricks just got to get a handle on this ball. It's a big 50 win for Lilo, who can get in the box, but it's hard to get the support out of 12 Bricks.
I really can't blame 12 Bricks for struggling against what we are seeing right now. This G2 team is so quick to the ball, and as we mentioned before, it's the rotations that allow them to be this quick. They are always backing each other up. Even Karma getting bumped off the ball there, and she doesn't even have to blink. She actually doesn't even have to get out of the play. She's still there for offense, and so is Tally. Final shot denied. Look how quickly G2 are backing each other up. These plays aren't even 1, 2, 3. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. They will go after it and finally score.
Yeah, it's when you're in a situation like this and G2 are finding every rebound, like there needs to be perfect comms on who can get the save, and you don't even have time to plan this out. And as soon as one person or 2 people obviously double commit, then G2 finds a rebound, and it's just a matter of time before they suffocate you to death. And that's the type of team G2 is. Now with that demo, 12 Bricks have a second to breathe, and B will get this ball to the back. Nacho's gonna start stealing some boost, see if they can dwindle G2 down, and 12 Bricks taking everything they can. Okay, missing the corner one there, but now Avenger tries to help them break through the midfield, and 12 Bricks can really put on the press.
I mean, we haven't seen a lot of defense out of G2. We did mention a big issue for 12 Bricks was getting into the offensive third, but once they got there, they had good offense. And they had a defense with G2 that generally looked a little bit discombobulated. I don't think we're seeing the same sort of level of discombobulation here now that we're 4 games into the series, but it definitely does seem to be their weakest point. If they can find an opening on defense, there's a world this series turns around. B trying to turn around Avenger. Great little cut there, but just not able to turn that one on net.
Tallybird is like backflipping into the ball and just sent it coast to coast. So 12 Bricks trailing by 2 with 1:40. It's not getting any easier. Some good passes, Nacho trying to play close, and like Karma's challenging off the ceiling. Like 12 Bricks are having a hard time getting anything, and no matter where they go, the ceiling, the ground, outer space, G2 are always there.
G2, again, just such good rotations. We continue to compliment them on them, and as much as I maybe feel like a broken record, it's because it is so exquisite. They're doing such a good job backing each other up, knowing when to challenge, and not overexerting their offense while still playing so far upfield. Shots like that are a regular, and the rebounds almost always seem to go in their favor. Speaking of which, Tally, great 2 touches out of the corner. She'll not even go for the second touch. Instead, go for the demos, go for the bumps, make the awkward defense. There's the shot that'll go on in. 3-0. That might seal the deal as G2 march their way towards finals.
Yeah, the comms are looking either cluttered or silent on the 12 Bricks side, just really hesitating on how and who was going to touch this ball, who was going to kick it out of their half. And eventually just the wrong weak touch went right to G2, who took that open net shot, well, open-ish, where they just could keep doing that. I'm going to be amazed to see the shot count out of G2, and I guess now the goal count is that was sent for a field goal.
Did not expect this one going in, but I also didn't expect it to ricochet off of the ceiling. That's kind of why 12 Bricks watched that one just have to float on in. That is the craziest angle we've seen in a moment, but what a way to cap off this series. 45 seconds left. Technically, 12 Bricks have the time. But considering that this is the most dominant game we have seen so far at a G2, it's going to take something spectacular, and it's also going to take Talibird messing up on defense, which she will never let happen.
Yeah, in G2's group performance, they might have dropped 3 games, but not a single series. And it's funny to see how much more dominant they look in the semifinal compared to Gen G, who, yeah, might have went flawless in groups, but showed some signs of that they're not unbeatable when it came to the other semifinals against troubleshooters. But we'll see if G2 even give up a goal. And now this one has to just sail by Lilo, who just couldn't readjust in time.
I'd like to point out, by the way, it's a 5-0 scoreline in which all 5 goals have been scored by Talibird. She is just popping off right now. Every single goal this game is from her. Just to give you guys an understanding of like how dominant she is on offense, total goals for the rest of her team, 4 throughout the series. Total goals for Tali as of right now, 9. She is outscoring her 2 teammates by double the amount and outscoring the opponents by even greater. The win definitively G2's as they march on to the finals.
And in a shutout fashion in the end, and an incredible comeback in Game 3 from an 0-3 deficit to winning the game 4-3 in Game 3. G2 can play from any position. It's just how good, how flexible they've been. They've incorporated Talibird. They look smooth as butter on the pitch. This is going to be a really tough matchup for Gen G in that grand final, and at least they're following the script. All the Gs are heading to the finish line.
It's the battle of the Gs. I don't really know what else to say besides that. We've got Gen G, 2 Gs versus G2, which is also, I guess, 2 Gs because G2.
Yeah.
At the same time, I have to imagine that both of these Gs are very well prepared for each other. We heard it. Gen G expected G2 to get here. They've been studying them. They've been waiting for their date with Destiny, and I have to imagine G2 thinks similarly. Both these teams know that there is a rivalry brewing between the two of them, and honestly, I don't even know if I can say it's brewing. I think it's brewed. I think we're ready to disperse the batch. We all know exactly how intense this is.
Oh yes, our final meal has been cooked. This has been brewing for a while. The big grand final, Gen G versus G2. Before we head there, we might have an interview, but we're also going to check in with Ash. So we'll see you after this.
My mind can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason, rhyme, and take a time and choose. Whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. Sometimes, what do you mean? A little bit of gasoline. I burned out so to speak. Come a little closer. Here's some disclosure. Do you mind to quit your pretending? Truth or false, the shit never ending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see, I'm begging you, hear me begging. If you're sick for love, don't try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you denied it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know it's self-respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason, rhyme, and take a time and choose. Whether we're green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stick or jello. I got rules and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not about love, again.
I don't think that last semifinal went exactly the way that we were expecting here in that matchup again with G2 versus 12 Bricks, and G2 taking it home 4-0 there, Lemon. It seemed like 12 Bricks really struggled to find themselves on the offense.
Yeah, it was really tough for 12 Bricks just to do step one, break out of your half. Step two, okay, you got out of your half. Then what? It'll be like one shot, never was able to find the rebound or have a favorable 50 in their favor. G2 would beat them in every single regard, and G2's offense was just that much more punishing because they found every rebound. They were forcing double commits out of 12 Bricks because that was just the panic and kind of this how suffocating it was to play against G2.
Yeah, it was, I think suffocating is probably the perfect word to use there. But Bass, when we're looking at the fact that I think, what was it, in game 2, you didn't even see 12 Bricks have an opportunity to actually take a shot on goal. And the hyper aggression, we expected that coming out of the side of G2. But when it comes down to 12 Bricks' performance, what was lacking? What was the missing piece there?
I think it's a couple of different things. One of the biggest things I will mention is more calm under pressure. We talk about how this team is a relatively newer formed team and has some newer players, being with not a lot of experience within the team thus far. It's going to take a while to be able to withstand the pressure, the nerves that are going to come out here, and we saw that be shown in a number of different ways. Whether it be the fact that the team was getting locked into their half so often, not being able to find these communicative passing plays out of the half due to, in my opinion, some mixed up comms, due to the double commits from the nervousness. It's a hero mentality, I like to call it, where you see the team get into an awkward position, you go, I gotta make the play. But really what you have to do is you have to calm with teammates, make sure you're not double committing, make sure you're not overexerting yourself. And I think that type of pressured situation is just something they are not used to. It was very emblematic in game number 3, where we saw the 3-0, and then very quickly you could just see as the entire team unraveled. I think these guys are going to be around for a very long time to come. I think that this team is going to be very good in the future. They just need some more reps before we can really say they are up there with the most elite of the elite.
Yeah, and when you're looking towards G2 as well here, Lemon, obviously they're carrying momentum forward, being the second semifinal into the grand finals. They didn't have that waiting period now heading into the grand final. So do we think that that's going to make a big difference in the way that they're able to perform in their rematch against Gen G?
I think this is going to be a really positive effect for G2. I found they played much better today compared to yesterday, and it has less to do with, yeah, dropping games or not, but rather just mechanically, they're executing, you know, your double tap. Tally especially, okay? Like, yes, she got, like, the majority of the goals, so Tally is peaking today, but also all around G2 look more consistent mechanically, and that was something that was, like, a hit or miss sometimes, but now that they're against really respectable opponents, I think now G2, not that they weren't fully taking this seriously, but they know that they have to play at 200% in order to be number one in this group.
Yeah, it's really true, everything that you said there. And when we were speaking about Tally as well, I think it's no surprise that she is actually our ally match MVP here for the second semifinal within the Star Chasers Showdown here for NA. Tell us a little bit about these numbers here, Bass.
I mean, they speak for themselves. We talked about it at the very end of the series, but you can even see it. 9 total goals. Let me just make sure I'm getting this one right, because I don't want to be mistaken on this one. Her two teammates, I believe, combined had 5 goals. Karma 3, Avenger 2. She almost outshot them, outscored them, I should say, by twice the amount. Offensive MVP, all-around MVP. She was electric, and honestly, if she puts up a performance like this versus Gen G, she might just be getting MVP all around.
She really just might, but there is some more action to play with there going forward. And then we also have one of our teammates that we got the opportunity to have a little interview with, chat with Karma before we actually head into the grand finals for today. Karma, congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
Hey, thanks. Feeling pretty good. Excited to get into the finals.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm not going to keep you too long because, of course, you guys want to take that momentum and stay warm heading into the grand finals here for the Star Chasers Showdown. But we do have some burning questions for you because Tally Bird is the new pickup for G2 into this new season, right? How has it been working her into the core 2 of you and Avenger?
I think it's definitely taken some adjusting from us, and it's still not where we want it to be, although we're trying. I'm really proud of the team. Coach Ryu and all the girls are working really hard. Sorry about the swear, everybody.
No, you're good.
Yeah, everyone's working really hard. We're trying to get into the play style that we want, and it's been going pretty well. And hopefully we can show what we've been working on throughout the rest of the tournament.
Okay, awesome. I mean, obviously it's like so early days into this season for a women's Rocket League and whatnot, so a lot of room for you guys to grow in. But right off the gate, you guys are looking really great as a squad of 3 right now so far. And you already mentioned Ryu, your coach, who has come in. That's also a new change here for the G2 roster, and I'm wondering what he's bringing to the table for you guys. What's the dynamic between you and Ryu as well, like as a team, and him being the coach, or his style in that way?
We call him Commander Ryu. He's kind of like our general on the field.
Yeah.
You know, he keeps us in check. You know, he's not afraid to tell us when we're playing trash and keep it honest with us, which is something I appreciate. So, yeah, I think he's doing a great job. He also is from EU. He's from, you know, he's familiar with European playstyle, and we're trying to play more European-ish. We want to try and include that into our gameplay. So he's helping with that, and it's been going really well.
That's awesome. Okay, so he runs a tight ship over there from what it sounds like.
Yeah, he does.
Love that. Well, the adjustments are definitely palpable there on the pitch, and you can see that translating into your gameplay as a core. We did get the chance to interview with Genji earlier today, and I had a chance to actually talk to Kate or Katya, and she mentioned that it was basically a mention that they were expecting to play you guys. I don't think they even put 12 bricks in the picture for the grand final, so not in a disrespectful way, but they were expecting it to be this head-to-head, and you guys have been able to take them out within those Stride Weekly tournaments. So how are you feeling going into this rematch now up against Genji?
I mean, Genji's the team. You know, they've been the team for the past year or so in North America. It's going to be extremely difficult. You know, those 3 girls are all really talented, and they have Chrome coaching them. You know, I have a lot of respect for all of those players, and I hope it's going to be a great series. I'm excited for it, but yeah, I think we're definitely feeling confident just from how we've been playing in tournaments and stuff like that. So hopefully we can keep playing confident. It translates on the field.
Well, looking forward to seeing what you guys are able to put out there into the server. I just want to give you one last chance to give any shout outs, thank yous, anything you want to say on stream before we let you go and head off to your grand final.
Yeah, shout out G2 for all the support. They've been great over the past year and everything they've been doing behind the scenes. And shout out husband David and my dog Boomer.
Oh yeah, you did mention that you got a puppy. Do we have puppy in the room right now? Can we get puppy cam or no?
Puppy is unfortunately not in the room. He's downstairs. Maybe next time, if there's a next time.
Yeah, next time, get him on interview and give him a little treat for us. But good luck with your grand finals. Going to let you swing back over to the server, keep warm heading into your next best of 7. And congratulations on your semifinals win there, Karma. Big thanks to her for being able to take the time to do that interview with us with that transition into grand finals. But we also have to give a big thank you over towards Ally, who is sponsoring this tournament here within the Star Chasers Showdown. Of course, they're a proud sponsor sponsor of us and the Rocket League Championship Series as a whole. Ally will be giving fans a chance to earn an exclusive code to be redeemed an in-game Rocket League item throughout 2024. To learn more about Ally's sponsorship with the RLCS, visit ally.com/RLCS. Very thankful for them for all the support that they're giving over here in Rocket League. So you guys stay tuned because we've got a banger grand final coming up here for NA. It'll be Gen G versus G2 on the other side of this break.
Said you wanna play your game. You dealt me in. I said I pick it up. It's all the same. Don't follow all the rules. I know you don't. You change day by day. Hardly seems that way. How can anybody understand? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, that showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. Come on, baby, it's your time to play. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? Come on, just show your hand. Do you even want to play? It was your idea. You hardly seem to care. Why do you expect me to want to stay? How can anybody win? 8 points later, I thought it was about time we hit the finish line. 8 points later, I wasn't winning at all, I was just further behind. You played your hand, that showed my cards. I took my talks right from your heart. I laid them down before your eyes. Game over, blow the whistle, we're out of time. You're just using me for fun, to take the win, and then we're done. I thought I meant a little more. Don't wanna play no more. Come on, boy, tag me out. 8
It is finally time for the NA Grand Finals here for the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally. It's no surprise, I think, that we're seeing Gen G versus G2 here in this little rematch as we take a look through their journey, Bass, on how they managed to both find themselves here at the end.
Yeah, again, not too surprising to see our grand finalists. I think the more surprising thing would be how we got here for the semifinals. A Gen G that we thought would maybe stomp, considering they hadn't dropped a game thus far throughout this event, and then a G2 that had struggled a little bit more than we anticipated and had a team that they had struggled against in the past, and they just absolutely dominated them. So, some weird semifinals that honestly take us now into this grand final with maybe less of an understanding of who we definitely think is going to win this than previously when we came into this one.
Yeah, a lot more opportunity to kind of guess at that back and forth and who to put your money on as far as who could come out on top in this grand final. Lemon, I feel like this is one of the closest opportunities, and again, it's that the story of revenge here, right, for Gen G as well.
Yeah, the two tournament favorites have to clash, and you see G2 who are on this redemption arc, but Gen G have been the titans of the women's scene for so long. Even with incorporating Katya last year, they are looking better than ever. They've won more championships than we can count, and this one could just be added onto the tally. But you heard from G2 how their coach, Commander Ryu, as Karma was saying, was keeping them in check and knows that they can identify those mistakes so quickly and improve on them. Like, the G2 we saw yesterday is so different than today. So I think Gen G have to play at their peak in order to have a commanding win today.
Yeah, Gen G being the defending title champions, I guess, if you will, for the Star Chasers Showdown from last year. Now G2 with this roster that has made the new move, bringing Tally in here, Bass, has looked like a very good change for them. And we're seeing a lot of what Karma was talking about in her interview translating onto the server.
Yeah, it seems like this team isn't even satisfied with the success that they've already had here. It's incredible to hear Karma come out of a 4-0 and go, we can do better than that. We know we can do better than that. She is confident in this team, and why wouldn't you be? The fact of the matter is they're the hottest team in Women's Rocket League right now. They're taking weekly tournaments down. They're improving tremendously with a new coach and a new player. They look like the X factor that we've been talking about all weekend long. Could be any of these players at any moment. G2, unbelievably talented of a team. Again, we'd be really kind of banking on them to win this if it weren't for the fact that we have Gen G on the other side.
Yeah, it's Titans against Titans in that kind of regard, right? But even though Gen G have been, I think, just so dominant within the NA region, it's G2 have been the ones that have been taking them down. And that's why Gen G is looking at that potential for revenge. But we do want to get straight into our grand finals. With no further ado, we are going to head straight into Gen G versus G2.
Let's get it. This is for all the dollary dues. 3,000 for first, I believe 2,000 for or 2,400 for second. There's a lot riding on this, Bass.
There is not only a lot riding on this, but it's also the start or the end of a legacy here. Gen G, despite the fact that maybe as of recent they aren't winning these, weekly events, have been dominant in everything that matters. All the big events, they win. WCB last year, they won it. DreamHack, they won it. All of these events that are going to culminate in events like this where the rivalry has been built, they have come out on top. But G2, as of late, are looking to end that legacy. A Gen G that is unbelievably clutch versus a G2 that is hotter than the sun. Lemon, I don't know who I'm picking on this one, but I want to hear your thoughts.
I don't know, because Gen G seems so close to perfection, while G2, they strive for perfection, and that's what their coach demands of them. And how even though they take a 4-0 win, it wasn't even the fashion that they wanted. But G2, oh my god, Tally Bird! Oh my god, this is a day for her.
I can confidently say that she has not lost a step since that semifinal. One thing that we do have to add to this is that Talibird is having the day of all days. And although we're talking about the two teams clashing against each other, in my opinion, we're about to have the Tally versus Bella show. Bella put up a very similar performance in the series she played, and oh my goodness, Courtney is trying to get into the convo as well. What a way to start off our finals.
Even with the reset. Oh, look, Karma going above and won't be able to get the double tap, but wanted to at least pinch it off to the side in G2. Still have Karma in a good position. Gen G beating G2 to the pitch, though, and that gives Gen G a chance to retaliate and maybe catch G2 on the back foot, but it's a good touch by Talibird as Avenger just pops it up, giving time for G2 to reposition. Now shot potential out of Gen G. Still waiting for their opportunity.
45 seconds gone here, and despite the 1-0 lead for G2, since then they haven't had much in their favor. Locked into their own half with a G2 aggression that we know and love. This team loves to play with this in-your-face attitude, and it is very intentional in the ways that they rotate around each other and make these touches. It starts so far, just no goals to show for it for this orange side, as Katia, not the greatest touch in the corner. That's a double commit out of G2, though. Nobody prepared to capitalize upon it, though, for Gen G. Unfortunate scenes as they had a chance to extend. And almost a chance to get the tie as well there. Talibird back in time.
Both these teams are very physical too, so I'm already noticing Karma chasing after Bella, looking for demos or bumps and whatever it takes, but a valuable touch in these 50s that makes it so even though these demos and bumps free up the net, you don't free up the person that possesses the ball, and that's what's most important. It's Katia. Setup over top. Avenger escorts it to the side. Courtney with a 50. That got a bit dangerous. Now it's Katia's turn to shine. Talibird jumping off the ceiling and slaps it down.
This one's still not off the half, though. We talked about it. G2 get that early goal, but since then it has been all Gen G. What point do G2 get overwhelmed? We talked about in their last series how they weren't a very defensive team. We didn't see a lot of defensive highlights. That's all we're seeing here in this game. A complete flip of the script from our last series. But not a change up of the scoreline here. It's still G2 in the lead, just like they were in the last one. And they almost gave up said lead. That one was awkward, but still Gen G unable to capitalize.
Yeah, almost heading into the second half. Backflip there by Talibird, and Gen G still first to the ball. Karma keeping to the side. This is a solid defensive run so far out of G2, keeping Gen G at 0. Tally just can't be stopped.
How many goals in a row is that now for her? Between the two series, I gotta go back and check on this one because she scored the final goals of that series. She got 5 in a row. Now she's gotten 2 here. That is 7 goals unanswered by other teams, and it's multiple other teams that have been unable to find an answer. We talked about it. Talibird, if she puts up a similar performance to what she did in the semis, she's absolutely walking away the MVP of this event.
2-0 lead, but you can't feel comfortable against that. Not if you're up against Gen G. And this is where Gen G need to take hold of this opportunity, but they're already on the retreat, hoping to grab some boost. Now, Gen G are almost full, but it's Avenger with the ball and the double tap!
We talked about it, Avenger, not always getting involved in the offense, but when they do, my goodness, do they bang it on target. 2 touches off the backboard, snipes the bottom left, and G2 going, yeah, Tally's playing pretty good. The whole team's on fire, though.
Like I said, this was going to be positive momentum for G2 coming out of that semifinal with a 4-0 sweep. Avenger with the flip reset. Gen G forced to react quicker. He did a good job of shutting that down. Tally wants to stop Gen G from converting and transitioning, and a chance off the cross, but no one from Gen G willing to extend to help the single woman on the front lines to carve through this G2 defense that hasn't allowed a single goal out of one of our best teams in Women's Rocket League.
It's not just the fact that they haven't given up a single goal, it's also the fact that it's 3-0. I expected this team to maybe struggle against a G2 that was on fire. I did not think that they would get blown out of the water here in game 1, and they might even further. Another opportunity, another save though from Gen G, barely keeps them in this game. This is a shocking first game for sure. I did not expect this level of domination out of G2.
Yeah, like Bella's going for bumps and no one's really going for the ball. Katia takes a step back. Delayed challenge gives Gen G a position in the blue half. And Tally, at least up against Katia, puts it to the opposite side, but it's Karma that escorts it out. Gen G have good midfield presence to keep establishing an offense, but where's the output and where was that touch? Gen G lose hold of the pressure they were trying to build, and with 38 seconds left, it's now or never.
Courtney trying to get this one out center. It is a pass, but it's not a connected one as G2 interrupt yet again. Talked about how G2 have such an incredible offense and defense in the midfield, which hasn't really even had to be shown in this game, is just as lethal as well. A well-rounded team is going to result in a win here in game number 1 in dominant fashion. 3-0, maybe 3-1 if Gen G can get a march downfield. The shot goes a little high, and the clear from Tally should secure the deal. Regardless of a goal for the road, this will be domination. G2 not just starting off the series strong, starting off the series genuinely unbelievable.
We're already getting hints of an ally MVP after game 1 was so well dominated out of Tallybird. Just the first goal, like off of pretty much a solo play. And she's not even just like a frontline warlord with the 4 shots. She also puts up like the most amount of saves. Tallybird is all over the place. And Gen G haven't had a safe push really going.
I gotta say, this is one of the most telling things I've ever seen when it comes to a scoreboard here. Less than 100 points for Bella, a player that we were remarking upon being the need-to-pop-off player for Gen G. A lot of times I do look to Courtney to be that player. She's incredibly talented, especially mechanically. But when Bella is putting up insane numbers, like 8 goals in 3 games in her last series, you expect her to take said momentums, take said confidence, and run it into the next series. Instead, she is struggling to not only get touches on the ball, but to even really be a big factor in offense. They need to change that, and I don't think it's going to stay that way. You know Coach Chrome is going to be in the ear of all 3 of these ladies telling them, hey, what happened? What do we need to change? And I think that they can make those changes and make this series a heck of a lot closer.
Like, Gen G might have more time together and all these championships, trophies galore, but G2, since adding Tallybird, have had incredible results in the community tournaments, and even sometimes going above and beyond Gen G. So you can't discount G2 just because their roster has developed more recently than Gen G. But that was only game 1. And Gen G, they can go the distance, but maybe too distanced away from the net.
That is a great bump. So heads up here out of Avenger. She immediately gets a bump on Bella, who's retreating, the only player back, and boom, shot on target. Arma gonna find the first here, and G2 starting off this second game almost identically as the first, where they get a goal immediately off rip.
And you heard Karma in the interview. She was so not nervous. How can you be when you got Tallybird? Power shots like that, forcing a hand up out of Gen G. Now a shot, Karma! Oh, swinging for the fences. And Gen G panicked. They're getting saves, but they can't regain possession after that, up until Courtney steps up and right in front of the nets. Bella too late to punch that in. But Gen G still keep tipping the ball towards the net, but Courtney didn't get the bounce off the backboard she wanted, and now it's a scuffle in the midfield.
They need to lock this team in, though. G2 really uncomfortable here on defense. Gen G need to capitalize upon it. Instead, it's a counterattack that almost turns into a passing play. Look how quickly Tally was up for that. Look how quickly Katya is forced to make a save. G2 spending a large amount of that time on their own half, and then immediately having to face a shot that threatens their net. Does that sound familiar, Lemon? Because I'm feeling like this is almost the exact same thing we saw in game 1.
Gen G, once they start getting suffocated, it's tough for them to break out. They're the ones who are not used to having to deal with this type of pressure. Gen G are the ones usually delivering that pain. And G2 have Karma, who's almost tucking it into the upper 90. Keeps possession for G2. Even Courtney racing to the other half. G2 don't really look stressed. They're easily able to regain possession.
That possession not against or not in their favor right now. It is a little bit against them, but Gen G is struggling to find really anything here in this series. Not only anything in this series, but any goals at all. 3-0 in a game 1 means they've been shut out now for 7 minutes straight. This is not a team you expect to get shut out. Maybe Courtney can change that. Over 150 the second, and Avenger misses the ball. There's a chance here. Katya needs a good 50. Where's the shot? Denied from Courtney. And although the offense is back and blossoming yet again, they are still struggling to find these goals.
Well, this is the most threatening Gen G's offense has looked in quite a while, but G2 just keep popping up the ball and pretty much going toe-to-toe if not beating Gen G. Really stifling their opportunities. Now with that demo, some free work as Katya hopes to complete the pass. Karma shoves them out of the way and gets a hand up, and Tally versus Courtney, who manages to get one final touch on the ball, putting it to the corner. Karma with a shot off the post and wide. Courtney, it's time for her to take over the lobby to the backboard, forcing a double commit, but a very powerful clear out of Tallybird too.
Oh, but the defense wasn't prepared for that. Can't you blame them? Maybe they should have been a bit more prepared at midfield. You can't prepare for the Tally greatness. What a double!
On a miss out of Bella, but Tallybird, you have to keep all eyes on her. All demos need to target her because she is the primary scorer of G2. Oh, Bella, 20 boost to work with. Can get high enough and fake it to Katya. Gen G on the board.
It only took them 8 minutes to get their first goal, but it's a nice first goal at that. Fake out from Bella, Katya also up, and with the defense wondering who's taking the shot, by the time they recognize it, it's far too late. That's a great play, probably the best play we've seen out of Gen G so far. The issue, Lemon, it took them 8 minutes to play it.
But hey, it shows that Gen G can maybe work off of this backboard if they can set it up there consistently, as Bella has to go to the ceiling. Didn't get the second touch. Good send away by Avenger. Gen G needs to step up, and I think Katya was late to that. So Courtney forced to play. This has to take it high. 64 boost. Early challenge by Avenger. Kicks up another G2 offense. Keeps being salvaged and picked up in the midfield by G2. But Gen G aren't letting this get too lethal.
Courtney, though, that one goes over her head, so it's going to be a little bit awkward here as Katya in the corner is forced into a 50. Bella the banger out, and Avenger to intercept. Karma to try and do the same, but no shot found. Tally, though, rips one at target, and Bella will make the save. Gen G starting to get pressed into their half. G2, although they haven't had the majority of pressure through this game, still have the lead and might further increase it off the backboard. And, of course, Tally to snipe it on in.
Someone must stop her. It's not the solo queen this time. This is an all-around effort. The G2 Stride unit has arrived. 3-1. The lead increases, but Gen G will not be diminished yet. Now it goes to the corner, and Tallybird, Karma working together. The pitch is away. It's Courtney with a powerful shot there, saved by Tallybird, who's a threat on all lines. Gen G trying to find the gaps, but the seconds are evaporating in front of them.
Oh, chance here. Shot, though, not going to be enough. And as the time ticks away, it's looking further and further away from a possibility of a comeback here. Gen G, like we mentioned, took them 8 minutes to get their first goal. How many minutes will it take them to get their second? It's going to be a guaranteed 2 if they don't score right here and now. And Karma might not even let them. She's trying to get some more goals of her own. And with 10 seconds left, again, they might get a goal. It will make no difference. G2, 2 dominant wins in a row, and Tally is proving she is not missing a beat after that semifinal.
Just there's so much hype for Tallybird and Karma and how they set each other up and lob it up like that to hit a home run. And even Avenger, though, is constantly disrupting the possession out of Gen G, attacking the ball 24/7. I'm going to be looking forward to the touch stats coming up as the ball lands on the ground, giving G2 a 4-1 win in Game 2. But I was not expecting for both these games to be one-sided. Like, it's one thing for the first game to kind of be a warm-up, but for this to continue to be a trend, I'm worried.
I'm very worried at this point. And it's not just because of the fact that the team is struggling here against the G2 that they don't have a sort of, an idea of how to slow down. It's the fact that Tallybird is still playing just as good as she did in her semifinal. Let's now go through the stats again, because I've mentioned it about how she's just been dominating. Through, 2 games here, she has scored 5 goals. If we go through the last 3 games she has scored 10 goals. If we go through the last 6 games she has now played, she has a total of, let's make sure that the caster math is actually helping me out here, 14 goals. She is averaging more than 2 goals a game right now. That is absurd.
71 touches? 71 touches. That must be the highest score. And I know that's not like a stat that we track all the time in Rocket League in general, but it just shows the involvement of Talibird, of just where she is in and off the pitch. Like, she's everywhere all at once, like the movie. And Gen G are in a living nightmare right now. And yeah, it's a best of 7. We're not even close to the end, but Gen G need a wake-up call. They've only had 1 goal in 2 games.
They need a wake-up call, and they need a wake-up player as well. We mentioned it. Bella was the big player for them in that semifinal, and here in this series, she has not been able to do nearly enough. I also look to Courtney to do the same. I've mentioned her being the incredible player that this team looks to be the front of the offense in so many competitions prior. Today, she has not been that, but I know she's got the abilities to wake up and do exactly that. She's trying now. Long ball downfield. Let's see if Gen G and the little bit of break in between games has finally given them a chance to turn this series around.
Having to play quicker than G2 is such a tough ask, but because G2 are having all these favorable 50s in their zone, Gen G don't get an upper hand. They can't dunk, they can't play off the backboard, they can't even pass. Like, it's can't crack this. G2 knocking on the door though. Gen G will answer as they just try to escort this through. That's Bella flicking it above at the cross, and Courtney will assist. And this is where momentum can be generated. Every touch has to be perfect as Bella hopes to find Katya and puts it off to the side. Courtney steps up. It's her time to rise to the occasion, but with 2 defenders and not really much speed on the ball, there's only so much you could do if you're Gen G.
I will say, Gen G playing a better game than they have previously. In the last 2 games, it was an almost immediate goal out of G2 that kind of set the tone for the rest of the game. This time, they're holding on a heck of a lot better. A minute plus passed, and still no goals conceded on either side. But Gen G are in their corner and awkward. Talibird trying to get this to one of her 2 teammates. Can't fight. Karma will find a touch out to midfield. Excuse me, Katya. Bella instead will launch it downfield to where Tally is waiting. 2 teams playing a little bit of a chess match right now. They're recognizing goals are not going to come easily. If they want to earn one, they got to do it in spectacular fashion.
Still a 0-0 game. This is still anyone's game 3 to take over. Gen G can't afford to lose any more, because that would mean series point for G2. Demos across, some room for Talibird, who's getting chased by Gen G, forced to leave off the ball, and Karma can't get a hand on Gen G, and Courtney is that close, but it doesn't roll in.
Courtney trying to become the X Factor that we know her to be, where she's starting to prove that she does have that individual prowess. Unfortunate truth is that G2 has that defense. They're not letting anything go by. Neither team has as we get to the halfway point here in this game. This will confirm something at least, though. Took them 8 minutes to score their first goal for Gen G. At this point, it will be another 5 before they score their second at minimum. This team just not having the offensive outpouring we expect, and Tally continuing to up our expectations of her.
How many goals can she get? Starting, you can't even count it on 2 hands anymore. She is the ace, the X Factor, everything in between. And G2 can always depend on her to get the edge in these games. Gen G, Courtney, she's been that girl before, who's gotten as many hat tricks as the other side, but Gen G quickly lose out, and momentum, the counterattack came in so quickly, and Gen G slow it right down at the line. Karma going through the ceiling. Tally wants to cut it. She's insane for that. And now Avenger is involved, and Karma falls back as the 3rd woman to stop the counterattack out of Gen G.
This is such an intense game here for Gen G. You can tell that they know they need to win this one. They cannot afford to give up another game and let G2 have 4 games of buffer to win this championship. They need something spectacular. They're trying for it. Katya in the corner, looking to get around Talibird. And of course, Tally, calm and composed, won't even flinch at the challenge in the corner. Will make 2 of them in a row and send it back out to midfield, where Gen G need to restart yet again. Courtney, a 50-50, trying to set up her teammates, but trying is all they do. Still no shots found despite the offense.
How can you stop the Tally flock? It's impossible. She's going for misses 100 touches. I don't know, man. G2, you will not see that ball without some kind of blue car on it. Gen G's defense being tested here. Tally with a shot that goes wide off the post. Courtney happy with that. As Gen G hold hands through victory or defeat. Gen G still need that tying goal, and that's a powerful shot out of Bella, but Avenger will catch it. Courtney to Katya being called off, and it goes to the corner.
Like the idea was a back pass to Courtney, but unfortunately Courtney diving a bit too far out. I think she was going for corner boost rather than trying to stay in the play. So it's a good idea, but unfortunately poor execution. Gen G, they've been so close on so many of these chances, but they are now going to be definitively at least another 8 minutes before they get another goal. And honestly, they might need multiple. A shot there is denied by Courtney, but with 30 seconds to play, they need a goal like yesterday.
Yeah. This could happen. Bella off the cross. Tally to the side. Courtney recovers, has no boost. Katya up high. But Karma, the big K, is just a killer. First to the ball, first to send it back. Bella returns, and she wants a goal. Still 9 seconds. Courtney hoping for the double. It gets killed right at the post. Gen G fight tooth and nail. Bella with a pass to Courtney, but it's not towards the target. It lacks power. And G2 take yet another game, and they go to series point.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know what to say. G2 are not just putting up the performance that we knew they could, but they are shutting Gen G down and putting up performance we didn't think Gen G would ever show us. 1 goal through 3 games. I have never, in my history of casting this team, ever seen them shut down like this.
It's insane. They've never been pushed to this point. And what other team than their ultimate rival in the women's scene, G2 versus Gen G? These two have been going neck and neck this whole entire year, and it all culminates to this big Star Chaser Showdown grand final with $3,000 on the line for first place. G2 1 game away from achieving that. And whether you're a fan or not, whether you want to argue this is an upset or not, aren't you entertained?
You have to be. You're either entertained or you're flabbergasted. Maybe a little bit of both, because I can confirm I am. I had many expectations for this grand final. I had many ideas of what could happen. I had no world where I thought we would see this level of domination. This is more dominant than we saw G2 versus the team they played in semifinals. I can't fathom what I am witnessing, but hopefully I'm the only one that can't. Gen G, you can't let the nerves get to you. I hope Chrome has got a game plan, because it is now or never. One more game, one more loss, and G2 are our champions.
And you heard it in the Gen G interview. They don't get nervous. They think it's weird. It speaks to the experience. So Gen G can play from any position, even in 03. They've come back from worse before. And Gen G start off with a good kickoff, and now wait and play back and hope to draw out G2. But Avenger wins the 50, and through all the demos, it's maybe a window of opportunity for G2, and Karma slots it!
Starting off strong again. G2 might have been shut out in the last game for a while, but they're back on their trend of scoring in the first minute. And of course, it's Karma. Avenger doing some heavy lifting again, though, with the demos in net, the bumps, the confusion, the disarray that Gen G cannot escape from. Lemon, I think we're just taking down the seconds. Barring the most miraculous change out of Gen G, I don't know if anything's stopping G2.
Gen G are doing everything they can. They have so much time. And it's Courtney who's been that spark plug. That's a missed touch, but Tally's in the net. And Gen G need to take hold of this and have that primary aggressor on the ball at all times. The same way that Tally's getting 70 touches, G2 need that, or Gen G need that same presence. Courtney's good at helping them transition, but who can play close to Courtney? Bella's been that ultimate duo for Gen G. It's an all-around trio, honestly, with Katya, who's made so much space for them before and getting double taps of her own, as Bella can't even get this out to Courtney. G2 are so good at putting this ball off to the side.
I can't believe how precise G2 are playing right now as well. Every once in a while you see a team get to the grand finals and they play good, but they don't play perfect. I don't know if I can say a step wrong that I've seen out of G2 at this point. Every challenge they make on defense is at least a 50-50. Every save that they dive for off the backboard, they're at least getting contact. They're doing such a good job of not stepping a foot wrong, not a wheel in the wrong direction. It's so impressive, and it's got to be so frustrating. Gen G just hoping for a single opening, and as of right now, they have found none.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what a touch out of Courtney. Good save. But Bella gets demoed, so now Gen.G are on the back foot. And this is a little scary as G2's 50 also stifles, stops the clear. Gen.G reorganize after spawns are up as Courtney is just going for a touch. Karma is challenging in front of the crossbar like that. These girls are insane, and now the gloves are out. Gen.G, they want more than what they put out. They know they're capable of more, and Bella just can't get this ball to Courtney. G2 Stride are reading them like a book.
This is unbelievably impressive from G2. They somehow have gotten more and more dominating the further we've gotten into the series. They start off with a 3-0 when we went, there's no way they can replicate that, right? Wrong. Tally Bird, her 4th? No, let me take that back. Her 8th game in a row with at least a goal.
Added to the tally and call her an eagle. She's so free in the air. Somebody look at her. You can't just do the Courtney Bella hot potato pass all day long. Gen.G need to bring back the fire that made them undefeated in the group stage as Tally looks for a bouncer. It's a great read out of the Gen.G defense. Courtney starts the drive. Bella by her side, trying to play as close as they can. They're only down by 2. There's 90 seconds. And Tally gets stopped right at the line.
This has been a otherworldly performance from Tally thus far. She really is just playing out of her mind, making saves there, making goals on the other end, and doing everything to will her G2 team into victory. And I say that not to discredit what we've seen out of Avenger and out of Karma. They've played out of their minds, but it's unbelievable the performance at which Tally is putting up right now. She's even coming through and clutching on the defense. Her and Karma, how do you even think to get a passing play like that out of your defense?
Oh, Courtney!
And the save, of course.
Oh my god. The follow from Katya just runs head first and the gap! Bella will find it!
Oh boy, could this be the explosion they need? The ignition, that start that they've been looking for. A Bella who has been completely muted throughout the series, a single assist for her only. The minute to go, could this be enough? Could this be the spark that gets Gen.G going? It's possible. They just don't have a lot of time to spare. 1 minute, they need at least another.
Bella's getting really close. Katya hoping for a bounce, gets a pinch off to the side. Courtney there to recover it. Katya looking for bumps, gets G2 off the ball only for a second. Bella to Courtney, needing to readjust in 180s in time. Bella respawns, and Gen.G with 32 seconds need to adjust themselves. The G250s are only slowing Gen.G down, but every second counts.
Don't have many seconds to spare, though. 20 to go in an offense that is brewing. Katya in the corner. Get this to a teammate, but that's a double commit! And another double commit! Everybody going into chaos mode here, as neither team can seem to keep their nerves about them. And that could be to the advantage of Gen.G!
Courtney, the GOATs! Better late than never. Tally got boost, but Courtney got the ball. And she keeps Gen.G alive from an 0-2 deficit. Gen.G are not dead yet. 7 seconds, kickoff to the side. First on it is Avenger, hitting off another player though. The ball remains in the air, an OT that determines our champion or not. Another game could go on, but Courtney will keep in the air. She's got 4 boosts. She's not gonna get help. OT will happen.
OT, and it is make or break for Gen.G. They win this game, there's a series ahead of us. They lose it, and Tally will cement her victory! How's that going on target? Gen.G, though, they're already feeling the pressure. G2 are your winners!
Oh, revenge is sweet, but Karma is better off the ceiling, and a miss by Gen.G. Karma flips the game, the OT all around. G2 Stride Luna are your Star Chaser Showdown champions.
We really didn't even get a chance to savor that overtime. We went into overtime and G2 went, watch this. And immediately into offense and unrelenting. That is the most impressive performance I have ever seen in a women's event, without a doubt. 8-0 on the day, Lemon. 8-0.
Oh, you wore pink today. Thank you for changing it. Oh, I just noticed. I know. We're all colorful because it's just an exciting day just to celebrate Women's Rocket League, the incredible tournament that we've had. I just can't believe it. I call this an upset because I was expecting more games. G2 were on fire all of Championship Sunday, and that did not diminish going up against their ultimate rival.
Again, I don't want to call it an upset, but it kind of is. Every other major event that we have seen that is not a weekly or a regularly occurring event, these one-offs, these huge events, WCB Championship, the last rated event that we had, whether it be also the DreamHack LAN that we had, all of them were a Gen G that showed a clutch factor that was undeniable. Then all of a sudden we get here, and that doesn't matter. It's a new legacy. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's the start of the G2 era.
This is a G2 Stride era indeed. We need to go to a break to collect ourselves, to breathe, but don't go anywhere. After this, we'll have a winner's interview. We'll be presenting our Ally MVP, and we'll see if Twitch chat, you predicted it correctly. We'll see you after this.
I don't think we could have asked for a more insane way to close out the Star Chaser Showdown presented by Ally with that 4-0 sweep coming in from G2 Lemon. We expected this to maybe even go to that 7th game here in this grand final with G2 versus Gen G.
Yeah, shout out to Marvin, Maven, Max? Marvin, that's the one. Oh my god, Sleepy Cat. Sorry, I'm so focused. 4-0. 4-0 was not a scoreline anyone would have predicted unless you were crazy. That, like, Gen.G came in as, like, the on-paper favorites just based on how group stage went, based on their comeback potential against the troubleshooters. But G2 started with a fire that just could not be diminished. Like, Talibird scored first, and you're like, uh-oh, Talibird's online. And then she continued to be online. If anything, she disconnected everyone else from the lobby.
Yeah, she really did. It's pretty insane, that kind of performance that we saw coming out from Talibird, but it was a group effort on the side of G2, of course, here, Bass. This squad is looking on like they're on another plane of existence right now.
This is all the proof I needed to believe that this team is not just a weekly winner. They are the next generation here for World. I cannot believe the domination that we just witnessed. It is actually unfathomable in my mind that Tally through today, through in-game she played, averaged 2 goals a game. She finished the day averaging 2 goals a game. I cannot state that enough and actually have my mind comprehend it. This is a G2 that the sky's the limit, and to be honest, they might shoot past that and hit the moon.
It's pretty crazy, like, after hearing Karma talk about what their goals are, like you're talking about there, Bass, and how high the ceiling is even for this team, the depth that they're going to be able to pull, and hearing how Ryu runs such a tight ship for them as well, it tells you a lot about how they're going to grow over the season, and I'm excited to see them continue to try and emulate that EU kind of play style here. But as far as it goes for your ally match MVP, tournament MVP, that is, even for the NA region for the Star Chaser Showdown, Lemon, without a doubt, of course, it has to be Tally herself.
The GOAT. Oh my god, beyond any reasonable doubt. She started incredible, ended a goddess at the end. I can't stress that the tally in her name, because she only added more goals to the tally. Baz, like, we were screaming her name more than anything else that entire game, because even if it was a 4-0, she made it so exciting.
I mean, it's hard not to scream her name when she's literally almost every goal. Throughout that series, she had a handful that were not hers, but she was pretty much involved in all of them. Again, this is not just an MVP that is deserved, it is an MVP that was earned beyond compare. We had questions about Tally joining this G2 team. I think every single question has been answered.
It's, yeah, I think every single question has been answered, but I also think it leaves more questions to be desired within this NA region as well, Lemon, because now we're looking at the fact that this is a new leaf. I think Bass is calling it within the cast as well, like just completely turning a new chapter for the region in itself. And I feel like that says a lot as far as what we can expect and how the region is growing as a whole here, Lemon.
Yeah, and it's cool to see when the rosters shuffle, really how long some of these rosters stay together too. Like, Gen.G's been together for at least a year as all three, the duo being there as like for 2 years. G2 sort of assembled this year and look this good already. You know, you're gonna see a lot of the same names be at the top, but also the emergence of new teams like Troubleshooters, who got a lot of my respect today for the performance they put out in the semi-final. And then since, you know, G2 won the final, we could also shout out G2 Stride Ladies Weeklies, who get us like a glimpse into up-and-coming talent and who is at the top, because G2 started to make waves there already.
Yeah, and I mean, the other team that comes to mind, I know it was a difficult series there for 12 Bricks, but this is also a new team that's coming into the fray, and while they didn't have the best series in the semifinal, I feel like that was also uncharacteristic of them, and it tells you a lot about just a lot of young players coming into the scene, a lot of new talent that we've even seen coming in here, Bass.
Yeah, I'm very excited for the future here, for the Star Chaser events, for the scene in general. It's nice to see that we are seeing newer players, and it's not just new players that are slowly getting integrated in. They're dropping in and making a massive impact almost immediately. Huge shout out to B for getting to the semifinals of this event. Her prior experience was literally just weeklies. The fact that now she's here and she's playing to this level, incredibly impressive. I cannot thank this event enough for giving a platform to players like that to be discovered discover, to show themselves off, and to really help foster a brighter future for the women's scene.
Yeah, and without not even just the players and whatnot, Lemon, I think we also have to give a big thanks to the community as well. And what are some other ways that I guess everyone out there who's watching can continue to help support the scene grow?
I think just showing up to tournaments like this is like the most important thing, because just getting the support, getting the numbers up, really showing sponsors that we care about this community, we care about platforms like this, and we want it to grow more and more and more. I think the scene has so much more to grow in terms of how big the tournaments can be, how many more sponsors we can get, how much more spotlight can we put on these incredible talented people. So if the viewers could show up, it doesn't cost any money to just show up, write in the chat, and just be here, right? And if you want to go the extra mile, if you have that favorite player, if you want to be the #1 Tallybird fan, all of these girls have Twitters, they probably Twitch streams that they frequent, make content for, and maybe even YouTube and otherwise, and they compete in not just women's stuff, they also do co-ed. So please go and encourage them to pursue their career to the fullest extent.
Yeah, and speaking of those opportunities to pursue their careers, the opportunities to compete and get involved here at us, we've also got the 2024 event schedule that does end up culminating into that Ally All-Stars event there on LAN.
I cannot wait to see that All-Stars event, but I can't wait for the other ones either. Unfortunately, technically need to. We got a little while until our next one, but not too long. It is going to be in July, so all you guys got to do is wait 3 months. And guess what? We got another one as well in September, and then November, as you mentioned, is when all of this is going to culminate in that plan. Main event going to be 2 days there on November 2nd and 3rd, and honestly, at this point, I don't want to say, just like teleport or what time travel me to November, but I kind of want that. Dude, I want that LAN. I want to see it so bad.
I'm so stoked to see how that live draft ends up working out. But I gotta give a big thank you to you both for coming up, showing up, and the performance that you're able to put on to the cast, and being with me on the desk as well here for Star Chasers Showdown. You guys are the absolute goats, and can't wait to hopefully see you guys back for future Star Chasers events. But we do have to say goodbye to you too. So appreciate all the work that you've done this weekend putting on the show. We do get to say hello to our interview now. We're gonna be running it back with Karma. Congratulations on your win. Were you expecting that match to be the way that it was?
Yes and no. Our team's put in tons of time and effort the past few months, as well as our coach and our org. So I was expecting, a performance today from us. I didn't realize we'd peak, so we'll take that. But, no complaints here. I'm just happy to come out with a win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, taking down the previous title holders as well here for the Star Chasers Showdown, right? I know Tally's not here. I'm definitely going to need you to ask her to put her skincare routine, what she ate for breakfast this morning, everything, because we got to know how she put on such an insane performance. But what were the comms like? I got to know, because when you're having a series like G2 just had, I have to imagine that the comms were so hype and chaotic.
Yeah, comms were pretty calm, I would say. We were
Okay.
kind of really, really focused on the task at hand. And once it got towards the end, we kind of got a little more hype. But those first 2 games, for sure, we were locked in. There was no fooling around there. But afterwards, yeah, we kind of loosened up a bit once we got comfortable. And it's once you start those series, it can be really tense at first, at least for me. Those first few games usually are feel out games for me. And then once I settle in, I feel like I start to play a lot better.
That makes sense. I mean, I think being able to keep calm, cool, collected, and very focused is so important. Obviously, mid-series, you don't want to get too lost in all of that excitement. So I love being able to hear that from you as well. Now, looking towards the future, what are the goals for G2 Stride Luna going into the remainder of the 2024 season?
Well, we definitely want to keep refining our playstyle. I'm never happy with where it's at. I always want to keep striving to improve. So despite the win, I already want to get into the replays, try and talk about what we need to do better for next time. But the goal here is to inspire, women in the scene if they're not competing, or the next generation of women, who are watching this now. And we want everyone to, dip your toe in the water, come try competing. We have a small community right now that is very open, and with open arms, ready for you guys to jump in and join. So if there are any girls watching, feel free to get in there, sign up, and let's get this thing moving.
Hey, I mean, there's no better way to do it. You just gotta kind of throw yourself straight into the fray of things. Again, a big congratulations for this win and whatnot. I was actually gonna ask you if you had a word of advice, but you ended up tossing that out there as well. But take this opportunity now to let everyone who's watching know any other ways that they can support you, Karma, as a player within the Women's Rocket League scene, and your team as well in G2 Stride Luna.
You can follow us on Twitter. G2 Rocket League, at G2 Rocket League has all of our accounts listed on there. You can find us on there. And yeah, by supporting us, just by tuning into our events, following us on social media, trying to keep up with us. Come call me trash on my stream. There's a bunch of ways that you can interact with us. And I love to hear everyone's opinion, even if they're a little abrasive with it. It's all good. I like meeting new people and new faces all the time, so I welcome it.
I love that. Well, congratulations again. You guys enjoy reviewing and then also hopefully celebrating your win as well as a team. Karma, looking forward to seeing you at the next one, and congrats on winning your title here for NA.
Thank you, guys. Just want to give a quick shout out to my team.
Oh no! Okay, we got the cutoff there. I should have ended off with that, but big shout out to Karma's team there. Oh, there we go. Okay,
my teammates, love them all, and my coach.
Thank you so much, Karma. I'm sorry for not giving you the chance there. I completely slipped my mind in that situation, but yeah, massive shout out to G2 and Karma's teammates there. Big appreciation to her for also taking the time to do that interview with us as well. But that does wrap up the day. Again, a big congrats over towards ACD on the side of EU, and then G2 Stride Luna here for the NA region. That's it for the Star Chasers Showdown presented by Ally, though, this time around. Please come back though for the second series. That's happening down in July, and check out Radiant to make sure that you keep up to date so you can know when exactly the event will be falling. I'll see you next time.
Each new blessing I receive, it keeps bringing me joy.
A shame, think something new under the sun. You can't take back them things you already done. No. You blame things that you do on somebody else. No. But they all see is you need help. Oh, but still you try so hard to cover up your games. You change. You waste all of your time covering up your tracks. Spend all your days running away. You gotta watch your back, and that's the facts. You spend so much of your life scheming and trying to get over. Got you wondering why you come around. All you get is cold show. Yeah. You try so hard to cover up your games. You try so hard, hoping that one day something gon' change. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. You try so hard. Yeah. You try so hard. Give it, Can't run away, baby. You gon' pay, you gon' pay. Still you try so hard to cover up your games. Got you thinking don't nobody see all this time. Ooh, it ain't nothing changed.
I don't mean to speak this up of line, but the way you move is perfect by design.